This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream for the opening day of this championship game in the First Division between Surrey and Essex. Good to have you with us as always on, well, everybody knows, a very, very hot day down here in London. Everybody's got it at the moment, everybody's reading about it at the moment. Blue sky, sun absolutely beating down. And we are set for what is an intriguing game of cricket in the First Division. Surrey, of course, sitting top with a 15-point cushion above Hampshire in second place. Essex in fourth, are coming off the back of 3 straight wins, and a certain Mr. Simon Harmer in the last 2 games. 28 championship wickets in the last 2 games. Surrey, of course, that dramatic win at Scarborough against Yorkshire, and Essex in their last game beating Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. Delighted to say we've got a commentary team today from the gods, actually, I have to say. Eva Gray will be with us in about 20 minutes time. Mr. Jeremy Coney is on his way. I think he's stuck on a train, poor chap, at the moment, and working out how to turn his microphone on. And the absolute delight to have Eva here, absolute delight to have Jeremy Coney here, and also an absolute delight and a debut for him here at his old home stomping ground. Good morning to you, Ricky Clark.
Morning, Churchy.
How are you? You're looking extremely well and all set for, as I say, you look at these 2 sides, and I'll run through the 2 sides in a moment, but Surrey top, Essex fourth, these 2, as you know better than anybody, always head to head. There's something on it, and there is certainly something on this with to remind everybody, 2 rounds of championship games, then a break until September.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fantastic game of cricket. 2 fantastic sides, both going well. full of international stars. So I'm quite excited to see what happens the next 4 days.
And as I say, Surrey coming off the back of that dramatic win at Scarborough. You know what it's like to win at Scarborough, of course, but Essex, 3 straight wins. And Harmer, Simon Harmer, 28 wickets in the last 2 games. 28 wickets. It's ridiculous, isn't it, really?
It is, but he's done it for a number of years now, so we shouldn't really be shocked. Obviously 28 in the last 2 games is a big number, but he's such a consistent performer. Bowls a lot of overs and gives that sort of control for Essex, which allows them to get the wins.
Right, let's run through the 2 sides. The big bit of news for you, is Essex won the toss, and unsurprisingly, on a day like today, have decided to have a bat first. I'll be extremely surprised, Ricky Clark, if I'm looking at scorecards across the board today, and anybody who won the toss. Well, I think if you won the toss and said, we'll bowl, you wouldn't be allowed back in the dressing room, would you, today?
It takes a very brave captain to do that, and off a few Christmas card lists, I would have thought.
South Africa did it yesterday in the one-day international, the women's ODI. South Africa won the toss, decided to bowl, and 370 odd from England, but I'm sure that decision didn't go down too well. So Essex win the toss, decide to bowl. Their line-up for this one: Nick Brown and Alistair Cook. At the top of the order, as always, then Tom Westley, Dan Lawrence, Paul Water, Matt Critchley, Shane Snater, Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer, Simon Cook into the side. Aaron Beard played the last game. Cook comes in, and Jamie Porter. And you look at that Essex side, Ricky Clark, and so much experience, and just that 11 is a very good-looking 11, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you have to look at the top of the order to start with, and a certain Alistair Cook. You know, he'll be a big wicket for Surrey if they can get him early and then try and put a lot of pressure on the Essex lineup. But obviously it's going to be a tough day. I'd imagine Surrey will look to rotate their bowlers as much as they can, short spells, and to see if the pitch takes a little bit of turn with it being so dry. Well,
Surrey, a few changes from that side that beat Yorkshire at Scarborough. Aaron Hardy, of course, the man that calmly and coolly, with Ben Folkes, took Surrey over the line very, very late on in the piece. He's gone back to Australia, but he's definitely one to keep an eye on. Aaron Hardy, hugely impressive in his couple of T20 games and that one championship game. But a certain Kemar Roach is back. Now, if you want someone to bowl for you in these conditions, Kemar is your man. Good morning to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well, who are with us this morning until the one-day international in Durham, that first one against South Africa. But good morning to everybody. Just saying there, with Ricky Clark alongside, Jeremy Coney's here as well, Eva Gray as well, on this opening game day between Surrey and Essex. Essex win the toss and unsurprisingly decide to bat. So Surrey will be bowling first. Surrey also have Ollie Pope back in the 11 for this one, and interestingly they've gone with Cameron Steele as well. I think batting wise Cameron Steele, but also if they need a bit of spin to go with Will Jack. So Surrey's lineup: Rory Burns, Ryan Patel, Hashim Amla, Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, Will Jacks, Jamie Overton, then Cameron Steele, Tom Laws, who's been hugely impressive in his 2 championship games so far, Dan Worrall. And very good to see Kemar Roach back, Ricky Clark, because obviously you know all about Kemar Roach, and a guy who came to Surrey last year, settled in brilliantly. I've never seen anybody who sort of left after 4 or 5 championship games to the sort of ovation he got when he left, and then unfortunately picked up an injury second game of the season, but fit again, has been bowling for the West Indies. And as I say, on a day like today, Kemar's not a bad man to have in your side, is he?
Well, on any day, Churchy. I think when Kemar came to the club last year, he fitted in straight away as if he'd been here for most of his life. Wholehearted, bowls great areas, and really gives you that sort of control. So Rory Burns will look for that control from him, and obviously on a hot day he's probably used to it coming from Barbados.
Yeah,
so.
well, you would have thought so. I remember seeing Kemar opening game of the season this summer at Edgbaston, and he was wearing every piece of Surrey leisure wear he could find. He had 2 hoodies on, 2 caps. He's big, and he's always got a grin on his face. But I said, I promise you there's a heat wave coming, Kemar. And then ironically, the day it got hot, that second game of the season, he went in the hamstring. So he'll be delighted to see the warm weather. And you can see the Surrey players down there in the distance in a huddle. So just a reminder, Essex winning the toss, deciding unsurprisingly to bat first. Do let me know via the wonderful world of Twitter at Back and Across if you spot anybody anywhere in this country that's won the toss and decided to bowl. Please let me know that on a day like today, because I'd be very interested to see if anybody's walked out with the captain, if he's just walking out there on his own, if you've won the toss and decided to bowl. But here is Kemar Roach leading out Surrey, and then in a few moments' time, Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown will make their way down the steps and out into the middle. You must be looking forward to having a bit of a watch of Surrey, because you've obviously been very busy with all your teaching and everything. You were down at Hove last week working for BBC on the Sussex Leicestershire game, but you'd have kept an eye on what Surrey are up to, and you must be looking forward to seeing how they go over these 4 days.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I know I played here for a number of years and stuff like that, but I'm actually a supporter from a very young age and continue to be. So always make sure that I'll keep a check on their scores, who's doing well, send the lads like little messages every now and then when they've done something good, and they're playing fantastic cricket at the moment. Obviously Gareth Batty's come in early season, and he's just sort of changed the dynamics for me in the way he's just given the lads the freedom to play. And I'm always a big believer that when you've got that freedom and you're relaxed, you play your best cricket. So credit to him for what he's doing at the club so far.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking forward to watching the gentleman at the non-strikers end have a bat today. He's been in fairly good nick as always. Sir Alistair is down there at the non-strikers end, and then Nick Brown, left-hander of course, on strike. 4 slips in there for Kemar Roach. Jamie Overton at first, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jacks at third, and Ryan Patel at fourth. I had a dream last night that Hashim Amla walked out in his short sleeve sweater, but it's hot enough that Hashim Amla hasn't got his short sleeve sweater on at mid-on. Here we go then. First ball of the day. Kemar Roach is round the wicket from the pavilion end, and there's a little bit of movement away there. Wideish outside the off stump. Left alone by Nick Brown, and that's taken by Ben Folkes moving away to his left-hand side. Dan Worrall down there at long leg. He'll probably open us up from this Vauxhall end. And then Rory Burns with his white floppy sun hat on up there at mid-off. There's been a run on white floppy sun hats. I should think another order had to be put in across the country today for white floppy sun hats. As in round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Nick Brown, and Brown's letting this one go over his off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Folkes once again, moving away to his left hand side. We're just about over towards Archbishop Tennyson's school side of the ground on the Harleford Road, so they brought the boundary in from the Peter May stand, and they're pretty equidistant, good sized boundaries on either side, but very good to see Kemar Roach back with the ball in his hand. Turns once again, coming in round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, and Brown lets that one go wideish outside the off stump, and taken again by Folkes away to his left-hand side. Looks to be a little bit of green on this surface, but as you know better than anyone, they normally play pretty well on the first day, don't they?
Yeah, obviously leaving a little bit of grass on it just allows it to keep that carry. Obviously we're only 3 balls in, but the carry looks quite true. A little bit of a way movement for Kemar Roach here, so he'll be looking to try and drag Nick Brown forward and get those slips into play.
Round the wicket he comes once again, Kemar Roach to Brown, and Brown again just lets a goodish length ball go outside his off stump. And Nick Brown is a player I've always really enjoyed watching. Nick Brown, he's a very nuggety player, isn't he? And I think you always know you've got a pretty good batting lineup when you sort of got Paul Walter coming in at 5, because I've always rated Paul Walter very, very highly. But Nick Brown is a player I've seen score a lot of runs over the years. As I say, very nuggety player. They're a very good opening pair, these two. As round the wicket once again goes Roach to Brown, and Brown just climbs a touch off a goodish length outside the off stump. Doesn't have to play a shot at it, Nick Brown, but a little bit of encouragement there, Ricky Clark, for Kemar Roach.
Yeah, definitely. He's getting some movement in the air. Obviously, he just wants to see what he's getting, and I think what you see is he just work his way in slowly and try and make Nick Brown play a little bit more. But the encouragement is there with the movement in the air.
I've got a question for you straight away this morning, Ricky Clark. In this first over, which is a concern for you, as Brown waits over his bat once more, and round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and Brown almost goes after this, very wide outside the off stump, and a bit of swing away from Nick Brown into the first over, a maiden, and didn't actually have to play a shot at any of those, Nick Brown. And Essex yet to get started here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, and the Surrey live stream. My question for you was, we sit in the commentary box sometimes and we're sort of, oh, they haven't made them play. Too many balls to let go. How much is it, though, as a bowler, as you just said, he's just trying to work his way into that off stump?
Yeah, I think, look, it's like anything. A batter comes out and has to assess conditions and what the pitch is doing and be very watchful. A bowler's similar. You know, what's happening with the ball is a little bit tighter to the left-hander, Nick Brown particularly, and try and make him play as much as possible with the new ball.
Well, it is going to be Dan Worrall who... Worrall, and he's going to be bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Our first over from this Vauxhall end. He's into Cook, and Cook's off the mark straight away in typical Cook fashion, really. Just off his hip, nudged away through the leg side, and that whistles away for 4 runs. And in many ways there, just normal service is resumed. Alistair Cook, a ball on his hip and just tucked away and whistles away for 4. Essex are up and running, and Alistair Cook is up and running. Yeah,
he doesn't really miss out on those, does he? A little bit of swing in from Worrall, but Alistair Cook, for many, many years, we've seen that shot, and a nice way to get off the mark.
Well, of course it was here, that final test match, and the 100, as Worrall is over the wicket to Cook, and Cook lets this one go outside his off stump. Now, Mr. Jeremy Coney is here, which is an absolute joy. Last time I saw Mr. Jeremy Coney, he was in Sri Lanka, and he's brought the weather back with him, which is very kind of him. So Mr. Jeremy Coney is with us. We're going to do 20-minute shifts today, Mr. Coney. So I've got you down at 22 to allow you to settle in, have a cup of coffee, to just assess conditions as well. Find out who's playing. Yes, it's Surrey, Essex. As in over the wicket comes Dan Worrall. Now there's some swing. It's nicely played by Alistair Cook, but there was a little bit of swing back in there for Dan Worrall. Good length ball, and Cook pushing this one straight back up the pitch, but that's encouraging.
It is encouraging. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, he's got his 3 slips in the gully. Be looking to swing it back into pads, and maybe the odd one across to try and bring those slips and gully into play. But yeah, encouraging signs at the ball swinging. Yeah,
they'll be praying it swings. Otherwise, it could be a long day. This as Worrall is in, and Cook this time just clips him away, in swing again, but onto his pads. This is down towards fine leg, and the chase is brilliant from Tom Laws. That's a great bit of work. Apologies, Cameron Steele down there doing... No, it is Tom Laws down there. Cameron Steele's out there at cover point. Tom Laws, both with their white floppy sun hats from this distance, look identical. But it is Tom Laws down there who sprints round, slides. He's impressed everybody in his first couple of games as Tom Laws, and in the game there straight away, 6 without loss. Our Essex is in over the wicket once again, goes Worrall, and that's outside the off stump, just shaping away a touch this time, and that's left alone by Alistair Cook, and he wanders off towards square leg. If there's one person that isn't going to sweat today, Ricky Clark, it'll be famously Alistair Cook, because he doesn't sweat. I've read that so many times, but he actually just doesn't sweat.
That's incredible. I was sweating just walking up the stairs.
Absolutely.
And that was in air-con rooms.
I know. Yes, no. I've read that so many times in his career that he doesn't sweat. Alistair Cook is in over the wicket once again. Comes Worrall, and that's down the leg side, and Cook off his hip. I'm not sure he's got anything. Leg buys on that. That'll be 4 of them. Them folks flew to his right. So Alistair Cook's up and running. Boundary, a couple of runs all down the leg side, and Dan Worrall just locating his radar in that first over. And Essex, couple of overs gone, won the toss, batted first, and 10 without loss. Brown yet to get off the mark. Cook has 6. Ricky Clark is alongside, and it'll be interesting to see this over from Kemar Roach, as Ricky Clark described a bit of a sighter, that first over for Kemar Roach, as here he comes towards us from the pavilion end, round the wicket to Nick Brown, and again it's wide outside that off stump, and Brown just shoulders arms and lets it go. Very good to see Ollie Pope, quite rightly got a rest last week. Jamie Smith not well, so Jamie Smith not in this 11, but great to see Ollie Pope back out there in Surrey colours for this championship game. Of course, a little bit of time until that test series against South Africa starts, so he'll be keen to get a couple of championship games under his belt before that South Africa test series. Roach round the wicket to Nick Brown, and Brown is off the mark in nice fashion. Roach has just straightened a touch there, but Brown jumps all over that and drives beautifully through the covers. That's a very Nick Brown shot to get off the mark. Ricky Clark and Essex 14 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot, but if I was Kemar, I wouldn't be too disheartened with that. Obviously he's gone a little bit straighter, just a little bit full on that occasion, but brought it a little bit straighter, and he'll be trying to bring those slips into play, as we say. So yeah, as long as it's gone for 4, but I wouldn't be too disheartened.
It whistled across the outfield as well. It'll be quick, this outfield, as Kemar Roach in again. He's gone back of a length this time, but again it's wide outside the off stump, and Nick Brown doesn't have to bother with that. I was just looking at Surrey's first innings totals this season. They sort of built their way around their first innings totals this season, and I think that was case in point at Yorkshire. Yorkshire 521, Surrey 515, and their lowest first innings total so far this season is 308 against Somerset. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach again, and Cook's forward. That's the length, that's the line. Cook forward, but a little suspectly there. Just a bit suspicious of that delivery was Brown, and played that one up towards Rory Burns in his white flop. I don't think I've ever seen Rory Burns in a white floppy sun hat for Surrey, and 14 without loss.
I was about to say that last over that I looked and saw the number 17 at mid-off, and I was like, Rory Burns in a sun hat, but there's quite a few sun hats out there today.
Well, so I think they've probably done a roaring trade in the shop, as round the wicket again goes Roach, and forward goes Brown. He's reaching a touch for this. It'll fly off towards that cover point boundary rope, and Cameron Steele goes sprinting back, knocks the ball back inside the rope. They'll pick up another couple, but again just searching a little bit there, Nick Brown, but picks up a couple of runs, and Essex 16 without loss in the 3rd over.
Yeah, the last 2 balls from Kemar have been perfect, really. Obviously getting that movement around the wicket, and dragged Nick Brown forward, who played a nice defensive, and then he just went a little bit fuller, enticed that drive, and just squirted through the cover region for 2.
As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, short ball, and up on his toes goes Nick Brown, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 16 without loss. Now you can of course get in touch with us up here in the commentary box. At backing across, probably the best way. Well, here we go. Middlesex win the toss and decide to bowl first. Yes, and that's at Lords. Warwickshire have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first as well. So there are a few. Thank you to Ziggy as well for letting us know that. David as well has let us know that. So, there we are. And hello to Raymond, who's listening in a sunny Sunderland. Not too far from Durham, of course, where that first ODI starts at 1 o'clock. And, of course, full ball-by-ball commentary here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra with the Test Match special team on that first ODI. Of course, the Ben Stokes retirement ODI as well, after Mr. Stokes announces this week that this will be his last one-day international. So that is home ground as well. That'll be emotional. As Dan Worrall from the Vauxhall end is into Alistair Cook, and Cook just turns this one off the stumps into the leg side. Kemar Roach comes around to his right to do the fielding, but that will be emotional for Ben Stokes, won't it? Final ODI at his home ground against South Africa. Yeah, definitely. He's been a fantastic cricketer in ODI cricket for England for a number of years now, and obviously just felt it was the right time just to give up one format, spend a little bit more time at home, but it will be emotional on his home ground, and hopefully he gets the send-off he deserves. Yeah, it'll be a hell of an occasion that, as Worrall is in and Cook gets back on his stumps here, just pushes down towards backward point. Cameron Steele comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Worrall operating with 3 slips, so he's got Jamie Overton, Will Jacks, 2 slips and a gully actually. It's going to be Overton. Actually, Overton's very wide. I'm going to say it's 2nd, 3rd and 4th with a gap at first, where Ricky Clark would have been standing sometimes. But there's a big gap between Folkes and Overton, as over the wicket comes Worrall to Cook, and Cook's letting that one go, just swings away after it's gone past Alistair Cook, and then Cameron Steele's clapping his hands in there at backward point. Ryan Patel's out in the covers. Rory Burns is at mid-off. Hashim Amla at his customary mid-on. Kemar Roach is in at mid-wicket, doing some balancing exercises. And then Tom Laws is all on his own down there at long on. 16 without loss, Essex. We're in the 4th over of the morning. Essex winning the toss, batting first, as Worrall is in, and forward goes Cook. And Nicely played again, just a roll of the wrists. Into the leg side it goes, back goes Hashi Mamla to do the fielding. And 2 more to the total. Cook moves on to 8. 18 without loss, Essex. So yes, Warwickshire win the toss and bowl. Middlesex win the toss and bowl. I really hope, Ricky Clark, I really hope something happens for them. Well, Kent to 13 for 1. So there we are. So Kent to 13 for 1. But oh dear, you don't want it not to do anything. It's in over the wicket comes Worrall, short ball, in behind it goes Cook, pushes this one up towards Burns at mid-off, and there's no run.
Is that at Edgbaston? Or
That's at Edgbaston.
It is at Edgbaston.
Yeah, so Edgbaston.
So potentially, I don't know really. It's an interesting one. You think you'd bat first if you're maybe playing on the used wicket from the finals day? I don't know, but you'd still bat first, wouldn't you?
Well, and at Lords, Middlesex and Sussex. Middlesex win the toss, decide to bowl, and Sussex 13 without loss. Ooh, over the wicket once again comes Worrall, and this one's left alone by Cook outside his off stump. And it's the end of the over as that's taken by Ben Folkes. 18 without loss, Essex. And we've only got the one scoreboard working, I've just noticed. So the electronic big scoreboard isn't working today, so we're on the permanent replay scoreboards. And Brown has 6. So Alistair Cook is on 8. Yes, and elsewhere, well, the Gloucestershire game and the Northamptonshire game are finishing at 4:30 today. They're playing a shorter day because of the heat, and then I think they're going to make up time, as I understand it, on days 2, 3 and 4 because the temperature's dropping tomorrow. As Kemar Roach once again to Nick Brown. We haven't had a single as yet, as Roach is in and Brown's forward solidly, just pushes this one from Kemar Roach straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. So Alistair Cook's seen all of Dan Worrall so far, and Nick Brown's seen all of Kemar Roach. But yes, as I understand it, Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, Cheltenham and at Northamptonshire, they're stopping at 4:30 today due to the high temperatures. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and driving again is Brown. That's a nice shot. Way through the covers, chases on for Rory Burns and his white floppy sun hat, but it'll beat him over the boundary rope and away for 4. And that's a very nice shot from Nick Brown. Just leant on that, punched it away through the cover region. Brown looking in nice touch this morning. He's on to 10, and Essex move on to 22 without loss. Yeah,
lovely shot there from Nick Brown. Kemar Roach trying to drag him forward and get him driving, and Nick Brown was happy to on that occasion. And we're seeing a little change in the field now, so Ryan Patel comes into the covers, and it's just going to be 3 slips. So this will give Kemar Roach the encouragement to still try and bring those slips into play, but give him protection in the covers. Protection there in Ryan Patel. As around the wicket goes Roach again to Brown, and Brown's letting this one go. Just came back a touch at him, this one. And Nick Brown comes down to do a touch of gardening. Yeah, I'm just thinking of the likes of Porter and Cook and Harmer now. Feet up, cup of tea, sat in the shade, shorts on. They'll be very happy with this at the moment. I'd be interested to see as well how Rory Burns uses his bowlers today as well. As Kemar Roach comes round the wicket once again to Cook. Gage gone. Brown, apologies, Brown just has a push at that one, wideish outside his off stump, and his feet didn't really go anywhere, and a thickish edge on that, and Brown has gone. And he's just had a little push outside his off stump. Ricky Clark was talking about it. Kemar Roach, that's a little straighter. It's a good bit of bowling, and it's just found the outside edge, and Ben Folkes tumbling takeaway to his left-hand side. Brown has gone for 10, and Essex 22 for 1, Ricky Clark. Yeah, lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. Just looked like Nick Brown got his feet a little bit too stuck in the crease and sort of fended at it, and Ben Folkes isn't going to drop that behind the stump. So, as we said, Kemar Roach come a little bit tighter and enticed Nick Brown to play, and got his rewards on this occasion. Yep, and it's an early breakthrough for Surrey, and Nick Brown, who's very capable of batting for a long time, has gone in this the 6th over of the morning. So 22 for 1, and Kemar Roach with his first wicket back with Surrey.
fascinating with what you were talking about there with Kemar Roach, just slowly moving back towards Nick Brown and then finds the outside edge, and here comes Tom Westley, the captain, out to join Alistair Cook.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where you don't want to go too straight too early and the ball isn't moving for you, and then you get clipped a couple of times. You have to sort of work your way in and see what the ball's doing and what control you've got. And that's what he's done there. He's just seen the ball's moving away nicely. I can work my way in slowly, and then challenges that defence of Nick Brown, and ultimately got the edge from being a little bit patient and working his way in.
Beautifully described by Ricky Clark. 22 for 1. So the right-handed Westley is out there in the middle. Fine player, of course. Tom Westley, from memory, I think he made his Test debut here. I think he was here against South Africa. Yeah, the last time they were over. So now he does like to work around that front pad. So immediately they've got a close catcher in at short mid-wicket for the right-handed Westley. 4 slips are in there. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Westley. Oh, that's a good leave, because that's come back. That's not too far away from his off stump. Just beginning to make this happen now is Kemar Roach. That is a good leave first up from Tom Westley. He may have had his heart in his mouth there for a second, Ricky Clark, but
2 types, Church, isn't it?
that was a very, very tight leave. It really was.
Just nipped back a little bit, didn't it? Yeah, he probably wasn't expecting that.
Nicely bowled by Kemar Roach once again as he comes towards us. Over the wicket he comes to Westley, and Westley letting this one go. Outside his off stump. End of the over, 22 for 1. Thank you to Ricky Clark. Very fine first 20 minutes there from Mr. Ricky Clark here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. It's opening day of Surrey, Essex. And 22 for 1. As Eva Gray settles herself in. Was winning on Saturday with the South East Stars. Yes, indeed. We've all had... We're on a lip mic today, just to let people into the technicals, and we've all been having a bit of lip mic practice today, as Dan Worrall will continue down below us from the Vauxhall end, and the left-handed Nick Brown will be the man on strike. 3 slips are in there as Dan Worrall comes round the wicket to Alistair Cook, apologies, who turns this one down towards fine leg. Apologies, I'm getting asked so many questions at the moment. 1 more to the total, and Cook moves on to 9, and Tom Westley comes on to strike to Dan Worrall for the first time. Good morning, Eva Gray.
Morning, Churchy, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Unsurprisingly, a little bit sweaty.
Yes, well, that's fair enough. Well, you were playing at Southport at the weekend. It was pretty hot there, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was down to be about 20 degrees all day, and then we rock up and it definitely wasn't 20 degrees all day. Yeah, we thought going that far north we might get a bit cooler, but yeah.
I think it's across the country, isn't it, this weather is. Worrall is into Westley, and Westley late swing from Dan Worrall. And Wesley's just letting this go late. Outside his off stump. I was saying with Ricky Clark, there's a little bit of encouragement there. We've seen Kemar Roach pick up Nick Brown. There's a little bit of swing for Dan Worrall, so a little bit of encouragement there for Surrey.
Yeah, definitely. That was lovely from Dan Worrall. Yeah, I heard you speaking about it with Ricky, but Kemar started a little bit wide, but just kind of edging his way back towards that off stump, and in the end got the wicket.
Worrall's in again. Oh, now that's coming back. Wesley pushing forward, I think just going down the leg side. Got his feet in a bit of a tangle there, did Westley. Late swing back in. That's nicely bowled by Dan Worrall. My initial thought, going down. That was my initial thought, but he just got his feet in a bit of a muddle there, did Tom Westley.
Yeah, we've spoken about it before, me and you, Churchy, but Worrall's just got all the skills, hasn't he? He's got the late swing away, and that one's just come back in right at the last moment. As
Worrall's in again, and Westley, looks to let it go inside edge, flies past his stumps, and whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. That's a lovely bit of bowling again from Dan Worrall, and Tom Westley there in 2 minds. Do I play? Do I let it go? And in the end, he really didn't do either. And it's just hit the face of his bat, and that could have easily gone back onto his stumps, but it's away for 4, and Essex 27 for 1.
Yeah, and having the ability to swing it both ways just causes that doubt, as we've just seen, really. He's forced to play that one because of the ball before, which came back in at his pads. And
Worrall's in again to Westley. That one goes wider outside the off stump, and Westley just allows this one to go outside his off stump. I've been asked a question about today's playing conditions here, and I haven't heard that anything's changed. So as far as I know, we're playing the normal playing conditions here today. So I would have thought lunch will be at 1 o'clock. But the only 2 games I saw where they weren't doing that, I think, was Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. In over the wicket once again comes Worrall, and that's left alone again outside the off stump by Tom Westley, the Essex captain. End of the over then, 27 for 1 Essex, winning the toss, batting first. Eva Gray is alongside. Westley has 4, Alistair Cook's on 9. Nick Brown, the man to have gone for 10.
yeah, I saw kind of overnight that the decision had been made by the ECB to allow the counties to change their playing times, and I think that those 2 games are finishing at 4:30.
Yeah.
But I guess it's going to be hot again tomorrow, and you're going to have to make up the overs at some stage, so potentially just thinking that it's better to just kind of plough through and get the overs done today if it's going to be hot tomorrow as well.
As I say, I haven't heard anything that anything's changed here. Now, Alistair Cook comes on to strike for the first time this morning to Kemar Roach. This will be a great battle. And the first one, Alistair Cook lets go outside his off stump. I still get excited to watch Alistair Cook bat.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's not lost it, has he?
Oh no, not at all. He is still hungry for runs. He's made a few this summer already, but also being back here as well on a day like today, I almost think it could be written in the stars. If there's anyone who's going to relish this, it's this man, Alistair Cook, as round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and Cook's forward and just punches this up towards mid-off. Will take a single. I think he just checked himself there. I think he was going to unfurl an extravagant extra cover drive, which you don't often see from Alistair Cook, but he just checked it at the last moment and punched it up the ground. He picks up a single. He's on to 10, 28 for 1.
Yeah, everyone that I've spoken to about Alistair Cook says that he still just works so hard on his fitness and on his game. It was kind of well known throughout his time as England captain that he was the fittest member of the squad, but it sounds as if he still kind of keeps that mindset going.
Well, he's still hungry for runs. As Roach is into Westley. Westley lets this one go outside his off stump, and that's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right hand side. You often see him doing shuttles and with his radio work as well. I think, you know, he does training in between commentary stints and all that good stuff, so he keeps himself incredibly fit.
Yeah, absolutely. My mum and dad went out to the West Indies, and he was on commentary there, and they said they were staying at the same hotel, and he was just doing length after length in the pool every morning just before he went on comms. Over
the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. Oh, that's a beauty. That beats Westley. All ends up. Lovely line, lovely length, little bit of movement, and Westley ended up walking down the pitch towards that. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. Just settling into this now is Kemar Roach. He's got that wicket of Nick Brown, caught behind for 10. Just beginning to make life tricky here.
Yeah, it's great to see him back, isn't it?
It is. It's really good. And you know, he made such an impact last season. As goes wide of the crease this time, and Westley lets it go outside his off stump. It's interesting because, you know, you do see overseas players come in and they'll play a season and become sort of legends of the club. But Kemar Roach only played, I think it was 4 or 5 championship games last season. As I say, in his last game, the ovation he got. But he's just always got a permanent grin on his face, and you know, he's put the numbers in for Surrey, and it was a real shame when he broke down, second championship game of the season. But back now for all the rest of this championship season, as goes wide of the crease again, and Westley looks to drive. That's more thick inside edge really of the bat, and it rolls up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, tidy one again from Kemar Roach, and Essex 28 for 1 on a gloriously hot day. I have noticed though there aren't a huge number of spectators in today, and all those that there are a couple of brave souls sat out there in the sun, but most people, Eva, sensibly are in the shade of the the stands, aren't they? But there's one or two that have sort of crept into the uncovered seating areas. Whether they'll stay there all day, we'll wait to see, but got to be sensible today.
Yeah, you'd like to think that they won't stay there for longer than an hour or two, wouldn't you?
No, absolutely. It's down Worrall from the Vauxhall end, coming round the wicket to Alistair Cook, and he's looked for the Yorker, and Cook just digs him out. That rolls down towards Cameron Steele. But yes, as I look to my left towards the sort of white seats of the Peter May stand, I can see sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 6 people sat in the sort of open area, and then most people are under the sort of middle tier shade of the stand, and same at this Vauxhall end, lots of people just using the shade of the stand. That's round the wicket goes Worrall to Cook, that's down the leg side. Cook looks to just help it down towards fine leg, gets nothing on this at all. Taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, one thing about that stand over there to our left is we played here last Thursday, I think it was, in the London Cup. And obviously today we've got a red ball, but trying to see that white ball
come out of the seats,
come out of shiny white seats, we were all just looking around like, can you see it? No.
Yep, no, not easy at all. As round the wicket again goes Worrall, and that's left by Cook. Now they've gone up for caught behind. Now Cook's letting that go. Now Folkes doesn't go up at all. The 3 slips all go up. They heard something. It's jagged back. Cook's let it go late. That's just brushed his bat leg. But it's a big old shout from the slip cord. Not a squeak from Ben Folkes. Well, if it's hit anything, it's his bat leg. It's brushed something because his gloves and bat were fairly high up in the air there. But came back late from down Worrall, but not a squeak from Ben Folkes as Worrall round the wicket once again, and this is left alone by Cook. Goodish length outside his off stump, but interesting. Definite movement back there from Worrall, and late movement, but I think if it brushed anything, it probably was the back thigh.
Yeah, I agree. I think his hands and his bat were too high for any contact there. I think maybe back pocket of his trouser, maybe.
Yeah, but it was interesting. Overton went up, Jacks went up, Pope went up in the 3 slips as Worrall is in once again, and Cook gets himself forward-ish and pushes it up towards mid-on. But again, it's a typical Alistair Cook defensive shot, and Hashim Amla stood up there under his white floppy sun hat having a bit of a chat with Kemar Roach. Yeah, Thursday night looked a good night against Middlesex in the London Cup.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, all credit to Catherine Robson. She played a blinder with putting it all together, getting all the kids there, all the Surrey CAG girls.
As round the wicket again goes Worrall, and this one's down the leg side again, and Cook gets nothing on that. End of the over, 28 for 1. Essex, Westley has 4, and Alistair Cook's on 10.
And yeah, we kind of managed to get quite a good team out actually. We had Bryony Smith playing, Alice Capsey, who have both just been named in the Commonwealth squad. And yeah, I mean, I heard from some of the Middlesex girls that the Sunrisers weren't allowed to put out any of their senior squad players.
Right.
So yeah, they were a little bit of a weaker side than we usually face, but it was still nice to get out there on the oval in front of the crowd. The pavilion was relatively full actually, which was nice to see.
Terrific stuff as Kemar Roach from the pavilion end comes in over the wicket to Tom Westley, Yorker. That's well bowled, well played by Westley. He's dropped the bat on it and he's got his feet out the way. He's done really well there as Tom Westley. Lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach, but Westley not only managed to get the bat down on it, he managed to get his feet out the way. But it's a very good Yorker. A bit of late swing as well from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, that's absolutely hooped in. You don't want to face those early on.
Well, the interesting thing is he sort of did this in his last game last year against Hampshire. Much later, he was on the last day from this Vauxhall end where he started getting it to swing in late. And then he was either whacking them on the boot LBW, or it was the one that went straight on caught in the slip. So that's an encouraging sign for Kemar Roach. They're going to get an extra man catching in that mid-wicket region now as Roach goes wider of the crease to Westley, and that's come back as Westley lets it go outside his off stump, and Ben Folkes flings himself to his left-hand side again. Westley just checking where that off stump is, because he wouldn't want Roach to think he's a little bit concerned, but that didn't half swing after it went past the stumps.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a lot of movement through the air here, and they're not getting much help from the overheads, are they? So
I don't know, maybe the heat is making the ball swing more, Eva, as in over the wicket comes Roach again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Westley, because I believe it's going to be the hottest day ever in this country. So we've never had conditions like this. Now if the ball hoops around corners all day, then we're going to know that the heat has played its part.
yeah, I was going to say, is that a thing?
I don't know, I have no idea, because we've never had it before, because it is the hottest day ever. So we're going to find out today. When sides are all being bowled out for 40 this morning, everyone to toss and bat it first due to the ball going around corners, as Kemar Roach is wide of the crease again to Westley, who looks to drive, doesn't really time this. He's just working on Tom Westley here a touch, is Kemar Roach, and that goes straight up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. He's left cover completely open as Kemar Roach. He's got a deepish backward point, 3 slips then. Ryan Patel catching at a short mid-wicket, Tom Laws at an orthodox mid-wicket catching, and then Burns at mid-off and a very straight mid-on in the shape of Hashim Amla. Roach is in again to Westley. Westley lets this one go outside his off stump. That's a good leave from Tom Westley, because he'll be thinking about the one that comes back in. And as I say, against Hampshire last year when he started doing this, in many ways he was getting people caught at slip with a ball that didn't do anything, because they're all so worried about that Yorker whacking them on the boot.
Yeah, we can't quite see from on the stream here, but I'd imagine he's sending down some form of wobble seam for that one that goes straight on.
Turns again, comes in over the wicket to Westley, and Wesley's in behind a short ball, plays this solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. Very good over that from Kemar Roach. Been a nice start this from Roach. 1 for 11. Picked up the wicket and Nick Brown caught behind for 10. Alistair Cook has looked like Alistair Cook. He's on 10. Westley, those 4 runs off a thick edge. Now this will be interesting. This young man, Tom Laws, has picked up 9 championship wickets in his first couple of games for Surrey. Picked up a 4 for against Kent here on debut. Picked up 4 in the first innings at Scarborough and 1 in the second. He will, if there is swing, he will make it swing. He's a very, very interesting prospect, this young man.
Yeah, I saw your interview with him at the end of day 1, was it, in Scarborough? And he said he was a bit disappointed with how he bowled in his first spell, but then he came back and took 4 for, so he'll be hoping that he can do something early on here.
Well, he's bowling to Alistair Cook, coming round the wicket, and the first one's way down the leg side. And Cook has nothing to do with that. Oh, it was you that watched it. Excellent. That was our one view. Super. Yes, yes. Excellent. No, he's a good lad, and he's a good talker. And as I say, the thing I like about him was he bowled those first 9 overs, and then we didn't see him bowl again until sort of second morning, and then he picked up 4 very, very quickly. So he's got a bit about him. As round the wicket he comes again to Alistair Cook. He's pushing off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run. And yeah, of course, Surrey, that it was a dramatic old win at Scarborough, Eva. As you were playing here, I was sat there at Scarborough in the last over. Oh dear, with seagulls and ice creams and Yorkshire folk. It was an extraordinary game of cricket, that. As Laws around the wicket he comes once again. Gets that to swing back in at Alistair Cook, but as always with Kirk, he just lets it come to him and then just rolls the wrists on it, works it into the leg side. We'll just stroll a couple. And Alistair Cook moves on to 12, and Essex move on to 30 for 1.
Yeah, I went to Scarborough a few weeks ago. Nice place, but I had a donut stolen out of my hand by a seagull.
Yes, well, you see, as won't surprise anybody of regular listenership to me, the seagulls fascinated me in Scarborough, and I saw one of the scariest posters I have ever seen. As in round the wicket once again goes Laws, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Cook. Kevin Howells and I went down to the beachfront one evening and just sat on a bench and had fish and chips, and we were watching the seagulls, and then there was a poster warning of the seagulls, do not feed. But the poster had a small child in an anorak being carried off by a massive seagull. Terrifying it was. As in round the wicket once again comes Laws, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by Alistair Cook, just working his way towards Alistair Cook. He's bowled one that came back into Cook, and he's just worked him away through the leg side for a couple, so just pushing it a little bit wider. But it was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen there. Small child being carried off by an enormous seagull. I don't think it was a true story, but it certainly made me close my packet of chips. As round the wicket once again goes Laws, and again he's just drifting onto the pads here from round the wicket of Cook, and Cook will just pick that off all day and tucks it off very nicely down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4. End of Tom Laws's first over, 6 off it, and Essex 34 for 1. There's plenty to do in Scarborough, mind you.
Yeah, definitely. There's a massive sea life centre.
There is.
There. Yeah.
There's, of course, he's joining us at the end of this over. There is, of course, Coney Island in Scarborough, the arcade, which I went into to have a look round. And yeah, very good it is. Lots of fruit machines and pinball machines in Coney Island. I actually purchased, in your honour, an ice cream from Coney Island. Yes, I did. I tweeted it. I tweeted Coney Island to Adam Collins with you in Sri Lanka. Said, at last, Scarborough's paid tribute to the great man with an arcade. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach then, from the pavilion end to Tom Westley. And Westley, that's hitting the thigh guard, as Westley was just looking to work that one down towards fine leg. Leg by will be the signal. Peter Hartley up there at the pavilion end, one of the most experienced umpires, of course, on the circuit. Very fine bowler for Yorkshire and Hampshire over the years. And then, well, it says on my thing Neil Bainton, but that definitely isn't Neil Bainton stood at square leg. Even I know that isn't Neil Bainton stood at square leg. Definitely Peter Hartley down there at the pavilion end. As in round the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and that's left alone by Cook. It's a good leave that from Alistair Cook. It really is head over it. Typical Cook leave outside his off stump, and he just wanders off towards square leg. The other famous thing about Alistair Cook that they always go on about is the fact that he sort of can switch off and switch on between deliveries.
Yeah, you kind of get taught that you need something to kind of get you through the day, because you're obviously not going to concentrate for 2 hours at a time for each session. Around
the wicket again goes Roach, and that's down the leg side, and just from the reaction, I wonder if that's hit the pad. Yeah, leg buys, and they'll get a single, not taken cleanly by Ben Folkes, and that'll bring Westley back onto strike on 4.
So you see quite a lot of kind of habits, I guess, from different for each batter, but someone like Steve Smith will just walk away to square leg, and then he'll kind of lose concentration at that point, and then you know that he's back in the mood when he does all his fidgeting and all his, and he sets himself up, or whether that's retaking your guard or something like that. It's different for everyone.
Over the wicket once again goes Roach, and good leave again by Westley. Just going over the top of his off stump, taken by Ben Folkes. I wonder if Steve Smith's like that in just everyday life, actually, when he makes a cup of tea. He's fiddling away with everything, and just seems to be, well, you often see with Steve Smith, don't you, the videos of him just in his hotel room with a batting for hours.
Yeah, I just can't imagine being like that.
No, although I've spent a lot of time on my own in the back garden playing just with myself. As over the wicket once again goes Roach, driving his Westley. Doesn't really time this. Again, it's up towards Alistair Cook, and you can just feel again with Westley here, Kemar Roach is just probing away, isn't he? I think what he wants Westley doing here, you wonder if the drag-on could be an option as well for Westley. He does like to drive, wristy player away through that vacant cover region, and we've seen Kemar Roach bringing the ball back, and we saw him sort of let one go against Worrall that went off the inside edge back onto his stumps. As Roach is in once again, and that's pushed off the back foot this time by Westley out into the offside, and there's no end of the over. 36 for 1. Eva Gray, you take a break. Thank you very much indeed, and we'll bring in Mr. Jeremy Coney. Absolute joy to have Ricky Clark, Eva Gray and Jeremy Coney with us today, and we're having a drinks break. We're having a drinks break because we've had 43 minutes of play. So very wisely, there is a drinks break for the players in these hot and steamy conditions. Mr. Coney's just come back from hot and steamy conditions and arrives back in the commentary box too. Hot and steamy conditions again. Jeremy Coney, a very good morning to you, sir.
Mr. Church.
What a joy.
How nice to see you.
What a joy.
Yeah.
What an absolute joy. And thank you for bringing the hot weather back from Sri Lanka with you. It's very kind of you.
Yes. The ferocity of the British sun.
Well, there we are.
It's kind of, for a Kiwi, that's a bit of an oxymoron.
Well,
really.
Well, this is the hottest day ever on record, they're saying.
Already?
Well, it's going to get there if everything you read is true.
Yes.
So, look, I know it's hot out there, and I know everyone's got to be careful and everything, but for cricket-wise, at least we know we're getting cricket. At least we know we're going to get a full day in today, and there isn't any threat of rain.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That's excellent. I mean, it's. I suppose winning the toss is quite a useful thing to do, really, in these conditions. I would have thought.
Well, I'll have a look at some other scores from around the country in a moment. But there's been a couple of games we were saying where, well, Middlesex have put Sussex in at Lords, and Warwickshire in their game as well have put Kent in. So interesting, and we'll have a look at those because I thought it was nailed on today. Win the toss. Have a bat. I wouldn't have thought the bowlers were that keen to really follow their captain out if they won the toss and decided to bowl. As here is Tom Laws then from the Vauxhall end coming into Alistair Cook. It's a short one. Cook's looking to pull and actually goes past his bottom edge, I think, and that's taken by Ben Folkes away to his left hand
Maybe a
side.
bit of harmer factor.
Could be.
You know, in terms of bowling second and fourth, particularly fourth. I don't know how the pitches here have lasted. You can see just the footmarks, can't you? It's where the bowlers have been pressing through.
As Laws right arm over the wicket he comes. He's gone back over the wicket now to Alistair Cook. He lets that one go outside his off stump.
I just wondered whether, with the fact of the heat projected through this 4-day game, whether in fact the groundsman might just give it a more of a sprinkle, and it might be a bit green early on and be a bit fresh perhaps for the first half day.
Cook waits again as Laws is over the wicket to him, and Cook lets this one go wide outside his off stump.
I like this better from Laws.
Yeah, better over, isn't he?
Well, it's coming around the wicket, which seems to be the number one position as far as bowlers are concerned nowadays. They're all around the wicket to left-handers because it creates those two angles. But Laws wasn't doing that, was he? He wasn't creating two angles. He was really just bowling in swingers and onto the pads and just got too straight against Cook.
It's over the wicket once again, and Cook, little outside edge down with soft hands. One bounce towards Ollie Pope at second slip. Better from Laws.
Yeah, that's better. And that now, of course, he can bowl that line just straight across Cook, which was the orthodox kind of way of approaching a left hand, and then bringing one back into the pads, perhaps. Maybe an LBW. Cook will be very careful, I would have thought, about looking to drive unless it's very full against Laws.
And he comes once again. Whippy action, Laws, and just pulls the ball inside the line, but nicely bowled again from Tom Laws.
That's good. See, good bounce there too. That's surprised Cook, and I think surprised all the players. They'll be interested in that.
He's, as I say, he's impressed in his first couple of championship games. 19 years old, made a debut against Kent, bowled well at Scarborough.
Looked accurate, accurate bowler.
Yeah, he is, and he's got a bit about him as well, definitely is. Over the wicket he comes once again to Cook. He's gone onto the pads again, and this will be tucked away. Bread and butter for Alistair Cook. Cameron still won't get to that, and you can see how annoyed he is. Knows exactly what he's done there. Just straightened up, and Alistair Cook just, as I say, every time will do that, and away for 4 it goes. Cook's on to 20, and Essex move on to 40 for 1.
Good lesson to learn, isn't it? Yeah, that started around about middle and then moved leg side to Cook's strength. If anything, Surrey have just erred, haven't they, this morning into that area, and Cook's punished them basically. He's got to 20, and I would say 16 to 18 runs actually are down in that quadrant of the ground behind square. very strong there, can't bowl into that place.
Well, actually, so far from Alistair Cook, if you sort of a highlights reel of this innings of 20 so far, it's been what you'd expect from Alistair Cook, hasn't it? Tucking the ball off his legs when you go too straight, and then just the odd punch into the covers for a single. Jamie Overton's into the attack to replace Kemar Roach, and he's back of a length straight away, and it climbs outside the off stump, and Westley just pulled the bat inside the line of that, but nice bounce, nice carry as always from Jamie Overton, and coming off the back of a 6 for at Scarborough.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it, the way he was able to take those wickets on that last day. Yeah, exciting game when you get 4-day game going down to the last 3 balls. That's outstanding.
That was a
it must have been fun to do. Fun for you too.
Brilliant game of cricket. Brilliant game of cricket. As over the wicket again comes Jamie Overton. Shorter ball, and that sort of balloons over Westley, and Jamie Overton's looking at the footholds as he's wont to do. He did a bit of this in Scarborough, was told to get on with it a few times from the Yorkshire faithful. We got a spade came out and then a broom, but he's just going to use his big size whatevers they are to scuff this up now as Jamie Overton. The key spell from him actually was third evening, where Adam Lyth looked head and shoulders above everybody else in the Yorkshire team, and he got a ball. Lyth made a brilliant 183 in the first innings, but late on he got a ball just absolutely rear up and knocked the glove off and caught behind. That was a huge wicket for Surrey, and then knocked Best the Night Watchman over 2 balls later. So Surrey had those 2 wickets, which was key going into that final day, as Jamie Overton is into Westley. Wesley's played at that one, and that goes past his edge. He's confident at the moment, is Jamie Overton. He's gone back to that short run again. He said in the first innings at Scarborough, he sort of lengthened his run up a touch and didn't bowl as well as he has been. And then he said, I don't know why I did that, so I went back to what Azza and I have been working on, and he went back to that shorter run and bowled beautifully in the second innings. He's a very, very watchable cricketer, is Jamie Overton. There's always something happening, as here he comes once again over the wicket, and that's a beauty to Westley. That's just gone away from him at pace. Westley's definitely played at that, and that's a lovely start from Jamie Overton.
Yeah, he's hitting the track probably the hardest of all the bowlers so far. Tall man, of course. And I suppose as this ball gets softer, he's a very useful man when the Duke's ball, after that sort of 40 overs plus, he can come in and with that extra pace can surprise batsmen a little bit and keep them on their toes.
He's charging in today as he's over the wicket once again here to Westley, and that's on his hip, and that's just tucked away by Tom Westley neatly and tidily into the leg side. Laws will get round to do the fielding. 1 more to the total. He's on to 5, 41 for 1, and as you saw at the test match, he can hold a bat the right way round as well, Jamie Overton.
Yeah, he certainly can. So in fact, I think for Surrey, is he averaging something in the 40s? I would say batting at what, number 9,
yep,
something like. Actually, that's been one of the features, hasn't it, of this year?
Bat a long way down.
Yes, you do. It's hard to bowl Surrey out.
Well, we saw that in that game last week at Scarborough. 521 from Yorkshire, and then Surrey 515, and their lowest first innings total this season is 308. Surrey. So they got themselves to within touching distance of Yorkshire. And then they managed to get the runs down on that last day. As over the wicket comes Overton, short one to Alistair Cook, who just sways inside that. And it's a nice first over, aggressive first over from Jamie Overton. 41 for 1 Essex here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. Jeremy Coney is alongside. And just a reminder, on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, off for the one-day international starting at 1 o'clock against South Africa now. I can't keep up, Mr. Coney. Only seemed like yesterday New Zealand were in town.
No, that's right. That's
there's a lot of it
busy.
Going around at the moment, isn't there? It's going to be Tom Laws to continue down below us.
That's a good over, though, isn't it? I mean, Overton is exploring a different part of the pitch than we've seen from some of the others, and he's certainly exploring it with some pace. I don't think it's one of those days you want to hold back, you know. In other words, you start to look through the whole day and say, look, we've got 6 hours here. You've got to actually really put it in early.
Laws is in to Westley. Westley just whips this leg side. Typical Westley shot, that.
And I think it would be an error too, Mark, if Burns uses him in longish spells. I think you really want to use shorter spells today, and so someone like Will Jacks might become quite a key component of the day in order to use his quicker bowlers perhaps from one end. Or two, that's fine, but then move Jacks around. But someone's going to have to do that work.
As this one's wider outside the off stump by Laws, and keeps going wider, and Westley had absolutely nothing to do with that. Yeah, he's also got Cameron Steele in his pocket if he needs to bowl some leggies.
Yep.
And then Ryan Patel with his medium pace if required. Bowled a bit at Scarborough. He actually bowled nicely on the first day when they were trying to get to the new ball, but kept it very tight, did Ryan Patel. But yes, Will Jacks will play his part today as Wars is in, and Westley shot. Just that bottom hand coming into it and just whips it off his stumps through the leg side for 4. That is very much the strength of Tom Westley, and that has whistled away through square leg for 4, and Westley's on to 9, and Essex move on to 45 for 1.
Good stroke, wasn't it? It started just about it was a wee bit short, isn't it? And so the work of the ball is done, and it's still leg side-ish certainly, and so Westley just kind of helps himself away. Yes, he looks very comfortable there.
Yeah, that is his real strength. As over the wicket comes Laws, shout for LBW. Height will be an issue and not given, but a nice bit of bowling from Tom Laws. That's how he got his wickets at Scarborough, going stump to stump, and he's got him on that back foot, but I think height would have probably been the issue there.
Now, is it still straight? Yes, it is height, I think. But it's squared Westley up, hasn't it? He's looked to play almost a similar stroke, but it's moved. It's a little bit fuller, this ball, so it's had more time to do the work. And so that's what's defeated Westley there. So nice little bit of work there from Laws.
It's over the wicket once again to Westley, and that's on his hip. And that will be leg byes, I think. He'll be a bit annoyed there, Tom Laws. He's just working on something. No, a bit of bat on that as well from Westley. So 1 more to the total. Wesley's on to 10, 46 for 1. Just elsewhere very quickly for everybody. Hampshire and Gloucestershire finishing at 4:30 today. Hampshire 40 without loss. That's at the lovely Cheltenham College, Mr. Coney. Lovely place to play your cricket. Somerset and Yorkshire at Taunton. Somerset 47 for 1. So 47 for 1, Somerset. As over the wicket comes Laws. Whoa, that is very wide. And well, Ben Folkes has had to dive in front of Jamie Overton at first slip. What is this? Got to be wide. So if you'd given byes there, that would have been frankly ridiculous. But it really went and just kept going and then climbed. And actually, I think Jamie Overton would be quite glad that Ben Folkes got something on it, because that was heading straight towards his head. So yes, Jamie Overton was taking evasive action, but that did swing from Tom Laws. But he just kept going. And Ben Folkes did pretty well even to get gloves to that. 48 for 1 as Laws is in over the wicket, and that's a goodish length. And Westley there let it go. Outside is off stump. End of the over from Laws. So ticking along quite nicely at the moment. Essex 48 for 1 they are. Westley 10, Cook 20. Well, there we are. We were saying if you win the toss today, definitely bat. Edgbaston 5 down now, Kent. 43 for 5 after Warwickshire won the toss and decided to have a bowl.
Is it a pitch decision rather?
Well, there's a man behind us who knows Edgbaston better than most people. Yeah. Mr. Ricky Clark.
A tired pitch, maybe?
Well, Hannon Dalby, yeah. 5 for 14. So it's Ollie Hannon Dalby who's taking the wicket. That would be swinging and nibbling a bit, you would have thought, for Hannon Dalby. Here is Jamie Overton to Alistair Cook. Cook's just playing inside the line of this one, and that's taken by Ben Folkes. So yes, there you are. Ollie Hannon Dalby, all 5. Kent, who are having batting problems this summer anyway, 43 for 5. Nottinghamshire in the 2nd division, 42 without loss against Derbyshire. Middlesex stuck Sussex in at Lords. Your face, Mr. Getty. And Sussex 39 for 1. So 39 for 1. Because it's not going to be any cooler at Lords, is it? Even I know that. As in over the wicket once again comes Overton, and this is wide outside the off stump, and it's got nothing to do with that at all. And Northamptonshire and Lancashire, and I believe that one as well, just stopping at 4:30 today. Northamptonshire 29 for 1.
Why 4:30? Just the heat?
Just the heat. Yes, I think they gave the option the ECB to everybody. If you wanted to stop early and then make the time up over the days 2, 3 and 4, but I think it's only Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire that I've read that have said that that's what they're going to do because of the heat. Overton, and he comes to Cook. Cook just again, short ball outside his off stump, shaped up to have a pull at that, and then just let it go outside his off stump. There's ominous signs here from A. Cook, and I have to admit, when I got here this morning and everyone had been talking about the heat and blue sky and sun and this place, I did think, this is right up his street, isn't it? It really is. He'll be aiming to still be there at lunchtime tomorrow, won't he? And won't have broken sweat.
Oh, what has he got? 600 runs would he have this year?
Yeah, he's good. A fair few. 73rd first-class century last week for Sir Alistair. Oh, there's an aeroplane going overhead as Jamie Overton gets ready to come charging in once again over the wicket to Cook, and Cook, that just climbs on him, hits the thigh guard, flies away into the cover region, and there's no run. I'm looking forward to watching Simon Harmer as well. 28 championship wickets in the last 2 games, so 15 against Hampshire and 13 against Gloucestershire.
Well, you know, I may be totally wrong, but you do get the feeling that Essex are a side that get enough runs. I'm not thinking about big runs, I'm thinking enough runs, particularly at home. Chelmsford. And
Overton's in. Apologies, Mr. Coney, as this is tucked away off the stumps by Alistair Cook, and he'll take a single. Oohs and ahs from Jamie Overton.
They've got Simon Harmer there, they've got Matt Critchley, haven't they? He bowls a few leggies, mainly a batsman. Leggy, isn't he? Shane Snater. And Porter's back.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
and
And Sam Cook,
well.
yeah. Sam Cook.
Yeah.
Good singer.
Yeah, very good singer, very good bowler as well. Very good bowler. And Sam Cook back into the attack for this game. Aaron Beard not playing. As over the wicket once again goes Jamie Overton, and this is pushed off the back foot by Tom Westley down towards backward point, and there's no run as Cameron Steele does the fielding. End of the over, 49 for 1. The other thing with Essex at the moment are they're putting a run together on their last 3 championship games. Surrey, of course, top of the first division.
But they've got a game in hand, haven't they?
Got a game in hand of Essex. So it's interesting. This is a game you look at and think, this could be an absolute cracker. And the pitches here this season have been good ones. There's been a bit there for everybody. Surrey have managed to get results here as well this season. So
how have they done that? With the bat mainly?
Bat first,
but
score
to win
loads.
so many games, you'd have to say that the bowling is actually doing its work as well.
Absolutely. And the thing that Rory Burns has had this season is lots of different options up his sleeve, and somebody's always sort of stepped up when he's needed them to. Just thinking of the spin side of things, Jacks at Beckenham, as here is Laws over the wicket to Cook, and Cook lets this one go outside his off stump, and then Jamie Overton has picked up his wickets this season as well. Jordan Clark, till he got injured, again absolutely outstanding, and then picked up that side throw. Worrall we know all about, just with that skill set. And I think the thing with Worrall as well is I don't think he will pick up 5s, but I don't think it's that so much. He just tends to pick up 2s, 3s, but those 2s and 3s are always good ones at the top of the order and at the back end or in the middle when you need them. As Laws is in again, this one's left alone by Cook outside his off stump. So he's had plenty of options, and as I say, that they've sort of, and Overton's been that point of difference for them this season, just with his pace as much as anything, and the fact he's bowled. And I was watching the test match he played in, but we've got mentioned quite a lot. He's sort of bowled a much fuller length this season than you've sort of seen, I think, before it, as just running and banging it into the pitch. But no, he's got a lot more about him than that. As Laws is in again to Cook, who's just pushing away from his body a touch on this one. Alistair Cook, and that's down into the gully region, and that's picked up by Will Jacks. But yeah, if you look at the sort of the figures of Jamie Overton this season, I've got my little blue book here this year, Mr. Coney. It's very exciting. That's my batting stats. Get to my bowling stats in a moment. So I'm just looking at Overton, and Hampshire at home 5 for 54. As this one's left alone outside the off stump, and 3 for 53. So that, I'm just looking at the games here. 1 for 83 and 2 for 39. Here, a couple of wickets against Northamptonshire as well. And then where he really came to town was at Scarborough last week. And I think got picked for England on the back of that. He's sort of, all his spells have been pretty hostile, and he's been at the batters the whole time. And I think with what happened at Taunton as well, and it got written about a lot actually when he sort of concussed Craig and then Josh Davey as well. As over the wicket again comes Laws, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Alistair Cook. So he's bowled quick, but it's been the control he's had this season as well, as much as anything. And he sort of mentioned it before his Test debut, you know, this thing with Azam Mahmood. I think it was only a couple of weeks before the season started. Just shorten your run up. You can still run in hard, but you're not going to. You haven't lost any pace, and it's worked really well for him. As Tom Laws' right arm over the wicket to Cook. That's a good one. One bowled by Tom Laws. Just had a little push at that one outside his off stump. End of the over. Essex 49 for 1. Here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. Do one more over with Jeremy Coney, then we'll bring Ricky Clark back in. 20-minute spells for the summary team today. It's a hot day. You know, I need you all on your best form for the 20-minute shifts.
I was quite excited, I've got to say, today, and it's not always the way. But these are two clubs that I've always, even back when we were playing, you know, they were the two sides that if you could get a good game in against either Surrey or Essex. Even back in those days, Essex, they had players like Gooch was there and Fletcher.
As in comes Jamie Overton. This one's left alone outside his off stump.
A guy called Hardy.
Brian Hardy.
Yeah.
Good player, Brian Hardy.
And there was a Topley as well, I think.
Yeah, there was. Topley.
Yeah,
yes,
and
there was.
John Lever was there, of course, and Foster was there as well.
And they always had good overseas. Alan Border as their overseas, I remember. Mark Wall was their overseas for a long. They always had a good overseas.
And here
pro.
There was a Butcher, a Lynch. Is that a name?
Yeah, Monty Lynch.
Yeah.
Alan Butcher, as in over the wicket once again. Comes over to
Pocock.
Pat.
And a Tony Gray, I think, might have been the overseas in those days.
Yes.
So that's,
You'll probably see.
And Jesty.
Yes.
He was here,
Yeah.
And Alex Stewart, of course, was just starting then.
He was. You'll probably see Percy. He's here a lot, isn't he? He'll be up in the committee room somewhere. Pete Pocock. Wander around for a chat at some point. If you're lucky, he'll have brought his CD with him as well, because he quite enjoys bursting into a bit of song now and again. Yeah, very good. His New York is special. It really is. As in over the wicket once again comes over to all right up there on the toes of Westley. Just gets toe end of the bat on this, and that rolls away into the slips. Nicely bowled by Jamie Overton. I have been at a function where sort of the function ended, and then someone said, we could go on a bit here, and then said, Perth, would you mind singing a few songs? Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, go on. All right then. And he had his backing CD ready to go, and off he went for an hour. It was brilliant, and he's very, very good as well. But he had his backing CD ready for action just in case he got the call up. As it over the wicket comes Overton again, and Westley gets a short ball, gets up on his toes, plays this one out towards cover point, and there's no run. No, but I think this game in a way has come at a perfect time in the fact that both sides are in form. Essex are on a bit of a roll. Surrey are at the top of the division with a 15-point cushion, and sort of in these conditions on this ground, this sort of probably end up to be a very dull draw. But on paper, you sort of get quite excited about this game of cricket. You really do. And some of the names on show as well. Kemar Roach was sweeping on the cover rope. They've just brought him back into an orthodox cover now for Overton. And here he comes to Westley once again. That's on the hip of Tom Westley. Just tucks it away out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. That'll bring up the 50 for Essex. So 50 for 1. Steady progress from Essex this morning. They won the toss, batted first. Nick Brown, the man to go, caught behind off Kemar Roach for 10. Alistair Cook, as I say, is looking ominous. He's on 21. Westley's had his moments, but the captain's still there on 11. Left-handed Cook. Back on to strike. Jacks at first slip. Pope at second. Ryan Patel at third. Jamie Overton coming over the wicket to Alistair Cook, and that's right up there in the block hole, but wide of the off stump and left alone by Alistair Cook. Thank you to Jeremy Coney. Jeremy's with us all day. Well, Jeremy's here for all 4 days, which is absolutely marvellous, as is Ricky Clark. What a duo. Eva Gray with us for the first couple of days as well. And next time Mr. Coney comes on, we'll ask you about his trip to Sri Lanka, because I saw some of the photos. Saw commentary tents being blown away and sat on top of a fort and all sorts of things. So yes, it looked a marvellous trip. And Dan Worrall is going to come back into the attack. So we saw a bit of Dan Worrall this morning getting us started from the Vauxhall end, and now we're going to see Dan Worrall come back in after Laws there bowling his 4 overs. Very warm welcome back to Ricky Clark, and Dan Worrall will have Tom Westley to bowl at, and Kemar Roach was out at deep backward square, but he's now sort of jogging up towards mid-wicket. So first and second slip, and then a 4th slip for Dan Worrall to Tom Westley. Worrall's in over the wicket, Westley's forward. I think he just about pulls the bat inside the line of that. Clark, what have you made of this sort of first hour and 10 minutes of play this morning?
Yeah, 2 good sides locking horns, Churchy. I think we're seeing it's a pretty good pitch, but the ball is still swinging a little bit. Jamie Overton from that far end has had a bit of shape, and obviously Dan Worrall first ball back into his spell. Lovely delivery with a bit of away movement. So yeah, good competitive cricket so far.
Yeah, very good. 50 for 1 Essex. Worrall down below us. Over the wicket he comes to the right-handed Westley, and Westley's letting that one go. Outside his off stump, so Westley wanders off towards the square leg. Surrey will know where they want to bowl to Tom Westley. You know, anything on these legs, he's so strong, isn't he? And anything straight, he's so strong. But he does have a tendency just to, when he drives, those hands tend to leave him a touch, don't they?
Yeah, I think they'll be looking to try and get him drive as much as possible. Reminds me of Jonathan Trott off his legs. Bowlers are always oohing and ahhing and feeling like they're in the game for LBW, and Trott used to hit it all the time. Wesley's similar. As
in over the wicket again comes Worrall. Oh, shout for LBW. Big shout for LBW. Bowled him, has he? No, he's bowled. I thought that was shout for LBW. He's bowled him round his legs. I thought that was shout for LBW, but he's actually bowled him round his legs, because Westley just turned around and walked off. Now, I was waiting for the umpire there, but I think he's just bowled him. Oh, he's just played all round a straight one. To be fair, it's a strange old bit of cricket. Just as we were saying how good Tom Westley is with straight deliveries, he's just gone straight round a straight delivery and is bowled for 11. I thought it had to be a shout for LBW from the shot, and then he just turned around and walked up. But literally, he's just played straight round, as we were saying, and Ricky Clark was saying Jonathan Trott always tended to middle it when he works round his pads. Well, Tom Westley there has done exactly that, but missed a straight one, and Westley goes for 11 and 50 for 2.
I think that's my first commentator's
curse.
It
is, you've absolutely stuffed him, to be fair. Out of sight there, Clark.
Sorry, Wes. No, yeah, brilliant bit of bowling in fairness from Dan Worrall. Come back into the attack, away, and then just went straight on. And Wesley would be disappointed with that, because normally he's so strong there, but as you said, just played all around it, and we were just saying how strong he is there.
Yeah, I was convinced it had to be an LBW shout, just from the shape of the shot as much as anything. But then he just turned around and walked off. So here's Dan Lawrence out to the middle. The names keep on coming. Here is Dan Lawrence. So gone for 11 is Westley, and 50 for 2 Essex. Surrey will be quite happy with this at the moment. And out comes Dan Lawrence, who of course, that amazing 100 here, age 17. His first one, where everyone just sat there and went, what on earth is this lad all about? He's whipping balls from a foot outside his off stump through with Ricky. Everybody knows what a good player this young man is.
This is a big passage of play for me. Up until lunch from both teams. Essex are obviously looking to get through unscathed and get that ball a little bit older. But for Surrey, this is a crucial time. If they can get another couple out here just before lunch, having lost the toss, this is really puts them in the box seat.
Absolutely, and with these two at the crease together as well, Cook and Lawrence. First ball then for the right-handed Lawrence, as Worrall's into him. Oh, shout for LBW, that's out. First ball, brilliant bit of bowling from Dan Worrall. And Dan Lawrence goes first ball, and it means Worrall's on a hat-trick. And that one was definitely LBW. Absolutely no doubt whatsoever about that. Right on the money. First up is Worrall. Late swing. It's a gorgeous piece of bowling, that. And Dan Lawrence is desperately trying to get himself outside the line, but it struck that bat pad bang in front, and the finger went straight up. And that is a wonderful bit of bowling. And now Dan Worrall's on a hat-trick, and Dan Lawrence goes first ball. But Ricky Clark, that's class from Dan Worrall.
Brilliant bowling. Again, obviously good movement in the air, and as it was swinging away, just sort of held this line and sort of nipped towards off stump, and you're not going to get much plumber than that, Churchy. So again, as we just alluded to, this is a big passion to play. Sorry, definitely on top here, having lost the toss.
I'm glad my eyes are all right, because first wicket, I couldn't see Brown nick off. Then I thought Westley was LBW and he's knocked all 3 stumps over. So I'm very glad that did hit his bat pad. I do have to get myself an eye test at some point quite soon. Now here comes a player I've always really waited, Paul Walter. And he makes his way out, but he's on a hat-trick here, is Paul Walter. But it's just lovely skills from Dan Worrall. And I think that's the first thing everybody spotted when he played his first game for Surrey. And you faced him, obviously, but just his skill set's extraordinary.
Amazing skill set, just bashes the same area time and time again, can move the ball both ways, and actually quite quick. He bowls a heavy ball, as they say, and obviously difficult now for Paul Walter coming into the pressure cooker. It's hot out there already, and he's going to have a few slips waiting for him, and Surrey really going on the attack here.
Got good technique, Paul Walter. He's opened for Essex in Championship cricket. His first Championship 100 this summer. They've got leg slip in for him straight away and 4 slips. So, tall man, Paul Walter. So Dan Worrall on a hat-trick. Coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Walter, and Walter's down the leg side. It swung, but down the leg side. They had a leg slip there. Walter did have a flick at that, but nothing on it and taken by Ben Folkes. But a ripple of applause for the 2-in-2. For Dan Worrall. Well, anybody who was sort of slumbering in the heat sort of woken up a bit now. 2-in-2, Westley bowled, and then Dan Lawrence first ball, LBW. And Dan Lawrence was desperately trying to make it look as if it got outside the line, but sort of hit him bang in front as Worrall's in again, and this one's turned by Walter down towards that leg slip. So very fine over that from Dan Worrall. Couple of wickets in it, 2-in-2 balls, and sort of the morning complexion has changed a touch now. Essex 50 for 3, and Surrey have a bowling point, Ricky Clark.
Yeah, double wicket maiden. Brilliant return to the attack from Dan Worrall. Good skills, as we've alluded to, and yeah, they'll be looking to try and get another couple of wickets before lunch here, Surrey, and really put them in the box seat.
A few people asking for Ricky Clark to stay in the commentary box there after Tom Westley. It happens a lot, that, but absolutely. Just getting Jamie Overton running in, but we've got someone just decided to walk straight behind the bowler's arm there. So, yes, you take your time, sir. We've got all day. That is the coolest walk behind a bowler's arm I think I've ever seen. Just a little stroll and then a wave when realising. So there we are. And a bit of that in Scarborough as well, but you know better than anybody. You get told in no uncertain terms in Scarborough if you go anywhere near a sight screen. Here is Jamie Overton then into Alistair Cook, and Cook's letting this one go outside his off stump. Now, if Surrey could prize out Alistair Cook before lunch, they'd be absolutely cock-a-hoop. But Essex now, those 3 quick wickets, well, 2 quick, 2-in-2 balls, of course. Can't get much quicker than that. Yes, and Nathan in Singapore. Hello, Nathan. Saying that these wickets for Dan Worrall are sort of what I was talking about with Mornay Morkel. Just always up the top somewhere is Dan Worrall. Over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton. That one's left alone outside the off stump. That run chase at Scarborough reminded me a little bit of you and Morkel at New Road in 2018, where got over the line to win the championship. But when Hardy and Folkes walked off together, I think someone actually tweeted her, didn't they? Tweeted a photo of Hardy and Folkes and yourself and Morkel.
few younger faces last week, I think.
I know which was the better looking pair, I have to say.
Thank you, Churchy.
It was more cool. It's that experience. You could see the experience there. As young hardy-haired folks with their film star looks made their way off at Scarborough. Over the wicket once more comes Jamie Overton to Cook. Cook's letting this one go wide outside his off stump. Just a reminder again, the one-day international first one at Durham. England, South Africa, Test Match Special Team will be with you here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. For that, the Ben Stokes final game, of course, as we were saying earlier today. So you wouldn't put it past him, would you, with the way he goes about things, B. Stokes, to, I don't know,
105.
Yeah, or take an amazing catch, or he'll do something, won't he? Or a ridiculous run out, or he'll do something, definitely. Charges in once again, does Overton. Into Cook. Cook, that's hitting always back fine. Now that could have come back onto his stumps quite easily. Sort of hit him on the bottom, Alistair Cook, as he was just trying to work it round the leg side. Hit him on the bottom, and you often see those go back onto the stumps. Waters down to do some gardening at the non-striker's end. But yeah, so sometimes those do, don't they? They sort of hit you on the backside and then go straight back onto the stumps.
Yeah, just grabs the bottom bit of the fire guard and drags round. Been out like that once, actually.
Have you?
Yeah.
In over the wicket comes Overton once again. And this one's left alone by Cook outside his off stump. Some change of design in the thigh guard, I suppose. As off goes Cook for a little wander, thinking about all other sorts of things at the moment.
Saying that, I've been out in many different ways that probably are not possible.
I'm not sure I should mention this after the sort of the uproar of your last innings, but you played yesterday, did you not?
Yeah.
Runs again for our Clark.
Yeah, 162 not out.
Very good, yes.
In a nice win against a good team, in fairness. A good club and good spirits.
Yeah,
so no uproar this time, I don't think.
Well, that's good to hear. Although Shrewton did all right out of it, didn't they? Publicity-wise, as in over the wicket once again comes Overton. Short ball. Oh, Alistair Cook's not in control of that at all. Outside edge, and it's just got past a diving Ryan Patel at third slip. That just got big on Alistair Cook. It really did from Overton, and he wasn't in control of that at all. That's a good bit of bowling from Jamie Overton. Just climbed on Cook outside edge, and it wasn't far away from a diving Ryan Patel. Terrific bit of bowling from Jamie Overton. 4 more to Cook. He's on to 25. Bit of pressure here from Surrey, and 54 for 3 Essex.
Yeah, you don't often see that from Alistair Cook. Normally very strong on the short ball, and just tried to fend it that time and got a thick outside edge, and luckily for him didn't go to hand, and diving Ryan Patel couldn't quite get it. So good from Jamie Overton, good energy, running in and bashing a hard line and length as Worrall comes in again.
Here he comes from the Vauxhall end over the wicket to Walter. Oh, Walter, has he gloved that? He has, and he's caught at leg slip. Oh, and Paul Walter has not played that short ball at all well, and Surrey had Cameron Steele in there at leg slip, and it's just hit the glove and looped, and he's dived forward as Cameron Steele, and the trick has worked for Surrey, but banged in by Worrall off the glove, and Cameron Steele with a good catch diving forward at leg slip, and Worrall from nowhere has picked up 3, and all of a sudden now Essex are 54 for 4.
Brilliant bowling again. Obviously he's been working on his skills, dragging batters forward and getting bowled in LBW, so Paul Walter will be thinking if he looking to do the same, and then surprises him really well with a nice short, well directed delivery. And Cameron still done well actually, because it looped up. He probably didn't see it at first, but moved nicely forward and dived on it. Good catch, and again Surrey massively on top here. Big passion to play, as we've said.
Wonderful bowling this from Worrall. He's now got 3 for 13, and those 3 all come in the last 2 overs. Hasn't conceded a run, was on a hat trick. The leg slip was in there, and Walter got himself in an awful tangle, and it just hit the glove and looped. And as you say, it was a good catch from Cameron Steele, because he was diving forward, and it was one of those that you sort of take a step back to begin with, don't you, and then you have to come forward, and everyone was crying catch it, and he dived forward. So Critchley is out there now to join Cook, but a real chance here for Surrey to they've already got Essex under pressure, but to put them in under real pressure now.
I think it goes to show how quickly a game and an innings can change. Obviously did a very short spell to start with, the new ball down Worrall, and sometimes when that lacquer comes off you get a little bit more shape and a bit more control, and he's come back into the attack. So credit to Rory Burns bringing him back into the attack, and they've obviously worked on the ball and they've got good shape here now. So big patches of play, as we said.
Well, as I often say with Surrey Ricky Clark, they might be paying him in gold, but he's certainly worth his weight, isn't he? Well, 54 for 4 as in he comes to Critchley, and Critchley, oh, that's a good first ball as well for Critch, just swinging away late off a good length from down Worrall. But I love watching this fella bowl, I really do.
Everything's just very simple. Lovely rhythm, just good approach to the crease, strong action as he gets into his gather, and just watching that on the replay there, beautiful swing. You can tell the seam position and the fingers as well. At pace, he can do it both ways. So testing times here for Essex.
Yeah, indeed, as Worrall over the wicket, he comes to the right-handed Critchley, and Critchley, good full face of the bat there as he punches that up towards mid-on, because we've seen Westley try and whip one round that front pad and bowled, and then Lawrence LBW first ball, and then Paul Walter caught at leg slip without scoring. So from 50 for 1, apologies, and looking quite comfy, suddenly 54 for 4 Essex. Worrall in once more to Critchley, looking for the Yorker. Critchley gets bat on this. Loopy, funny looking delivery that in the end from down Worrall, but Critchley got bat on it, but it was a little bit sort of sidearm loop on that. Critchley didn't get done by it.
It's hooping.
Yeah,
literally is hooping. I'm just watching there, obviously he's got his 4 slips in, waiting, a backward point as well, a little bit deeper for a false drive, also a catching position.
Here he comes once again over the wicket. Oh, Critchley's forward tentatively, hits the face of his bat, rolls away down towards backward point. So yeah, swinging now as well. And I did say in this heat, because it's going to be the hottest day of the year on record, Ricky Clark, so we've never been in these situations ever. Heat, well, it's swinging.
Yeah, really good shape. Interesting here, he's just put Kemar Roach back down Worrall, so he's either a bit of a double bluff to try and keep him in his crease, or he's going to go big in swinger.
Here he comes to Critchley, and Critchley drives outside the off stump, and that's a naughty shot with the ball swinging, and that beats the outside edge. Great over again from Dan Worrall. 54 for 4. Ricky Clark, have a drinks break, my good man, and we'll bring Eva Gray back in. As I say, the heat today with a talented trio like your good selves, I've got to keep you all hydrated. That's the key thing on a day like today. Hydration is absolutely key. But it's all changed a bit since the last time Eva was with us. 54 for 4 are Essex, and Kemar Roach, unsurprisingly, is coming back into the attack. And Kemar Roach back into the attack from the pavilion end. So you've got Worrall getting swing from the Vauxhall end. Kemar Roach will be looking for the same from the pavilion end now. Coming into Alistair Cook, and Cook's forward lets this one go outside his off stump. But outstanding little spell of bowling this from Dan Worrall, Eva.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of swing here, and so maybe our theory about heat might be right.
Don't put yourself in that category. It was my theory, which was a ridiculous one, Eva Gray, and everybody looked at me like normal, as in, oh, here he goes. But on a serious point, though, you do sometimes see this under blue skies, hot day, and the ball does go. And we've seen it here today as in round the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. Alistair Cook pushes forward, down towards backward point it goes, down Worrall does the fielding. But what fascinates me with this is Worrall bowls that first little spell, comes out the attack, Tom Laws comes on, and then Worrall comes straight back and all of a sudden gets it to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think we spoke about it before play. I mean, they're going to be kind of short spells in this heat, and yeah, these two bowled really well up front, but only had 4 or 5 overs each.
Round the wicket again goes Roach. That's left alone by Cook outside his off stump.
And it's just kind of showing how it was good captaincy from Rory Burns actually to then bring them back on quite quickly after. And then, yeah, all of a sudden Essex are 54 for 4 thanks to some really nice swing bowling.
Yeah, very good from Worrall. 54 for 4, as Eva Gray says. Here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. As Kemar Roach from that pavilion end is round the wicket to Alistair Cook, and Cook again just lets it go outside his off stump. Quite a few people dotted around in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion, but I think a lot of people have heeded the warning today. My train up this morning was very quiet, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. I would imagine as well, even if people were planning on coming, there's some issues with the trains as well. There were 4 cancelled trains on my way in today.
Were there? Yeah, because of the heat. I got the earliest one, thinking that might be an idea, as in round the wicket once again goes Roach. Ooh, Cook's forward, little uppish this punch drive, out towards extra cover. Mr. Cook just rehearses that shot again. Just looking to go through extra cover there. It's just a little bit uppish, that.
Yeah, we spoke about how it was a good toss to win, and that most people would want to have a bat, but see, Warwickshire chose to field, which a bit of an odd decision, but they've got Kent 63 for 5.
Yeah, and Ollie Hannon-Dalby has all 5. As Roach is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump once again by Alistair Cook. End of the over from Kemar Roach, maiden, 54 for 4, so runs have completely dried up now with those 3 quick wickets. Just joining us for the first time today, good afternoon to you. Day 1 here in South London. Surrey top of the First Division, Essex 4th on a run of 3 straight wins. Essex on the toss batted. Nick Brown was the first to go, caught behind off Kemar Roach for 10, but then everything looked very comfy. Westley and Alistair Cook going along nicely. Then Westley bowled by Worrall for 11, and then Nick's balled down Lawrence LBW to Worrall without scoring, and then Paul Walter caught at leg slip off this man Worrall without scoring, and suddenly 50 for 1's become 54 for 4 as Dan Worrall comes in over the wicket to Critchley, and Critchley's letting this one go outside his off stump. Really, he's key anyway. He's always key, Cook, but he's become even more key now, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with all the kind of trouble at the other end, he's looked slightly unfazed. I can't think of too many chances or appeals, but Critchley's just got to dig deep here. I think these two can't go on forever, so as we've said, it's going to be short spells, and they're going to be tough with the movement that they're getting through the air, but he's just got to dig deep and plug away here.
Worrall's in again to Critchley. He's reaching for this. Again, it swings outside his off stump, but it was a very full length, and Critchley, their feet didn't really go anywhere. He's just sort of trying to get the bat on it, and it's rolled back up the pitch, and there's no run. Sir Alistair now 25,524 first class runs. Not bad, is it?
Not bad at all.
73rd first class 100 last week. As Worrall is in. Oh, that's the one that comes back. Critchley gets bat on it. Plays it up towards mid-off. Actually, Worrall, as he's letting the ball go at the moment, you're almost expecting something to happen every ball, aren't you? Now he's getting it to swing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key thing is that it goes so late. It doesn't go out the hand. Yeah, I can't imagine being stood in the crease and kind of trying to guess which way it's going to go. But yeah, really late movement here from Dan Worrall.
Over the wicket he comes once again, and Critchley, good shot down the ground. This will be a chase for Hashim Amla, and his white floppy sun hat's blown off as always, and that's going to run away down below us for 4. Critchley's off the mark with the boundary. Very nicely played that. Matt Critchley did swing, but he waited for it, and then full face of the bat straight back down the ground. Back past Dan Worrall. Nice way to get started for Critchley. He's on to 4, 58 for 4.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, that. It wasn't a full flourish of the bat. It was wide outside off stump, and he's kind of clipped it through back straight past the bowler.
I think he sort of almost stopped himself whipping it through the leg side, and in the end it went straight back down the ground. As in over the wicket again comes Worrall. There he goes again. I think here Critchley is saying to himself, do not play round my front pad. Do not play round my front pad. And in the end, he's sort of with that defensive shot, sort of stopping himself playing around that front bag, because he knows he's going to bring that ball back into him in a moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like he's picking up the line of it quite early, wanting to whip it through the leg side, seeing that it's going late and just bailing out at the last minute.
That one is way down the leg side from Worrall and will keep going. And Ben Folkes did his level best to get to that, but that'll be 4 byes, because it started swinging the moment it left Worrall's hand, but it was going down the leg side, and Ben Folkes hung in the air there for a second, almost got a fingertip to it, may well have got a fingertip to it, Ben Folkes, but it's sort of way down to the boundary rope for 4. Again, I said this last week at Scarborough a couple of times, but I feel for the keeper there, because they're never getting near that, are they?
No, I kind of think you've got all these KPIs that each kind of team and player measure themselves by, and one of them usually is byes. But I kind of think these days, especially in red ball cricket, you can't measure yourself on byes, can you?
KPI, key performance indicator, excellent. As round the wicket comes Roach from the pavilion end, and Alistair Cook is just doing battle here with Kemar Roach, because runs have slightly dried up with those wickets falling. But yes, because when I was little, it was always, oh, look at the byes for the keeper, and that sort of, if the keeper hasn't let any byes, they'll be delighted with that. But sometimes these days, they're not getting near any of these that are swinging. They'd have to grow by about 7 foot to get anywhere near them. So
when I think of byes, I think of Jofra Archer.
In round the wicket once again comes Roach. Forward goes Cook. A diving stop from Jacks there at third slip. Soft hands of Alistair Cook once again.
I think about that ball that clipped off stump and goes over the keeper's head. Did it go for 6?
I think it did,
I think it might have gone for 6.
Yes. Well, I also think you see it now. Well, that one with Worrall was a case in point. It just keeps going. It's almost hitting square leg by the time. As Roach round the wicket, he comes once again to Cook, and Cook always played at that one. Lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. This is very good stuff from Worrall and Roach this morning. Essex winning the toss, unsurprisingly deciding to have a bat. Find themselves 62 for 4 with the ball swinging at the moment. Yes, it was. Was that against, I want to say Pakistan, but it clipped the top of the off stump and it flew straight over Butler's head and went for 6. Extraordinary piece of bowling. Round the wicket once again comes Roach, and this was left alone outside the off stump by Alistair Cook. It'll be very good, keeping fingers crossed and touching wood and all that good stuff, to see Jofra Archer back. Incredible talent.
Yeah, it's just been injury after injury recently, hasn't it? He had so many issues with his elbow, just about getting back from that injury, and we see another one of these stress fractures, which are so common these days.
I saw Matt Fisher last week down at Scarborough, and he's coming back from his, and he's going well, he said. As in round the wicket once again comes Roach. In behind it goes Alistair Cook. Short delivery, just punches up towards mid-off. Rory Burns will be a happy captain. He's up there doing the fielding, but I watched him go through all his, and you know all about this, going through all the rehab and all his drills and everything during the lunch break, and it's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Tash Farrant as well out at the moment with a stress fracture, and I had one 5 or 6 years ago as well, and it's just so tedious, the rehab.
Around the wicket again goes Roach to Cook. That's a lovely shot from Alistair Cook. It won't look spectacular. It's rolled out for no runs, but it was the stride he took. Got himself fully forward there, did Alistair Cook, and if that had swung, he was covering everything there. Alistair Cook. Great battle, Roach and Cook. End of the over, 62 for 4 then. Eva Gray is alongside. Essex winning the toss, batting first this morning. Eva with us for the first couple of days, which is terrific. And then got cricket to be played, of course. And so a win again on Saturday for South East Stars. Started all right.
Yeah, it was actually really pleasing on Saturday. We've got 8 or 9 players missing from our senior squad, so we drafted in a couple of the academy girls, and they did really well, which is great to see.
Worrall is in to Critchley. Critchley is forward playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, it shows the strength of talent that's coming through, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've kind of always known that one of our strengths as a team is that we've got strength in depth. But yeah, I presented Beth and Miles with her cap on Saturday morning, and then she goes, and honestly, the pitch we were playing on was like playing in a sandpit, and she's a left arm spinner, and she was turning it square and got 3 for, bless her. So.
In over the wicket again comes Worrall, and that one's climbing off a goodish length at Critchley. Surrey are sniffing another wicket here before lunch, without a shadow of a doubt. And Critchley there, that has bounced on him. Lovely bit of bowling again from down Worrall, taken by Ben Folkes up above his right shoulder. So that was Southport. Well, you were saying, well, what interested me was what you were saying about the pitch where Keaton Jennings got his 300.
Yeah, it's just this massive crater on the crease. I don't know how you do it. I'd just fall over.
He was out there a long time. As in comes Worrall again, and left alone once more by Critchley.
Yeah, I fall over anyway at the best of times, let alone when you've got a crater to stand in.
Yeah, 300 for Keaton Jennings. And next up for South East Stars?
We've got Western Storm on Saturday at
Yep,
Cheltenham.
that's right. That'll be good. Cheltenham would be good.
Yeah, I think we've probably have a similar squad, because we've got so many players out with injuries or off with England. We've got ADR. I'm not sure if she'll be around this weekend. She should be coming back from the England ODI squad.
Played yesterday, didn't she? Oh, that's out. Very big shout for LBW. Oh, that must be tight from Worrall again, just swinging it back. And unless Critchley's got a bit of bat on that must have been very, very tight, because it really did swing late again from down Worrall. Oh, that's tight. That is really, really tight. Seeing again on the replay. Must have got a nibble on it, I think.
Yeah, either that or maybe slightly did too much. It looked pretty straight to me,
Good
though.
bit of bowling, isn't it? As Worrall's in again to Critchley. That one's going outside the off stump and going a bit wider, and Critchley has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. I half expected to see the umpire's finger go up there, I must be honest.
Well, you gave it out, didn't you?
I did. I thought that was absolutely plumb. And I think the only thing is, as you say, possibly did too much, or maybe got a little bit of bat on it. 62 for 4. Worrall once again comes in over the wicket to Critchley. Oh, another big shout. That one's got to be even tighter, has it? No, that did do too much. Again, he's got it to come back, and that one did too much. In fact, I think that one didn't look as tight as the previous one, because I think that did do a bit too much. But it's lovely bowling again from down Worrall. Oh, how is that not out?
So
seeing
identical.
it again. Oh dear, I think Critchley's getting the benefit of the doubt there. That is a wonderful bit of bowling. And, well, there we go. The finger didn't go up. I must be honest, I twice expected to see the finger go up there, but it didn't. And 62 for 4, but again, it's wonderful bowling from down Worrall. It really is. As Kemar Roach from the pavilion end comes round the wicket to Cook. Well, Cook's having a little push outside his off stump, and that beats the outside edge of the bat. And in a way, Surrey won't want lunchtime to come now.
Definitely not. It certainly feels like something's happening every ball at the moment. Yeah, we just saw 2 massive shouts in 3 balls from Dan Worrall, and first up a player miss off Kemar Roach.
Yeah, just pushing away from his body a bit. The thing that Alistair Cook's done very sensibly, hasn't seen any of Dan Worrall. He's just stayed up this end. As round the wicket again goes Roach, and this one's turned by Cook up the ground. There's Hashim Amla to do the fielding at mid-on. It's no run, but those 2 shouts for Critchley were very tight, weren't they? Very, very tight.
Yeah, I think the thing that's so noticeable with Dan Worrall is he gets it up there consistently, and you don't see it too often. There's been a lot of complaints for the England kind of seam bowlers that they've been bowling a little bit too short at certain periods over the last couple of years, but he's so consistent with that full length and gets it swinging consistently.
Roach is round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Shot from Alistair Cook, just driving handsomely away through the covers for 4. It's a lovely bit of batting from Alistair Cook's just waited and waited and waited, and then seen that one a bit fuller, and He's just driven it away through the covers for 4. He's on to 29. And Essex move on to 66 for 4. But beautifully played shot from Alistair Cook, and absolutely whistled off to the cover boundary rope for 4 runs.
Just got a message in from Tash Farrant herself, actually.
Ah, hello to Tash Farrant. As in round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left by Alistair Cook. It couldn't have been too far away from his off stump, just from the reaction of Roach and folks. And Cook's down to do some gardening. So, yes, well, hello to Tash Farrant. And, sort of on the road back now, isn't she? Back to fitness, which is great news.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw her in the gym last week, and she's back lifting a bar rather than a stick, which is always good news.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I can do, is lift a stick. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. That's left alone by Alistair Cook outside his off stump, and taken by Folkes again away to his left-hand side. Yeah, because such a good season last year. Tash Farrant, wonderful cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it kind of, the pinnacle was the 100. I mean, yeah, leading wicket taker across the competition, and she's just so good to have as part of that bowling attack, which was so instrumental for us in winning that title.
Yeah, absolutely. As round the wicket once again comes Roach, and forward comes Alistair Cook, pushes out towards extra cover. Tom Laws is there to do the fielding. The end of the over, 66 for 4 then. And Critchley has 4. Alistair Cook's on 29. Worrall 3 for 17 from 8 now. And Roach 1 for 15 from 9. Unsurprisingly, Worrall will continue from the Vauxhall end. Critchley will be on strike, so those 2 huge shots. The only thing I would say, if you're Critchley, is don't miss another one, because the umpire is fully in the game now at this Vauxhall end.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's bowled 4 in this spell now, so I'd imagine this one and maybe one more.
He's in again, and this one goes wide outside the off stump and left alone by Critchley. Yeah, I suppose he's going to get this one, and if he wants another one, then he gets 40 minutes with his feet up and an iced drink down Worrall. Tom Laws is getting warmed up though there at backward point, so it might be the last one in this spell, but he's done some damage. It's down Worrall. 66 for 4 Essex. Again, Kemar Roach is just being placed out there at deep backward square leg now as Worrall comes in over the wickets, and that one's left alone again. Outside is off stump by Critchley. Yeah, this is the thing about bowlers like down Worrall, is sort of from nowhere they can get things to happen. And as I say, this morning it's just been real skill from Dan Worrall, getting that ball to swing late.
Yeah, it's just so pleasing on the eye to watch him bowl. Got such a smooth action and run up, and he looks like he could bowl for ages as well.
It's in again, Critchley driving, nice shot that from Critchley. Just swung away from him, got foot to the pitch of the ball and drives it away through extra cover, and Rory Burns giving chase, but it beats him over the rope and away for 4. Critchley moves on to 8, and Essex moving on to 70 for 4.
Yeah, I think the thing about this Surrey attack is that it does kind of just keep coming at you. You've got Jamie Overton to come back on. He was seeing a bit of swing when he bowled earlier, and he's got a little bit of express pace as well. And yeah, Tom Laws bowled nicely this morning as well, and can definitely get that swinging as well.
Yep. Still the 4 slips now for Worrall, coming into Critchley, who's on driving. Don't miss that, as that's up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on. But fair play again there to Critchley. Full face of the bat. Wasn't trying to work around that front pad, but the reason I say don't miss that is the big shouts in the previous over. The umpire will be keeping an eagle eye on that, because they both looked extremely tight. So keeping an eagle eye on all of this. Worrall over the wicket once again to Critchley, inside edge as he pushed forward. Again though, fair play to Critchley. Full face of the bat again with a bit of late swing, thick inside edge. And that running off out towards deep backward square. And they pick up another single. Critchley moves on to 9. Alistair Cook comes back onto strike on 29. And Essex move on to 71 for 4.
Yeah, I think Critchley will be pleased to get a couple of drives away now, just to settle the nerves a little bit after those 2 big shouts for LBWs. And yeah, he's come in and faced a really tight spell from Dan Worrall.
Yep, and Dan Worrall is just keeping, I think it's fair to say, keeping the batter honest. As round the wicket he comes to Alistair Cook, and Cook's letting this one go outside his off stump. End of the over. Eva, thank you. You go and get some lunch. I'll bring Jeremy Coney in just to help me through till lunchtime and get his thoughts on what we've seen this morning. But a super spell of bowling from Dan Worrall this morning. 71 for 4, Essex, and Surrey would dearly love another one just before lunch. Here comes Kemar Roach to continue from the pavilion end. Welcome back, Jeremy Coney.
Lovely spell of bowling from Worrall. Good skills. I just wondered whether he could have, with his outswingers, could have just run a bit wider, so brought the stumps into play just a little bit more, rather than beating the bat and so on. So you just run slightly wider on the bowling crease, so it just straightens a little bit more.
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end coming into Critchley. Critchley's forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no
don't mind the drives.
No.
Happy with the boundary. Leave it open there. You want him to play those strokes. Brings the slips into play. He's just got to, then the bowler's just got to get his length. Just pull it back a fraction. No, and lovely in swing. Cool. I mean, that was a very close LBW shout, actually.
2.
Yeah.
Were very, very tight. I think I gave the first one out. I thought we could turn around and wander off, but here is Roach once again running towards us, and that's left alone by Critchley outside his off stump.
So the run rate hasn't got away on Surrey at all. They've, there's been no easy runs really. They were a wee bit profligate, I felt, around leg stump for the first, half an hour to 40 minutes. But once they've tightened the line up a wee bit now, it hasn't been easy scoring for the Essex batsmen.
Yeah, and now Rory Burns just having a chat with Kemar Roach about a change in field, and they're going to get a man back out to that deep backward square again, and Critchley's seen that. So off goes Tom Laws. He's just in front of square, in fact, as Kemar Roach goes wider of the crease. There's the short one, but it's outside the off stump. It's punched by Critchley very nicely through the covers for 4, so nicely put away that by Critchley. He moves on to 13, and Essex move on to 75 for 4.
Well, loose ball outside the off stump, so we've seen him on the drive a couple of times to Worrall, and we've also now seen him off the back foot. I thought he was mainly a leg spin. I haven't seen him bat before at all, but he obviously can do that. Is he a batsman mainly who bowls a few leggies?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Over the wicket once again comes Roach, and that one just hops a touch as Critchley plays that as if it was about to sting him, and it rolls out towards cover point. Cameron Steele gets round to do the fielding.
Cook has almost stagnated, hasn't he? He got to 20 quite quickly, as I was saying, around that leg stump, but since then it's been very difficult. He's almost caught on about 4th slip, just pushing at a ball. I thought actually Overton unsettled him slightly. Played at balls, didn't want to. Just looked, just with the extra bit of pace maybe in the short attack. He only handles the short ball quite well.
Over the wicket again goes Roach, and that's flicked by Critchley down the leg side. Swung off the pads actually for 4. Again, did swing, but it's absolutely flown off down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. And well, Ben Folkes has done his 10,000 steps today already. He's been all over the place, but yeah, that was on leg stump and swinging. But Kemar Roach a little clap at the hands in frustration. And as I say, Ben Folkes has been all over the place so far this morning with the ball swinging like this. I'd say actually it was very interesting having a chat there with Eva, that you used to sort of think Byes was the sort of for a keeper, you look at the buys and the number of buys that they've. But some days, with this ball these days and the amount it swings sometimes when it goes past the bat, they've got no hope of getting anywhere near it. They're getting a leg slip in now for Critchley, because he's getting that ball to swing in late, is Kemar Roach. He's in now to Critchley, and Critchley's forward, thickish edge, runs off down towards that short third man boundary rope and away for 4. So again, Kemar Roach getting Critchley just to push forward. Fair enough, went down into the ground and whistled off down to that third man boundary rope for 4 runs, and 83 for 4. Essex, Critchley 21, and actually these two together now came together at 54 for 4, so they've added 29, which Critchley's got 21, and there's a punch of gloves there between Cook and Critchley. How was your trip to Sri Lanka, Mr. Coney? It looked amazing.
I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Arrived in Colombo in the north and was driven down to Gaul on a fantastic motorway they have there, just straight the whole way. It's about 2.5 hours. Not many cars on the roads, of course, because no petrol. No. And you have to feel sorry for them.
As Jamie Overton is in from the Vauxhall and replacing Dan Worrall after that fantastic spell of bowling. So he's, well, maybe it's exactly what you were talking about with Alistair Cook, just unsettled him and want another go at him before lunch. Because yes, of course, in Sri Lanka, while you were there, you know, that it's turbulent times in Sri Lanka, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, they've run out of money. They've got no money. They can't pay for petrol. They can't pay for gas. Right around the Gaul ground, there's all the gas bottles that people use for cooking have been.
As in comes Overton, outside edge from Alistair Cook. Great catch by Ollie Pope at second slip. And it's good bowling from Jamie Overton. And it's exactly what Jeremy Coney was talking about. Little bit of extra pace, and pushing at it was Alistair Cook, and it's a good catch from Ollie Pope, diving away at second slip because it was dying. I'm not sure it would have got to Will Jacks at first slip. That's a huge wicket before lunch for Surrey. Alistair Cook goes for 29, and Essex are 83 for 5.
Just pushing a little bit at the ball going across him. I don't think it was actually swinging or moving. A little bit of extra pace, yes. A little bit of extra bounce. I think it was off the front foot as he pushed towards it, and it's just taken a regulation outside edge. And it was to Pope's right as a second slip. But he took it comfortably, really going to his right between himself and first slip. And a nice height, but it was actually travelling quite quickly, and so smart catch, did everything that was required of him. So you're right, that's a very big a wicket for Surrey, just on the stroke of lunch too. Perfect timing, and another change brings about a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a good bit of cricket that from Surrey, you have to say. Overton, good captaincy, Overton into the attack, good delivery, and that gets Adam Rossington out there into the middle, who's an attacking player by nature, is Mr. Rossington. So I think he's just signed a few weeks ago, a 3-year deal now with Essex, because he was on
a permanent
loan.
Move.
Yeah,
yeah,
he was on loan, wasn't he, from Northamptonshire, but now it's a permanent move for Rossington, who's I've always thought he's a really, really good player. He's from Middlesex and Northamptonshire. He's a watchable batter, he really is. But he's attacking by nature, right-handed, as Jamie Overton is into him, and he's pushing this one down into the leg side is Rossington, and there's no run there as it rolls into Kemar Roach at mid-wicket. But yeah, so all the gas cylinders,
yeah, all chained together,
are they?
Right round the whole of the ground. Extraordinary. You know, people just taking their gas cylinders to complain and make it very clear of a protest that they can't do anything with their gas cylinders, of course. And of course the people lining up for petrol, unbelievable, probably 5 to 10 miles.
As in over the wicket comes Overton. Oh, Rossington's driving thick edge. That's what I mean with Rossington. And that flies off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. So he's off the mark a little streakily, and Rossington moves on to 4, and Essex move on to 87 for 5.
You do wonder whether the mid-wicket is necessary, perhaps a gully, could go into there if you're going to be looking to get the man driving. You've left there's a mid-off and a very backward a point. He's in the game as a catcher as well. But I just wonder whether the gully, 4 slips at the moment.
Over the wicket comes Overton to Rossington, and Rossington, nice shot. Just up on his toes, punching away through the covers, and exactly what I'm saying about Adam Rossington. 3 balls, 8 runs. And that was nicely played, and whistles off to the rope for 4, and he's on to 8, and Essex move on to 91 for 5.
A spate of runs and boundaries, hasn't there, in the last 3 or 4 overs, after saying there's no easy runs around. But certainly this first session is firmly in Surrey's favour, isn't it, having claimed those 5 wickets after being asked to field.
Over the wicket comes Jamie Overton once again, short, and Rossington was thinking about having a go at that, and then in the end just pulled the bat and the hands high in the air, and taken by Ben Folkes. But good over from Jamie Overton, the wicket of Alistair Cook. You can see what it meant to Jamie Overton as well. He tends to celebrate verbally, and by that I mean screaming and running off, but he was really pleased with that one. It was Jamie Overton, and as I say, very neat and tidy piece of cricket from Surrey, really.
Yeah, it was. They've certainly shown a range of skills here this morning, whether it's been just kind of seaming from Roach, really, angling back into the left-handers and then taking it away slightly. Worrall, of course, we've seen swinging the ball both ways, mainly out to the right-handers, but then the occasional one coming in and later than the outswing. The outswing are more from the hand from Worrall, but very good skills. Laws we haven't seen quite so much, just the 4 overs for him for 17 runs. Didn't quite get it together. He'll have a go after lunch, no doubt about that. And then Overton with some more aggression.
Roach it is from the pavilion end to Critchley. It swings late again, and Critchley's getting forward, and to his credit, he's getting the bat on it, but he's had 2 from the other end, 2 huge shouts for LBW against Dan Worrall as Critchley. So Rossington's having a chat with Peter Hartley down there at the pavilion end. This will be the last over before lunch. Yeah, I should think so. We're very pleased with this. Essex winning the toss, batting first. Kemar Roach in over the wicket he goes wider of the crease. Critchley's forward, thickish edge. It's good bowling again, this from Kemar Roach. He's targeting that front pad.
Yes, he is.
He's just trying to blow the front pad off at the moment. It's Kemar Roach. Dan Worrall does the fielding out there at cover point, but
yeah. Can Critchley get outside that off stump? But he is, you're right, he's bowling in swingers mainly, and it carries on inward towards the pad. He got an edge to that one, didn't he? Outside edge that's gone backward a point.
He's got a leg slip as well, in case he gets too far across and tries to whip one down towards fine leg. Oh, bowled him! Inside edge. Great bit of bowling again from Kemar Roach. Critchley pushing forward, swing, inside edge, back onto his stumps. And what a morning that has been for Surrey, because Critchley goes, that will be lunch, but it's everything we were talking about with Kemar Roach, and it's just the swing, and he's pushed a little bit away from his body, thick inside edge, straight back onto his stumps, and he goes for 21. And Jeremy Coney, that's been an exceptional morning for Surrey, and some high-class swing bowling from Roach, Worrall and Jamie Overton.
Yes, they have. They've really tested out the line of the batsman, just saying, can I, is that my eye over the off stump? Have I got it covered? Do I have to play at this? There's one that's actually just pushed, as you say, just at it, and therefore created a gap between the bat and the pad as the hands have gone away. It's taken the edge and then into the stump. So fantastic morning for Surrey. 91 for 6. From the 28 and a half overs that they've had. All the bowlers have done their moment, apart from young Laws. That's right, he's going to have a chance later on this afternoon. So the ball has moved around. It's the moving ball that's created the problem for the Essex batsmen today. They've just been a wee bit uncertain, and we've seen some high-class bowling as well. So a really good morning to start off this important match. And at the moment, you know, we'll wait and see exactly. We never know until it's been batted on twice. Both teams have had a crack. That whether this is going to be a good total or not. You would think it wouldn't be at this stage, but who knows? If there's movement there for the Surrey bowlers, then let's wait and see if the likes of Porter and all those other players and Snater, if they can do it as well.
Brilliant. What a great morning. Now, lunch has dawned. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex. But at lunch on this first day, Surrey, good morning with the ball. Essex bring the toss, batting first. Essex find themselves 91 for 6. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over on this opening day of this championship match between Surrey and Essex, and at lunch, Essex, having won the toss and batted first, find themselves 91 for 6. Some outstanding bowling from Dan Worrall and Kemar Roach. And swing, really, is what we've seen. Swing in that morning session. Nick Brown was the first to go, caught behind off Roach for 10. Then Tom Westley bowled by Worrall for 11. Very next ball down Lawrence LBW to Worrall without scoring. Paul Walter was then caught at leg slip by Cameron Steele off Worrall, again without scoring. Then Alistair Cook, the big one. Jamie Overton, outside edge. Good catch from Ollie Pope at second slip, and Cook going for 29. And then in that over before lunch, Matt Critchley bowled by Kemar Roach for 21. We've still got 3 balls of the Roach over to go. Adam Rossington is 8 not out. Eva Gray and Jeremy Coney will be with us throughout the afternoon, but with me to start off after lunch, Ricky Clark. And Mr. Clark, we had a chat there about it with Jeremy and with Eva, but just swing outstanding from Surrey this morning.
Yeah, really, really good. I think they've put the ball in the right areas, held the catches that they've needed to hold on to, and obviously got Essex in a really difficult situation here. But there's 2 batters coming to the crease. Rossington's already there with Harmer, and they're going to probably try and counterpunch a little bit,
absolutely.
I think.
Harmer in these situations can be very dangerous. The thing is, in a way, for these two now, they've got a bit of a free hit as well, in the fact they know what's coming, and some quick runs here would be very handy for Essex. 3 slips in there. There's a bit of a breeze now. The flag is fluttering because, of course, as everybody knows, it's a very warm day today, and a leg slip as well in the shape of Ryan Patel. So Kemar Roach with our first ball after lunch, coming in wide of the crease to Simon Harmer, who's letting this one go, the right-handed Harmer, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. But yeah, it was Worrall really that caused chaos, bowling Tom Westley, then having Lawrence LBW without scoring, and then Walter caught at leg slip, and from 50 for 1 it suddenly became 54 for 4.
Yeah, fantastic bowling. I think we got to that sort of stage roughly around the 20 over mark where that lacquer just comes off and allows the ball to swing a bit more.
Over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and oi, that's a good leave from Simon Harmer. Again, that's over the top of his off stump. Very good leave from Harmer because his off stump's still there. But it's excellent bowling again from Kemar Roach. So Kemar Roach swinging it again after lunch here in South London. Hottest day on record. Saw it on the ticker tape during the lunch break on the news. 40.1.
Yeah, Heathrow, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
Not that far away, is Roach is in to Harmer, who's forward driving up towards Rory Burns. Stood up there at mid-off. That completes the over from Kemar Roach. 91 for 6. Harmer yet to get off the mark. Rossington has 8. Interesting chat with you and Mr. Coney as well there about sort of, because the outfield's quite lush, there might have been a little bit of grass left on top. It manages to keep the ball in good condition, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see that there's been a tinge to the wicket for the morning session. And by leaving the grass on, it just allows to keep that ball in good condition, allows you to shine it up, which fundamentally allows the ball to swing for longer. So, you know, they're going to work hard on it and try and keep that swing the best they can and try and bowl out Essex cheaply.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Jamie Overton after lunch from the Vauxhall, then picked up that wicket of Alistair Cook before lunch, and he's coming into Adam Rossington. The right-handed Rossington is forward driving up the ground. Good diving stop from Rory Burns. Timed the dive to perfection, did the captain, who's fully zinced up there under his white floppy sun hat. It's an extraordinary look from Rory Burns today, because you can see the ponytail coming out the back of the white sun, big wide brim sun hat, with the white zinc paint on his face and his sunglasses on as well. As Overton charges in once again over the wicket to Rossington. Rossington driving, but they've got the sweeper out there, and that'll just be a single. But Rossington, this is the way he plays. He is positive by nature, and he's always a batter I've really enjoyed watching, Adam Rossington.
Yeah, he's quite aggressive. got all the shots, and I think it's quite a good field there, because dropping out of deep cover, you're still enticing the drive, you've got your catches, but he's not getting away. He wants to score boundaries, so you know, you get your opportunities that way by him going to something that's not quite there, where if the field was up, that's probably 4 and he's feeling good about himself. So good patience from Surrey as well.
Overton coming in over the wicket to Harmer, right up on the toes of Harmer, tucks this one into the leg side. There's Kemar Roach to do the fielding, whips the ball in over the top of the stumps. Again, most people are sat in the shade now because it's got hotter as the day's gone on. And there are a few brave souls away to our left-hand side with shirts off, sat. I think there are normal suspects. There's always a couple of regulars here that sit with shirts off and shorts on.
No cream.
No cream. Not very sensible. As in over the wicket comes Overton again, and Rossington's allowing Harmer, apologies, lets this one go outside his off stump. But lots of people sort of in the shade of the pavilion and under the middle tier of the MAR Galadari stand, but not too many sat in the green seats. In fact, there's nobody over on the Harleford Road side of the ground at the moment. It's normally a very popular area over there, but I just think people heeding the warnings quite rightly. Lots of water and hats and sun cream today. Very important as Overton charges in once more. Comes in over the wicket to Harmer, and that's swinging away from Simon Harmer, and he just lets it go again. And I've always thought with Jamie Overton, a man you know very well, is when he's happy and everything's moving in the right general direction, on his follow through he ends up right next to the batter, doesn't he?
Literally, he's right there.
Yeah,
his heels kick up behind him, and you look up from when I played against him Somerset days and stuff like that, and you just look up and he's right there. So but he runs in, obviously incredible pace, and he's got good consistent swing here as well. So yeah, incredibly impressive cricketer at this moment in time.
Absolutely. Settles over his bat once again, does Harmer. In over the wicket comes Overton to him, and Harmer's letting this one go outside his off stump. Single off the over, so just the one run added since the lunch break. 92 for 6 then. Harmer yet to get off the mark. Rossington has 9. Well, the Surrey bowlers would dearly love to get this done quickly and get back in with their feet up, wouldn't they? Yeah,
I think, you know, you look at the situation when you lose the toss on a day like this, but to have Essex down 6 at lunch was obviously a good bonus, but again through good bowling. But they'll be looking just to keep their patience, bash away at the good areas, and obviously try and get this innings done and get batting.
Keep an eye on the one-day international for you. England and South Africa, of course, today. Is Kemar Roach from the pavilion end is into Adam Rossington, who's getting a ball just back of length, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. South Africa are batting first. They're 55 for 1 in the 11th over. Van der Dussen 5 not out, Milan 28 not out, and Quinton de Kock, the man to go, bowled by S. Curran. So S. Curran bowling Quinton de Kock for 19. As Kemar Roach in once more. Rossington's forward drives, and again they've got that sweeper out there, so that will just be the single for Adam Rossington. He'll move on to 10. Essex move on to 93 for 6. So good to see S. Curran getting a run out in this game. He opened the bowling, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Matthew Potts as well, although he's gone for 33 off his 4. There's Mr. Potts. Moeen Ali, Bryden Cast having a bowl as well. In comes Roach once more. Forward comes Simon Harmer. Plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside. And there's no run. So it's Roy, Bairstow, Root, Stokes, Butler, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, Bryden Cast and Matthew Potts. And South Africa over now for the ODIs and Test series, of course. Looking forward to that. Be a great Test series. It really will. The way England are playing their Test cricket at the moment will be very interesting, I think, that Test series, won't it? In comes Roach again. Oh, inside edge from Harmer. Just past his stumps. Diving half stop from Ryan Patel at leg slit. They're coming back for 2. As the throw comes in from Dan Worrall, but that could have easily comes straight back onto the stumps as Simon Harmer. He's off the mark with a couple, and Essex move on to 95 for 6.
Yeah, again, it's that movement in, isn't it, from Kemar? He's challenging the defences, and he's getting amazing movement in. And a good field as well, because, you know, he can move it away, so he's giving himself that option as well, but he's really sort of challenging Simon Harmer here.
Well, here we are at Taunton. They're off for rain. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. Oh, that's got to be very tight. Shout for LBW. Umpire Hartley stares down the pitch and the hand doesn't twitch at all, but it's a massive shout on Simon Harmer from Kemar Roach. Must have been very, very tight. Again, it's just that swing. Oh, that is tight. I think umpire Hartley.
Is he saying outside the line there, do you reckon?
That's the only thing I can think, actually. There were 2 huge shouts on Critchley as well from Dan Worrall. But Pete Hartley, of course, very fine swing bowler himself, but not getting the benefit. There, Kemar Roach is in again, and that's left alone by Harmer. Outside is off stump, end of the over. 95 for 6 then. Harmer 2, Rossington 10, and all straight away after lunch again. This is not looking straightforward, is it?
No, again, it's a movement. Obviously, we're just talking about Kemar's got a decent field to go in and away. That LBW shout, this time he's looked to bring the ball away a lot straighter. But Harmer was sort of indicating that it hit him quite high. But, yeah, as most batters do, they start rubbing the thigh.
Absolutely.
But no, really good bowling from Kemar Roach.
It's raining at Taunton. Anyway, see, so it's not all sun everywhere, you know. Be steamy, won't it? In over the wicket comes Jamie Overton, short ball, and that's pulled in front of square by Rossington. Great shot, and that whistles off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4, and Adam Rossington just hit it and then walked off towards square leg. He moves on to 14, 99 for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Adam Rossington. He's very quick on the cut and pull, and did exactly that in this occasion to Jamie Overton. Quick on the pull, sort of jabbed it, and through the mid-wicket for 4.
He did, and it absolutely whistled off to that boundary rope. How does Overton respond? Comes into Rossington, looks for the Yorker. That's well played by Rossington, well bowled by Overton. Ben Folkes is giving chase. They're going to get 2 here, and Harmer's quickly back for the second, but it sort of wandered out towards square leg, and of course with Kemar Roach out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary rope, Overton normally chases those himself, but I wonder if he's thinking I'll conserve a bit of energy, and off went Ben Folkes, and they managed to get back for 2, and that's the 100 up for Essex, 101 for 6.
Yeah, it looked like that, didn't it? The ball goes out and everyone sort of looked at everyone else. Are you going to go in this sort of heat? But good running from Essex. Need to be proactive and try and get every run they can.
The streets of Taunton could be sort of steamy now, couldn't they? It's sort of with the rain coming down in this heat, evaporating quickly as in comes Overton. Forward goes Rossington, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I haven't seen the news today, but I guarantee you somewhere on news, be it local or national, someone will try and fry an egg on the pavement. That will be, won't it? They'll show how hot it is when you can fry an egg on the pavement or on the bonnet of your car or something.
Could be at Heathrow, maybe Weatherspoons.
I was told at the back of the box that was it Luton that the runway started melting. It's no idea, is it? As in over the wicket comes Overton. Oh, that has bounced on Rossington and flies through the slip cordon. And he had no control on that at all. And Ryan Patel flung himself to his left, but it was always over him and away to his left. But that's a great delivery from Overton. That got really big on Rossington. And whistles off for 4. He's on to 20.
It did, yeah. Just obviously Jamie Overton quite tall, but it just sort of leapt at him a little bit, and Rossington tried to drop his hand, and it went flying through that vacant third slip area. Ryan Patel, almost like a fourth, you'd say there, Chechi. So like a 2 and a 4, and it went flying into that gap, and Patel couldn't get it.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Overton. He's in again here, and Rossington pulls the bat inside the line. It's good pace from Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton actually, after that delivery, ended up almost standing next to Dan Worrall, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. After that ball that flew down to third man, he's just tailed off and ended up over by Dan Worrall.
It was either he was disappointed that he didn't quite get the catch.
He's not going to conserve much energy there, is he?
Or disappointed with Ryan Patel. I don't know. One of them.
One of the two. Here he comes once more over the wicket, and he's almost played round that front pad as Rossington. It's good battle. This thickish outside edge flies up towards Rory Burns at mid-off, and as we suspected with Rossington and Harmer there, that you might well get a chance, but the scoreboard will start moving, won't it? End of the over, 105 for 6 Essex.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to, as you said, when Harmer come to the crease with Rossington just after lunch, they're going to be positive. They're going to try and counter punch a little bit, not be reckless, but they're going to try and play their shots, and with that comes chances. So Surrey will be waiting to try and break this partnership. Starting to build a little bit now, only 14. But it's a good opportunity to get chances when you have two batters that are looking to be positive.
Kemar Roach it is from the pavilion end. Coming in over the wicket to Harmer, and Harmer's working this one leg side. Should get 2 here. Dan Worrall's got a long way to come round from long leg, and Harmer will move on to 4, and Essex move on to 107 for 6. But yeah, it's a gorgeous scene here. But we're in an air-conditioned box at the moment, so. And I did go for a little wander at lunchtime, and it's sort of, you get out there and it does hit you how hot it is. But as I say, as soon as the rain comes, we'll all be moaning it's raining at cricket, as in comes Kemar Roach once again, and Harmer forward he comes, pushes out towards cover point, and there is no run as Cameron Steele comes across to do the fielding. But yeah, from a pure tactic point of view here, Essex win the toss and bat. If Surrey could pick up these last 4 pretty quickly, then the bowlers, well, they've done the job, but they get the afternoon with their feet up. Unless, of course, we see the ball swinging for Messrs Porter and Cook, etc. Over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and pushed into the offside by Harmer, and they'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total. But I'm sure when they sat down Essex and did all their stats and everything, which they always do, they'd have looked at what Surrey have scored in their first innings. He said, well, if we win the toss and bat, we've got to get a big total, because Surrey showed last week against Yorkshire 521, Surrey 515. So if Surrey could keep Essex under 200, they'd be absolutely over the moon with that. But that would have been the chat from Essex, I'm sure, in their team talk, whenever it was, as Roach is in, and Rossington forward, thickish inside edge. Roach thought he was throwing there, and that rolls up to Tom Laws in there at mid-wicket.
I think he's getting to that sort of crucial stage of the game so far. We're 32 overs in. Normally the balls start to get a little bit older, not doing as much. There's been not a lot of talk about the cricket balls this year. So for Simon Harmer and Adam Rossington, it'd be important for them to try and get through this and weather the storm a little bit, and it might just get a little bit easier and can capitalise later on. But for Surrey's point of view, it's trying to nip another couple out with this ball swinging.
Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach, and Rossington's had a punch off the back foot, beats the edge. Well, it reminds me very much of the game you played in last year against Hampshire here, where Surrey knocked Hampshire over for not that many and then batted very well in their first innings, and then knocked Hampshire over again. But Hampshire were out for, it was about 2 overs after lunch, wasn't it? Hampshire were all out on the first day.
I think the good thing, Churchill, when you see a wicket that has got a little bit of grass on it, as long as it doesn't do too much, it's a really good cricket wicket.
In over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Rossington. End of the over. Another interesting one from Kemar Roach, and pretty sure Dan Worrall will want another go at some point. 108 for 6. Harmer has 5. Rossington on 20. Yeah, I didn't ask you before lunch because settle into the cricket, but everything going very well at King Edward's, because obviously for those that aren't aware, Director of Cricket now at King Edward's Whitley, and thoroughly enjoy it. Obviously the first summer term as well. So how did it all go, Director?
Yeah, not director yet.
Head of cricket,
Churchy. No, really good. Loving every minute of it. all the boys and girls have, we give out these little mini bats and certificates for their achievements and stuff, and I think we gave out 17 this year for 50s, hat-tricks and fifers and stuff like that. So we're incredibly pleased. Going forward, it's something that we're going to look to continue, just to make sure that they know they're doing the right stuff.
Dan Worrall is into the attack from the Vauxhall end, and he's coming into Harmer. That first one swings as Harmer lets it go outside his off stump. And
then, it's just couldn't ask for a better department, better school, really. Everyone's been very welcoming, and the kids are brilliant, in fairness. Really, really good. So I've enjoyed it, and hopefully it can continue for many years.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Nice to get a break, though, I would have thought, because you've found out what the old 9 to 5's all about. Well, it's not actually 9 to 5, is it? It's even longer than that. As Worrall is over the wicket again to Harmer, and Harmer's covering up, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, so I'm actually a teacher now, and I so second is 1st of July we broke up, so it was quite nice, and I sort of learnt from all the other teachers what they do, and straight away off they go, and I'd imagine a couple of glasses of wine.
Yep, absolutely.
That evening, just to celebrate a school year.
Waits again, does Harmer on 5, Rossington on 20, 108 for 6. Essex as Worrall is in, and Harmer covers up again. Just plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. But sort of overall for you as well, because you look at the whole cricket setup. Are you happy with the way that seeing that talent come through, and the youngsters that are coming through as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think me going into the school and the school wanting me to be there, it is a starting from scratch type of scenario.
Over the wicket comes Worrall, and Harmer's letting that one go as it just swings away outside his off stump.
And then building a good sort of core group coming through early in their schooling. With our under 13s, or under 12s and under 13 did fantastically well. We're getting to play the likes of Whitgift and these sort of schools, which is only going to be good for us. And we've got a couple of now sort of like county setups for boys and girls, so it's good from our point of view.
In comes Worrall once again, and beats Harmer all ends up. It's a lovely bit of bowling again from Dan Worrall. Just get it fuller. Harmer's groping for that, and he goes past his outside edge, but it's just a gorgeous bit of bowling again from Dan Worrall.
I think what you're saying, Churchy, is, as we said, like with that grass on the wicket, it is just allowing to keep the bowlers interested. They've got the swing, I believe these are the wickets that you should be playing on, because if you get in good positions as a batter, you're going to get your value for shots as well.
Over the wicket again goes Worrall, and Harmer's turning this one into the leg side. We'll get a single. One more to the total. And one more to Simon Harmer. So Harmer and Rossington. Good little start after lunch from them. It was 91 for 6. So it doesn't sound a huge amount, 18, but actually where they were, they've had their moments, but 109 for 6 now, and it just lets that dressing room settle down a little bit as well, because they would have been a bit rattled there at lunchtime, because this wouldn't have been what Essex were expecting. On a day like today, when the toss bat first, you think, oh, lovely, but actually Surrey have been excellent with the ball so far. Now Jamie Overton's switching ends, so he's going to replace Kemar Roach now from that pavilion end. 109 for 6, and Harmer on strike as Overton was about to come in over the wicket, but Harmer's spotted something, and Jamie Overton's whirling his arms. It might have been someone just coming out the committee room to have a little sit on the bench there, but Harmer's obviously very eagle-eyed, is Mr. Harmer, and just stepped away. Do this over with Ricky Clark and then bring Eva Gray back. Hats and sun cream are available to purchase from the club shop, it says up there. And if they run out of those, there are still many copies of Typical Surrey available, which you could put on your head, couldn't you? Just to keep the sun off. As over the wicket once again then is Overton, and that was down the leg side. Starting this new over from the pavilion end. Well taken by Ben Folkes, tumbling away to his left. It shows on a day like today as well how fit keepers have to be. Because Ben Folkes keeps himself very fit, doesn't he? But you have to be, because you've got to concentrate every ball when you're diving all over the shop.
Yeah, incredibly fit. Always looks after himself. Always in the gym. Loves stretching as well, folksy as well. Constantly stretching. Like, bit old school that. Sort of stretching gone out of the game, I thought. But
over the wicket, comes over to this down the leg side, taken by Folkes as Harmer gets nothing on this, trying to help it down towards fine leg. Well, the thing I always think is how he'll come back the next day and do it again, and then come back the next day and do it again. And you sort of take it for granted in many ways. But actually, I saw him at Scarborough on the third evening, and he got 86 not out that day and been keeping, and looked as fresh as a daisy. Over the wicket once again comes Overton. And Harmer's in behind a short ball, plays this one back up the pitch. Overton does the fielding.
He's averaging 130, I think, with a bat this year, Ben Folkes.
The way he batted in that run chase as well was funny enough. He sort of walked out there, and your mind went straight back to Lords this year in that Test match when he came out with Joe Root against New Zealand in that opening Test, and just how cool and calm he was. And funny enough, both himself and Aaron Hardy just said after it was great fun. Just really enjoyed the challenge of knocking those runs down. As Overton over the wicket, short one. Oh, great take. Thank you, Ben Folkes. Right on cue, because Harmer's looked to pull this, didn't really get anywhere near it, and like an aeroplane that was taking off, and Ben Folkes dived full length to his left. Brilliant take from Ben Folkes. That's why he does all his stretching and keeps himself very, very fit. I think he landed a little bit awkwardly though. He's just sort of checking that right shoulder. The other thing with keepers is they're as tough as old boots, aren't they?
Some are. I'm not sure.
All are. I won't get you to name names. Clark. As once again it's Overton. Oh, shout for LBW. That's got to be very tight. And umpire Peter Hartley, again a little shake of the head. It was right up there, and he didn't go anywhere on the crease there, Harmer. Jamie Everton can't quite believe it. I think that hasn't been given. I know what the reaction of Peter Hartley will be to him when he walks past, but
must have been an inside edge.
He must have got something on it. I was the same with Critchty's first one, where I was fully thinking it was out, but it's good bowling again though, isn't it, from Jamie Overton. In comes Overton once again, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. End of the over. Thank you, Ricky Clark. Mr. Clark will be back with us in 40 minutes time. Eva Gray's coming in to join us. But yeah, Ben Folkes, I remember Ben Folkes at Bristol. He'd had to have his teeth done, poor chap. I read about it again in the paper. He had to have his teeth done. He'd knocked out his front 2 teeth, I think. And he was batting at Bristol with 2 false teeth in. And he was on, I can't remember what he was on, but he went in at lunchtime, and one of the false teeth was coming out, and it was pulling the root with it, and he was in absolute agony. And so he just stood in front of the mirror and just pulled the tooth out so he could go and bat again after lunch. Here is Dan Worrall coming into Rossington, and that climbs on Adam Rossington. He actually played at that, then he rehearses just pulling the bat inside the line. But Eva, welcome back, and again, sorry, after lunch, you always feel like there's something round the corner where a chance is going to be created with them still getting this ball to swing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dan Worrall from this end is following up what he was doing before lunch, and Jamie Overton's kind of come steaming in from the other end, searching for that bit of swing as well.
Worrall in over the wicket, he comes once more, and driving is Rossington. Now he's got this squarer through the offside. He'll get a couple because Tom Laws is chasing round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple. Oh dear, Ollie Pope's gone to back that up. Tom Laws' throw went straight over Ben Folkes and then just hit Ollie Pope on the ankle. So I think he found that, did Ollie Pope. But 2 more to the total. Rossington on to 22. Partnership worth 20. As Ricky Clark was saying, this is an important passage of play here, because talking about those the batch of balls this year, they sort of tend to get a bit softer round about now. As Worrall's in again, just again tries to knock that front pad off Rossington, gets bat on it, rolls down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those 2 wickets before lunch were really key, I think. Yeah, I mean, getting Cook and Critchley right at the end of that session, it kind of puts a huge amount of pressure on this partnership now.
It does. Both very experienced. The thing about these two is they'll find their own way of sort of negating the swinging ball, trying to, but still keep the scoreboard moving. As that beats the edge again of Rossington. That's unplayable, basically, from down Worrall. It's a perfect length with late swing. And Rossington's probably just saying to himself, well, I haven't nicked it. But it's been an absolute masterclass, this, from Worrall today. He's into his 11th over, 3 for 25. And this, as I say, is why he's worth his weight in gold down Worrall.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was really well used by Rory Burns in that morning session, with a 4-over spell up top and then coming back just before lunch.
In again, Worrall. And, he's gone again past his outside edge, and Rossington sort of groping at thin air there. It's just gorgeous bowling, it really is. And I think if you're Adam Rossington, you just wander off to square leg and say to yourself, well, the key thing is I haven't hit it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think similarly before lunch, it's just they've got to get through this tricky period until that ball softens up a little bit, and just got to hope that you miss those kind of deliveries.
Worrall's in once again, and Rossington covers up as that one comes back into him, so he's gone 2 away and then the 1 back in. But Rossington good enough just to get battle that and push it away into the offside. 111 for 6. Harmer has 6. Rossington is on 22. And Surrey, from a bowler's point of view here, is ideal if you could do this quickly and then get back in the pavilion. From an Essex point of view, number 1, you need more runs, obviously, and number 2 is you want to leave Surrey out there for a bit. This on the hottest day ever, Eva Gray, you don't want to be sort of having to stay out there too long, do you? So Jamie Overton is coming in over the wicket to Harmer. And Harmer's a bit late on this, and it comes off the toe end of his bat straight down into the pitch and then bounces over his stumps. Good pace again there from Jamie Overton.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Surrey, when they lost the toss this morning, thought they might have a bat this evening. But yeah, I mean, they'll be looking to keep Surrey out here a little bit longer, because also, obviously, if these wickets tumble quickly, then they'll be going out in the hottest part of the day. And also,
I was saying to Ricky there that they'll have done their stats and everything, and Essex won't have failed to notice what Surrey's first innings totals have been this year. As over the wicket goes Overton again, that's down the leg side. And Harmer, nothing to do with that at all. I'll do them again because they are impressive. 428 for 8 declared. Against Hampshire 467, Somerset 308, Gloucestershire 603, Northamptonshire 401, Kent 671 for 9 declared, Somerset 382, Kent 673 for 7 declared, and Yorkshire 515. So if you win the toss and bat first here, you know you've got to be up around 300.
380 as a lowest stores, not bad, is it?
Not bad. As in comes Overton again. That's wide outside the off stump this time. Nothing to do with that, Simon Harmer.
Yeah, it looks like another good batting lineup as well. Jamie Overton's going to be coming in at 7 or 8, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it will probably come in at 8 with, well, they can change it, but with Cameron Steele at 7, Jack's at 6, and then your top 4 are Burns, Patel, Amler, Pope, Folkes, Jacks.
Yeah, a man with a test match 97 against a half-decent New Zealand attack coming in at number 8. It's not what you want to see when you're 110 for 6.
As Jamie Overton is in. And Harmer's looking to work leg side. He's hopping a bit here. Hits the pad, rolls away. But then what Essex will say to themselves is, we'll see your deep batting lineup with our off-spinner who's taken 28 wickets in the last 2 championship games and a very good seam bowling attack. So it'll be fascinating. And if it keeps swinging, it'd be very interesting. But Harmer, I've always said Harmer would turn it on middle of the Harlifer Road, to be fair. He's just a genius at times. As over the wicket once again comes Overton, and that one he's just hitting the thigh guard, I think, as he gets inside it. Simon Harmer. The other thing that Harmer will want to do here as well, Eva, I suppose, is he'll want to stay out there as much for himself as anything with his bowling. Because the last thing he wants really is Surrey getting out there to bat on a pitch that there isn't any footmarks or anything, because it's still pretty fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just needs to take a bit of time out of the game, really. As you said earlier, these two will score as long as they're in the crease, and just kind of, as we've said, making sure that they miss those unplayable deliveries rather than getting a nick on them.
Yeah. Just looking at scores elsewhere, and Kent got stuck in by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. As in comes Overton. Harmer will get a single here, just pushes away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. And Harmer moves on to 7, 112 for 6. So, yeah, Warwickshire won the toss and stuck Kent in, and good decision. 131 for 6 now. Kent. I think we all raised eyebrows in the heat of anybody who decided to have a bowl, but good decision that from Warwickshire. Hampshire 117 without loss against Gloucestershire. Of course, Hampshire starting this one in 2nd place, 15 points behind Surrey. It's raining at Taunton still. Somerset 99 for 2 against Yorkshire. Northamptonshire 87 for 4 against Lancashire. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 155 for 1 against Derbyshire. Is down Worrall. Coming in over the wicket to Simon Harmer. That's down the leg side from this Vauxhall end, and Harmer nothing on that. Sussex, who was stuck in by Middlesex at Lords, 99 for 2. So only a couple of wickets there for Middlesex. The last thing you want is Sussex tonight, 350 for 2.
Yeah, I think the captain might be a bit unpopular if that's the case.
Well, there was that famous game, Justin Langer, I think it was against Somerset, and he was captaining Middlesex. As in comes Worrall, looks for the Yorker. That's really well played again from Harmer, because it swung late, and Harmer just getting back down on it. It rolls away into the offside, but it was something like against Somerset, and Middlesex batted first. It was something like 80 odd for 9, and he declared before lunch because the ball was moving around so much, and then Somerset was something like 250 for 1 at stump. So it wasn't the ideal day. Worrall over the wicket, he comes again to Harmer. Harmer's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But this wonderful game of ours, Eva, can make you look silly at times, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'd be fuming, wouldn't you?
Cool. Not half. But yeah, the Warwickshire decision's looking a good one against a weakened Kent batting lineup at the moment. 131 for 7. I saw a clip with Hannon Dalby bowling with keeper Michael Burgess up to the stumps as well. So that's what they're doing. Is Worrall is in, short one. Harmer's looking to pull. Doesn't really get hold of this. Got cramped a bit for room there, did Simon Harmer. And Kemar Roach comes round to do the fielding. They'll pick up another single.
Yeah, Kent struggling a little bit this year, aren't they?
They are.
Looked a bit flat when they were here when I was last on comms.
Absolutely. Yeah, they are. I think they've just sort of injuries haven't helped, and also players not in the best of form at the same time, which is always a problem. Apart from Ben Compton, really. As over the wicket again comes Worrall. That's wide outside the off stump. Rossington has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Yeah, the England white ball team seems to have a similar issue in that they've got the players for it, but the top order batsmen just aren't doing it for them at the moment. And I feel a bit for Joss Butler. He's taken over, and all of a sudden his top order aren't getting any runs.
Well, the interesting thing with that is I think it's a slightly tougher gig to take over than probably the Test captaincy, in the fact that nobody really expected a huge amount with the Test stuff. As Worrall is in again, and that's very wide outside the off stump and going wider, and Rossington nothing to do with that again. End of the over, 113 for 6. Whereas I think, you're the world champions. People are used to watching England bout 400, and taking that over, I don't think is. And I think there's also a lot of players sort of getting to that point of their career at the same time, aren't they? So it's big series this, and Matthew Mott as well will be hoping that they can start stringing some wins together.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of couldn't. It's a bit negative way of looking at it. It couldn't really get much worse in terms of Test cricket, could it? Given the
Absolutely.
one win in 17, was it?
I think Brendan McCullum's a very shrewd man in many ways, but the walking in there, if the stories are true, and they were going to offer him the one-day stuff, and he probably looked at it and thought, well, actually with a Test match stuff, A, I'd like to do it, and B, it's a bit of one of those proverbial free hits, isn't it? Tom Laws is into the attack to replace Jamie Overton. So Tom Laws into the attack from the pavilion end. He's coming into Simon Harmer. He's letting this one go outside his off stump. No ball from Tom Laws first up. So that'll be 2 more to the total. And Tom Laws yet to pick up a wicket on this first day. Rossington's not seen a lot of the strike actually in the last sort of 20 minutes. It's been mainly Harmer who's been on strike.
Yeah, he's 22 from 25, Rossington, but as you said, it's just starving the strike a little bit.
Tom Laws over the wicket he comes once more, and that's left alone. Outside his off stump going wide from Simon Harmer. Did you see the chaos of the men's T20 final on Saturday night on your way back from your game, or we weren't able to watch that?
No, we did actually. It was 6 hours back from Southport on the coach, and we had to stop for 45 minutes to give the driver a rest.
Oh, that's right. This one's left alone outside the off stump once again by Harmer.
And yeah, so we stopped at Cherwell Valley, and
lovely service station.
Yeah, really nice. Although it was about 8 o'clock, so everything was shut. And yeah, so it's supposed to be 45-minute stop, and we get about 40 minutes in, and yeah, it's kind of the last couple of overs of the cricket, so we're all huddled around a few phones watching the chaos that...
Laws is in, and Harmer forward he comes to a good length ball, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And we're all on different times because none of the phones match up, and I was furthest ahead, and I was like, all the chaos with the no ball, and I was like, oh, it's a no ball. No one believes me.
No, absolutely.
No one believes me. And anyway, we were sat there for an extra 10-15 minutes. Get back, and the coach driver's not got a clue what's been going on.
As in comes Laws again. Wasn't the only one, as this one's left alone outside. He's off stump once more by Rossington. It was an extraordinary end to that game, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He asked us what took so long, because he thought, well, rightly so, that we'd want to get out of there as quickly as possible, but we couldn't leave in the middle of that. No, not at all. Yeah, I think Nathan Ellis, how he kept his cool beyond me, and bowled a slower ball, as this one's left alone outside the off stump once again, so just a bit too wide from Tom Laws, and Harmer again nothing to do with that whatsoever, but to sort of come back from the disappointment of thinking you've won it, then that call of no ball, but then still to have the guts to go with a slower ball. Amazing, really. Yeah, especially as he'd absolutely nailed that final ball.
Yep, he had.
Literally
it was
the perfect final ball.
Yep. Over the wicket again goes Laws, and that's hitting the pads of Harmer. Got that one to swing back, but Harmer's gone across his stumps, and it hits him on the thigh guard and rolls away into the leg side. End of the over, 115 for 6. Harmer has 8, and Rossington's on 22.
Yeah, at that stage, once all the fireworks had gone off, they'd pulled the stumps out of the ground, called no ball. I thought, this is just written in the stars that this ball's going to go for 4.
Yeah, I thought it was outstanding how he kept his cool. I really do, because it was... Yeah, his brain must have been, you know this, his brain must have, for a minute there, you think you've just won it, then you see the no ball, and you know it's all televised, you know what people are going to be saying, but to sort of, he had a grin on his face as he walked back, and then I thought Vince kept them all very, very calm, didn't he? And actually, he bowled the perfect second final ball of that final. Yeah,
absolutely. I think James Vince is probably, after Owen Morgan, the person that you'd want to be your captain at that point in time. He's so calm in all situations. He never looks like anything phases him. And yeah, I imagine, well, you could see the confidence that he had in Ellis. And yeah, I think if I was still at the top of the mark, I definitely wouldn't look that confident.
Cool. He was amazing, really, how he kept his cool. because the elation of going from that massive high to that, well, his heart must have been in his boots, but somehow he managed to stay cool and calm and deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there was all the controversy about whether they ran two or not.
That's right.
Which I was a little bit confused by, but
yeah, I think it was as I understand it, it was down to the umpire to designate or judge that it was dead ball. But can you imagine if that had been called back? Oh dear. Anyway, here's Dan Worrall from the Vauxhall end. It's coming in over the wicket to Adam Rossington, and that's clipped very nicely by Rossington through the leg side, and the chase is on, and the chase is good. I think that's Cameron Steele down there giving chase. No, Tom Laws, apologies, giving chase down there and sliding, doing the fielding inside the boundary rope. So 26 added by these two. No wickets for Surrey after lunch as yet. 44 minutes of play.
yeah, we spoke before the start of play this morning about the Cameron Steele selection potentially being because it might turn because it's been so dry, but as long as they're still seeing some swing, I think they'll just keep rotating these seamers.
As over the wicket once again comes Worrall, short ball off his hip, pulled by Rossington down towards Laws. I think he's playing more as that number 7 cement. He might even come in at 6, one above Jacks, I don't know, but that sort of batting cement. He played at Taunton in that role. Actually, if Rossington and Harmer have another good 10-15 minutes, Rory Burns might think about Will Jacks, just to, I don't know, change the pace a bit. Harmer and Rossington have played the swing bowling very well so far. As Harmer waits again, and Worrall shot from Simon Harmer, just let it swing and then clipped it through the leg side. That's a gorgeous cricket shot from Simon Harmer.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, just let the ball come to him and then just rolled the wrists on it. That whistles away for 4. 122 for 6. The other thing that Surrey will have in the back of their minds is Live and Tattersall in Scarborough putting on 305 when they had Yorkshire at 125 for 5, and then those two put on 305. Now, they obviously will not want a repeat of that from Messrs Harmer and Rossington. As Worrall over the wicket he comes, and forward again goes Harmer, thickish edge, but all down towards the third man boundary rope, and they'll pick up 3. That's a brilliant chase from Cameron Steele. For all the world that looked like it was going to beat him over the rope, but he's dived and knocked it back. Brilliant bit of work, and Harmer picks up 3. He moves on to 15. It's 125 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking over there when he was chasing that boundary down. There's a group of 10 boys over there sat in the sun, all with their tops off, and it's 40 degrees.
Yes. Well, each to their own. They may be regretting that later. Over the wicket comes Worrall to Rossington. Oh, flashing is Rossington, and that's beaten the edge and keeps going, and it's a great take from Ben Folkes, diving in front of first slip. Rossington's annoyed with himself there. He sort of swished the bat in annoyance that he'd gone after that one from Dan Worrall. It almost looked like he'd edged it, but it just keeps swinging. Oh, brilliant from Ben Folkes. Is he? Yeah, because Will Jacks there at first slip, I would have thought that was going to hit him on the ankle. So it was a very good bit of work from Ben Folkes. Worrall's in again to Rossington, who's driving. That's a much better looking shot, and that's out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Is that Nathan Barnwell out there? I think it is, doing a bit of Tathman duties as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. So 2 more to the total, 2 more to Harmer and Rossington, and 127 for 6.
Yeah, I just wonder whether with that loose shot there, Rossington's just getting a little bit frustrated being starved of the strike. He's rattling along at 27 off 29, but sometimes when you're out there for a long time but not facing many balls, you can kind of forget how quickly you're going yourself.
Yeah. Well, he has been ticking along very nicely. Rory Burns is just moving himself around a touch. there at mid-off. As Tom Laws continues coming in over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Simon Harmer. Outside his off stump. He'll move off towards square leg. Ben Geddes has just nicked on with a drink. Yeah, Nathan Barnwell is out there at mid-wicket at the moment. No sign of that tall figure of Jamie Overton. So sometimes he's just changing his boots, Jamie Overton. Tom Laws over the wicket, he comes to Harmer. Oh, and Harmer gets a thick inside edge on this, but has played it pretty well because it flies off down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 runs. So Harmer, the key thing there was kept his bat straight, and that's hit the inside edge of it and flown off down towards that fine leg boundary rope. Played it very nicely, did Simon Harmer. Seeing it again on the replay, he's actually just turned the face on that. I thought he'd play with a straight bat, but he actually just turned the face on that. Nicely nudged for 4.
Yeah, obviously I don't play red ball cricket, but I can never understand the change in boots.
In over the wicket once again comes Laws. That beats the edge of the bat and taken by Ben Folkes.
Yeah, for me it's kind of once they're on, and if they come off and then you put them back on again, it's just even worse.
Yeah, I think with Jamie, he changed his boots up at Scarborough as well. I think it's when he sometimes hits the footholds and he's not happy, and it feels like the boot's moving. As Laws is in again, this is pushed by Harmer out towards cover point, and there's no run. But the boots you guys have these days, they're amazing things.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you must have good eyes if you can see that he's changed his boots from out there.
Well, I think he's gone off to change them, because that's what I was saying, that he's not out there at the moment. So Nathan Barnwell's out there, but sometimes when Jamie Overton goes off, it is to change. Now, whether I'll spot what sort of boots he's wearing, I don't know, but the boots these days are beautiful, whereas they used to be like Doc Martens, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Harmer. Ryan Patel looks as if he might be getting warmed up. Well, he will get the ball to swing, will Ryan Patel. He'll swing an orange, will Ryan Patel. 31 for 6. There's in Taunton, there's a gentleman who's called the Shoe Doctor, and he's renowned. As over the wicket again goes Laws, and this one's left alone outside his off stump from Harmer once again. End of the over, 131 for 6, with Harmer on 19, Rossington on 27. The partnership is worth 40, but you can take your favourite trainers into him and he'll turn them into cricket boots for you.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few people with those recently. There's another guy somewhere, I don't know what his name is, but I think you pay 50 or 60 quid or something, and he puts some spikes on the bottom of his shoes. But you can't, I think that's more of a batter wicket keeper thing, because us bowlers need big, sturdy
boots,
not trainers with spikes.
Well, I think you see Jamie Overton's back on now. Ryan Patel's changed his shirt, so Ryan Patel is coming into the attack, as we suspected, to try and get this ball to go around corners. We'll do one more over with you, Eva, and then we'll bring Jeremy Coney in. But yes, he's renowned in sort of cricketing circles, the Shoe Doctor in Taunton. And I've said before, you often see away team players turning up with massive bags of boots to get their boots fixed and everything. So
yeah, it's cool, I think, having spike trainers, but as I said, I think once my shoes are on, they're on for the day.
Yeah.
And I can't be faffing with changing them around all the time.
Well, here is Ryan Patel then from the Vauxhall end, and driving is Rossington out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. There is Dan Worrall to do the fielding. Interesting field for the swing. It's gentle from Ryan Patel, but he can get this ball to go, and he's got a little bit of a golden arm, as Ryan Patel bowled a few overs at Scarborough, picked up a very important wicket here against Somerset, Tom Abel. And then of course in 2018, as we always mention with Ryan Patel, he's 5 wickets in 11 balls, I think it was, from nowhere. As here he comes to Harmer, And Harmer, oh dear, has a little nibble at this one outside the off stump. He'd have been a bit annoyed with himself there, Simon Harmer, if he'd got an edge on that. And he sort of walks off with his hand on top of his head, crestfallen there. It was a naughty, naughty shot that from Simon Harmer, but no damage done.
Yeah, we've seen a slightly more defensive field here, if you can call it that. We've got just the one slip, backward point, and a catcher really quite short at extra cover there.
In again goes Ryan Patel, outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and Harmer just wanders off towards square leg. I'm just keeping an eye on Jamie Overton. But as I say, it's normally a change of tyres. Goes in for a pit stop, change of tyres, and comes back out. So he's very easy to spot down there at first slip. He's a big chap, is Jamie Overton. 132 for 6. Partnership's worth 41 as Patel is in, and oh, there you go. There's the one that swings. And Harmer, actually to his credit, just played it very studiously. If he'd tried to whip round that front pad again, he could have been in trouble there, Simon Harmer.
Yeah, we've got a deep backward square leg on the leg side and a deep mid wicket as well, so there's no one in to stop the single on the leg side, so they're just kind of tempting Harmer and Rossington to go against the spin and just tuck it into the leg side, and creates chances like that one last one.
Rossington lets this one go watchfully. Yeah, but the thing is, if you went to Ryan Patel here, and this is nothing against Ryan Patel at all, but after you've taken on Worrall, Overton and Roach, and then you nick off to Ryan Patel, especially if you're playing a slightly injudicious shot as well, you would be absolutely livid. And as I say, Harmer sort of walked off towards square leg, absolutely crestfallen after that shot. Ryan Patel is in once more over the wicket, and oh, Rossington's at it now. Has a flash outside the off stump, but it's almost worked, and beats the outside edge. End of the over, 133 for 6. Thank you, Eva. So Eva Gray will be back with us throughout the afternoon here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Essex. 133 for 6, so approaching an hour after lunch. 42 runs have been added, and Harmer 20, Rossington 28. Important partnership this between these two. As I say, they're so experienced, they'll work out their own way of doing this. Well, Harmer and Rossington, and so far they've done it pretty well since lunch. They've had their moments without a shadow of a doubt, but they're still there. That's the key thing. And they've made Rory Burns make some changes in the bowling, and Tom Laws is to continue from the pavilion end, coming into Simon Harmer, and Harmer, oh, that one bounces on him, just tucks him up as he looks to work it into the leg side, rolls away. I think that hit him on the inner thigh, did Simon Harmer, and he's just adjusting all his bits and pieces. Welcome back, Jeremy Coney. Good afternoon to you, sir, if I can spit that out.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, it's well.
Yeah.
They've done well, these two, since lunch.
Well,
still a bit of a way to go, obviously, as in comes Laws, and Harmer's forward, playing this one solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Just that sense that the ball isn't quite doing as much, and we know that the Duke ball has about sort of 40 overs, maybe just a tad before that, but not much. It just suddenly goes a little bit soft, and not much happens for the bowlers.
Comes Laws once again to Simon Harmer, and Harmer forward he goes and just pushes this one out into the offside. Not sure they'll be sprinting to here, as round comes Kemar Roach. One more to the total. Well, I was saying to Eva, the other thing that will be in the back of Surrey's minds is, had Yorkshire 125 for 5 on the first day at Scarborough, and then 305 Tattersall and Lythe put on, so they'll be very, very keen to try and get this done, not let anything really happen in terms of partnerships, as Tom Laws is into Rossington, and Rossington lets that go, and it was almost an angry leave that from Rossington, wasn't it? Sort of slightly violently let that go outside his off stuff, as if to say to himself, don't play at that, just let it go, don't play at that, Adam. And he wanders off towards square leg.
The bowling's been bowling hasn't been too bad, though. I mean, as you say, they've created a few half chances. That one that went through the cordon from Overton, It's been some LB shouts.
Laws is in again, and Rossington just gets in behind this, pushes it back up the pitch. Laws again.
One inside edge, I noticed, and then, I mean, they're going to have a look at some stage at Will Jacks, aren't they?
They are.
I mean,
Absolutely.
they're having a look at Ryan Patel at the moment just to see if it'll swing, and that's fair enough. You can understand them trying that, but then Will Jacks is going to have to come into the equation.
Over the wicket again goes Laws. A shout for LBW. Height will be an issue here. Not going to get that. Umpire Hartley. There's been tighter ones than that haven't been given today. And Umpire Hartley keeps the hands down in front of him because Rossington was hopping there as well. End of the over. 134 for 6. Harmer 21. Rossington 28. Dan Worrall. He looks like he's just been left on him. He just looks like everybody's left him on his own out there, doesn't he? Down on his haunches, sweeping up on the cover rope in the heat.
Well, it is hot apparently out there.
Well, so we keep
Mr.
getting
Clark
tells.
is-
Yes, well,
yeah,
he
we're
went
getting-
for a walk.
yeah, we have-
Clark went for a walk.
Well, a walk,
Yes,
10 paces and then
10
back
paces and
again.
then back again,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's been certainly probably quite a frustrating little phase of the game for Surrey. But look, you go through that. Cricket does this for you. You've just got to absorb and endure those things. Looks like drinks on the field again. So this is the second lot of drinks, which makes a lot of sense. It is hot out there. So we're going through a phase where some of the secondary kind of bowlers are being used at the moment to see if they can get some movement from the ball. It was movement that created opportunities for Surrey prior to lunch, and it now comes perhaps to, as I say, to Will Jacks. If he does get turn, well, that doesn't, obviously Harmer will be very interested in that. He's going to bowl anyway, so I don't think you're not keeping Will Jacks out of the equation in order that Harmer sees that it is turning here. I think we've got to expect that it's going to over the 4 days with the heat that we've got and how dry the pitch will be.
Ryan Patel continues from the Vauxhall end and gets it on a length, just hops a touch, I think, at Harmer, that one. Plays it down into the offside, and there's no run.
Mind a second slip in there, though. He's beaten him once in the first over. He just was interested in playing a big drive. Don't mind the short cover. I think it's not a fast pitch, so it's a question of just timing the ball nicely. So slow pitch position, actually, short cover.
Waits again, Harmer with that bat raise. Patel's into it. Again, gets it out there. He's giving it a chance to swing with that one. And Harmer drives up towards Rory Burns, stood at mid-off.
Well, they are bowling full. All the bowlers. Worrall got it very full, didn't he? And he went through the leg side a couple of times. He went through the offside once. Got an edge down to third man. So they're trying to get the ball up there into the pads and at the stumps. As I say, they've had a couple of appeals. Hasn't quite worked for them.
I also think with Will Jacks as well, the way that Harmer and Rossington play, they're not just going to pat him back. As over the wicket comes Patel, and that's shorter and wider, and absolutely nothing to do with that, Simon Harmer. They won't just let Jacks toss it up to them. They're aggressive by nature, these two, against spin. Rossington in particular.
I'm interested in looking and seeing Will Jacks bowl, actually.
Yeah, I'd be interested with your take
just
on that as well.
how he goes about his business, and does he get any turn? Does he get enough work on the ball?
Forward comes Harmer to Patel, just plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run once again. Well,
he'll be a very useful addition, say, to an England touring side, but with his batting. And then if he bowls overs as well, and gets the ball to turn a little bit, because they could do with that. Obviously they've had those kinds of players before, and he's going to be handy.
Well, he's also brilliant in the field as well. As Patel is in, this is punched off the back foot by Harmer, away through backward point. That's going to whistle off to the boundary rope for 4. It's nicely played by Simon Harmer. Good experienced partnership between these two, Harmer and Rossington. 47 they've put on. 138 for 6. Yeah, Will Jacks' sort of red ball career is, I thought there was always talk of it, but it's sort of gone off on a slightly different pathway now, with the fact he's played this whole season as your number one spinner, and then coming in at 6 or 7. Now everybody knows what he can do with the bat, but with the ball as well. And well, Art Clark's seen an awful lot of him, but he gives it a proper old rip, doesn't he? And he's better than a part-time. People have been saying he's not a part-timer, as this one's punched into the offside by Harmer. I think he gets a bit annoyed with that. 138 for 6. Still a bit of a work in progress, but that progress has been made a lot quicker. So, as you say, his red ball career has sort of gone off on this very. I find it fascinating now where it takes him, really, because he's a handy fella to have coming in at 6 or 7. Then he bowled 30 overs at Beckenham on a pitch that didn't really turn too much and picked up a 4-fer. And then he's absolutely brilliant in the field as well. So, no, fascinating, really. And I quite like the fact that I think Gareth Batty sat him down at the beginning of the season and went, "This is your role now. We're going to back you here. You bat 7, you bowl off spin, and that's your job." And it simplified it all for him, I think.
Well, it's had an impact on Verdi, hasn't it?
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
he went
he's gone to
loan
another.
last week.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's the man.
Here is Tom Laws coming in over the wicket to Rossington, who's flashed at this hard outside edge. Just the 2 slips. That whistles off. Down to that third man boundary rope for 4. And that's the 50 partnership. So very good this from Rossington and Harmer after lunch. Rossington on to 32, 142 for 6.
Important partnership, isn't it, for these two?
Huge.
I mean, they're in dire straits at 90 for 6 or something like that at lunch. They've sort of patching the thing up at the moment.
In again goes Laws. Oh, that's a good one. Rossington pushes forward, beats the outside edge into the gloves. It goes of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Well, here we are. Here's a headline for you, Mr. Coney. Why is Heathrow so hot? Question mark. There you are, see. The sun will have something to do with that, I would have thought. As waiting once again is Rossington over the wicket. Once more goes Laws, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's a good question.
No, is it to do with all the tarmac? Does it
could be that.
that sort of thing,
and
reflect?
Reflect the heat. Jet fuel, nice, very good from Ricky Clark there. Yep.
That'll be part of his walk. He'll have been round there, just wandering.
Absolutely,
into,
absolutely. Laws in once more. Forward goes Rossington, drives back up the pitch. Laws does the fielding off his own bowling. It's a heck of a question, though, isn't it? Why is Heathrow so hot? Well, there is a question mark. It's a BBC headline. There you are. There you are. I think they're answering the question, but when you just see the headline, there you are. The sun will have something to do with it, definitely, though, I would say. There's 2 slips in there and a short mid-wicket. Over the wicket comes Laws once more. It looked like he just went out the back of the hand there. Tom Laws. And that was driven up towards Rory Burns. Stood up there at mid-off. So yes, as I say, I haven't put the news on today. And it being serious, obviously, you know, I hope everybody's being sensible. But I'm looking forward to seeing sort of what were the shots of people on the beach and eating ice creams and sort of using buckets to keep their feet cool. Over the wicket once again goes Laws, and this one hits the thigh guard of Rossington, and it runs away into the leg side, and leg buys the signal. And one more to the total, 143 for 6. People find interesting ways of keeping cool, Mr. Coney. I was in Cardiff yesterday, and wandering along the River Taff, and gentleman just, well, he looked like he was fast asleep actually, just in a tyre. Just floating up the river. Now, I couldn't quite work out how the tyre was staying afloat, but he looked perfectly happy, and he was just drifting
in
along.
In his bathing suit.
In his bathing suit, yeah. Yeah, fast asleep he was.
Fast asleep?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was going towards people, which was a good thing, obviously.
Well, with the current, presumably.
With the current, yeah, going towards people, but he was using a tyre as a flotation device. As in comes Ryan Patel, and this is hit straight back down the pitch by Rossington, hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and there's no run.
What colour is the Taff? Is it an upside down kind of river?
Well, no,
with the dirt.
It's got I think there's a bit of sediment that was keeping him afloat.
Right.
But yes, he looked very happy. He was sort of drifting off down the River Taff on his tyre. Kept him cool, I suppose.
Wonder where he's heading.
I don't know.
Because you'd have to get back home, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Bristol Channel, I think. As in over the wicket once again comes Patel. This one's driven by Rossington, and Rory Burns, who's very quick, comes across to do the fielding, and there's no run. I think one of the most thankless tasks I've ever gone through was sort of trying to inflate the paddling pool and fill that up. Oh dear, it took hours. It took hours and hours and hours.
What, were you blowing it up with your mouth?
I did start that way, and then realised this could take
there are
a
pumps.
Yes. So that was the starter of it. This was during the lockdown. This was during the lockdown, and it was a very hot period of time then. So we're trying to get the ball changed now. So it's gone soft and not swinging. So they're trying to get it changed, and went and ordered online a paddling pool for Isabel, my daughter. And it arrived, and then as I was blowing it, I was thinking this could take to the end of lockdown, and nothing was really happening. And then realised we didn't actually have a pump in the house, so then had to order the foot pump. I ordered a foot pump. That took a few days to get there. So finally, the foot pump arrived. So it took about 3 hours pumping the thing up. Then
I wondered that one of your legs looks a lot stronger.
well, that was the thing. So then pumped it up. That took 3 hours. Then it took 3 hours to fill up. So finally,
it's a massive.
No, it was a big one.
pool.
It was a big one.
That chap wouldn't consider.
No. And then finally got it all filled up, and it was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and then it rained. Just as I'd finished, it started raining, and then we didn't have a hot spell for the next couple of days again. So it just sat in the garden full of water, which then started overflowing, of course, and then it poured out one side. And so it was very hard work, I have to say, Jeremy Coney. And it didn't really... I sort of had visions of it being like Miami, you know.
So there's no sort of punchline to this. This is quite a long story.
Yeah, I was just saying it took a while to blow up.
I think there'll be people mildly disappointed with the end of that.
I don't think there was anything spectacular to it at all. I sat in it for an afternoon.
Right.
Nothing really happened.
Well, people, yes.
But you see, the thing is with it was hard work. That was the bit I didn't get my head round, because I hadn't thought about how to pump it up.
Right.
So blowing, this is basically, I'm just saying to anybody who's thinking buying a paddling pool in the heat, as forward goes Rossington, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run, get a pump. I was exhausted by the end of that, I have to say.
You can get electric pumps too, you know. That's not too exhausting. You just flick a switch. Yeah. I think you'll find that one would work.
Didn't think of that either. Didn't think of that. Anyway, we haven't got the paddling pool anymore. It's not there now.
You gave it away?
Yeah, that was it. It didn't stop raining for a while. In comes Patel again. This one's left the load outside the off stump. Anybody else who's got sort of heat-based stories that you'd like to send us?
Yeah, they may be more interesting too.
Well, no, I guarantee you that I'm building up to this. I guarantee you that there's somebody somewhere listening to us in a paddling pool.
Let's find out.
Back and across. If you are listening, keeping cool, sat in your paddling pool that you've taken ages to blow up like I did, do let us know, as Patel is in over the wicket, and this is cracked off the back foot by Rossington out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single.
Did they change the ball after all that?
I don't think they did after all that. Did they? They did change it up. They did change it after all that. I was too busy talking about my paddling pool.
I know, you were transported away.
I was. Ricky Clark was watching like a hawk, yes?
He was?
Yes, they have. 144 for 6.
Ricky reckons it's swinging too. He's going to put his boots on.
Right. Instead of his flip-flops. As Patel is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. A little bit of a hint of swing. End of the over, 144 for 6. Harmer has 25. Rossington has 33. But the reason I told my really boring story was, I think on a day like today, there'll be a run on paddling pools.
Yes.
Wide brim sun hats. Fans as well. Sun cream, obviously. But I'm sure there are people out there now, sat, listening, in their paddling
And
pool.
nodding gently.
Yeah, I think anybody who's had a trouble pumping up a paddling pool will know exactly what I've just been talking about there. Yeah. And filling it up.
Have you kept the pump, by the way, for the next pool?
Yeah,
you
we
get?
haven't really gone down the route of another paddling pool since that one. It was, as I say, it was a bit of a disaster, slight fiasco. It would have been worth keeping the pump.
Well, it's left its mark
for all
on you.
eventualities. Kemar Roach is back into the attack, and he's greeted by Rossington from the Vauxhall end, up on his toes, trying to punch that away through the covers and hit it straight back up the pitch to Kemar Roach. And there is no run. So 53 valuable runs these from Rossington and Harmer. And the other thing on a serious point is he's keeping Surrey out there at the moment. Had Surrey picked up those 4 wickets quickly after lunch, would be back in the pavilion with their feet up. And Essex would have been out there in this heat as Roach is in once again, and forward comes Rossington, plays this one off a goodish length, straight back up the ground, and there is no run. A bit more of a breeze now, I think. That flag's fluttering up there on top of the roof. Just the Surrey flag, solitary Surrey flag there on the middle pole. Teams don't really bring their flags
the
anymore.
Essex flag don't.
No, they don't really tend to anymore. I can't remember seeing a flag up there for a while. As Roach is in again, and this is leading edge, almost straight back down the ground towards Hashim Amla. As Rossington just looking to flick that through the leg side. It's almost leading edge up towards Hashim Amla, who as always is just patrolling mid-on. That's his area, isn't it, Hashim Amla, mid-on? Doesn't tend to move too far from that position. 144 for 6.
And always that underarm return, that side arm.
Over the wicket again comes Kemar Roach, and Rossington is playing this one off the back foot, straight back up the ground. And a tight start to this spell. Ollie Pope's mentioning something there to Rory Burns, which Burns has completely ignored, and turned around and just lobbed the ball back to Kemar Roach once again. I just wonder whether Rory Burns, as we were saying, is thinking about a little bit of Will Jacks here. Because even if he doesn't get hit, Rossington and Homer, as I say, are not going to pat him back. Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. Rossington up on his toes again, looking to force through the offside and toe end of the bat. Back up the pitch he goes, and there's no run.
Well, it's also a nice thing, to just find out, is there going to be any turn in this pitch? They're going to find out themselves at some stage, aren't they? Just what sort of breadth of turn there is. And it forces a batsman to wait longer, to use a different range of strokes in the kit bag, in the skills that you've got.
Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach, and that's off the hip of Rossington. Played down into the leg side. They're going to pick up 2 as Rossington comes jogging back for the second. 2 more to Rossington. He moves on to 35. Ended the over 146 for 6.
So I think it's time.
Yeah.
I think it's time now just to have a look and see. Bowling from this end, perhaps into the breeze that's coming over the top of the pavilion at the moment. Flag there. So just to get a nice little gentle arc away from the right-handers and see if it'll turn back. Different field sets. Just move to the next phase of the game. I don't think you can keep on bowling medium fast bowling all the time from each end. Got to ask different questions of batsmen.
Well, Ben Folkes is now going to come up to the stumps for Ryan Patel. Harmer on strike on 25 as Patel is in, and Harmer forward he comes, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Ben Folkes with him up to the stumps. Harmer may have just had to go back into that crease a touch now. Got that catcher in Will Jacks, a short extra cover. Ryan Patel bustles in once again, coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Harmer. Now not taken cleanly by Ben Folkes. I don't think there was an edge on that, But it's a lovely bit of bowling from Ryan Patel because it bounced as well. And Harmer now can't get out there to play that because he was sort of out of his crease playing that length. Now he's playing from the crease because of Ben Foakes up to the stumps.
Yeah, Patel running much wider, wasn't he, in the crease, the actual delivery angle.
And Patel comes in once again to Harmer. Harmer flashing outside the off stump. That rolls out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up one more, 147 for 6. I wonder if any of the ground, well, they won't want people sat in the sun, will they? But overseas, they sort of have paddling pools and things all around the boundary edges, don't they, for people to sit
Barbados
in.
and those sort of areas.
Very nice. Do. Very, very nice. I think you can win the opportunity to sit in the pool. Don't let anyone in there. As over the wicket comes Patel, and this one's left alone again. Outside the off stump by Rossington, who wanders off towards square leg. But it is a very warm day. Well, we know Heathrow's hot. It's been raining in Taunton. They've been off for rain in Taunton. Don't think anybody was expecting that, but they've been off for rain in Taunton. So steamy Taunton. Imagine the pavements with the steam coming off. It'd be like New York. As in over the wicket again comes Patel, forward goes Rossington, pushes this one out into the offside, and again there is no run. So Rossington and Harmer have done this very, very well, and they've been together now since lunch for an hour and 20 minutes, just making Rory Burns think about all of this. So he'll still be pleased to have Essex 147 for 6 on the opening day after Essex won the toss and batted. Really like to break this partnership as Patel is in, and bowled again, pushing forward was Rossington, beat the edge, just swing again, and Rossington's just rehearsing again that violent leave of his where he makes sure the bat's going nowhere near the ball. End of the over, 147 for 6. Harmer 26, Rossington 35. Just having a look at Rory Burns at the moment. He's going to continue with bit more of Kemar Roach down there in the distance. Dan Worrall sort of marching up from the boundary rope as well. So Dan Worrall's jogging up from that boundary rope now. Patel goes down towards that long leg position below us. I'm watching Will Jacks having a bit of a stretch now, so I don't think it'll be too long until we see a bit of Mr. Jacks with his off spinners. Over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and in behind this one goes Simon Harmer. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. The gentleman sat up there just in front of the dressing room, picked up, I think it was a glass, or it might have been his watch, and it flashed there as Kemar Roach was about to bowl that delivery. Harmer obviously didn't see it, but it flashed very brightly down there, whatever it was. Another aeroplane off to Heathrow, which is very hot. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach again, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by Simon Harmer, taken by Ben Foakes away to his right hand side.
Has anyone responded to your paddling pool question?
Not as yet, I don't think.
Right.
Oh, here we are. Yes. Richard saying, is this good enough? Looking after the grandkids, watching the stream with the paddling pool. You see, Richard's doing that. Ben saying the same thing. So there's a few out there, Mr. Coney. As forward good. Once again goes the right-handed Harmer. Plays this one back up the pitch. Can I just say as well at this point?
They don't say, either of them know how it was inflated.
No. And also, can I just say at this point, it's great to send me photos of you in your paddling pool, but just think logically about it, everybody. Because, some of them, yes. Just yes. Well, the older gentleman in his Speedos, I'm not sure I really want pictures of that this afternoon, Mr. Coney, if I'm honest. As in over the wicket once again comes Roach, and this is driven by Rossington, and it's a brilliant brilliant stop by Rory Burns. Dives across to his left hand side up there at a wideish mid-off, gets a hand to it, and there is no run. So very good from the captain there, otherwise that would have been away for 4. Harmer's the other thing that's interesting here is Harmer's faced a lot of the balls in this partnership. 26 off 71, Rossington 35 off 55. So Harmer seen a lot of the bowling in this partnership as Roach is into him. Oh, now shout for LBW. Height again, not playing a shot. Nip bat bounced, but height again will be the issue. Not playing a shot on this occasion. Simon Harmer again got it to come back at him, and Harmer's down to do a touch of gardening, but interesting from Kemar Roach. And Harmer just happy to let that go, and then suddenly it's coming back at him. But height always looked a bit of a problem there with that delivery. And umpire Peter Hartley shaking his head once again as Kemar Roach is in. And short one, Harmer's gone after this. Wide outside his off stump. End of the over, 147 for 6. Mr. Coney, you take a well-earned break there, sir. And you can, well, think about paddling pools and how to pump them up in quicker fashion than just blowing into them like I did. And here comes Mr. Ricky Clark. He's been sat behind us, watching away. Thank you to Jeremy Coney. And Ryan Patel is going to continue from this, the Vauxhall end. Mr. Coney's worried about me now. Thinks the heat's got to me. 147 for 6. 26 to Harmer. Rossington on 35. Ricky Clark just settling himself back in as over the wicket comes Ryan Patel to Rossington, and Rossington's playing this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. Welcome back, Mr. Clark. Your thoughts on sort of the last half hour from Essex? Very good from Harmer and Rossington. Do you think as well that Rory Burns will be thinking about possibility of a bit of Will Jacks here?
Yeah, I think we've already seen Will Jacks looking to get loose and maybe come into the attack. I think the only problem he's got a little bit, Rory Burns, they've had that change of ball, and this has started to swing still, so it sort of had a little bit of a lull with that older ball.
As in over the wicket again goes Ryan Patel, and this is punched away by Rossington. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's down Worrall. One more to the total. I suppose the one thing you would say as well is, because of the nature of this, it's not like Essex are scoring quickly at the moment either, is it? So actually, they've had a really good hour and 25 minutes, but they're still 148 for 6. So after winning the toss and batting this morning, Surrey will still be pleased with where they've got Essex at the moment. As Patel is into Simon Harmer, and Harmer lets this go, and that is into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Oh, he's fouled that one. Ben Folkes, immediately the right glove comes off. Oh dear, he has fouled that. Ben Folkes. Gary Wilson used to punch the ground when his fingers...
With a sore finger that's
he used to, because he wanted to get the feeling back, which I never understood, because surely he was in pain anyway, but he used to punch the ground, and he said it made it feel better. Yeah, but here Ben Folkes is just wringing the hand there behind the stumps. Ryan Patel over the wicket he comes, and that does swing again, but forward goes Harmer. Plays this one out into the offside. I suppose what the key thing as well for Harmer and Rossington is, if this ball has been changed, which it has, and it does swing, is that they're out there now. They've been out for a while, haven't they? So they're seeing it okay now.
Building a nice partnership, 57. I think, as you say, we will see Will Jack soon, and then go back to the seamers and rotate.
Over the wicket comes Patel once again, and that's played into the offside once more by the right-handed Harmer. What are your memories of Ryan Patel's 5 wickets at Guildford, Mr. Clark?
6 for 5, wasn't it? Yeah. Good memories, because
absolutely, it changed the game.
He changed the game, but it got us off the field pretty quickly, if I remember rightly. So
yeah, you've been out there for a while, and then all of a sudden on he came, and he kept either missing it or nicking it. As Patel's in again, that does swing, and that's driven by Harmer straight out to Cameron Steele at extra cover. 148 for 6. Harmer 26, Rossington 36. But it came completely out of left field, didn't it?
Well, it did, yeah. Everyone had sort of tried, and then I remember Rory Burns went to to Ryan Patel, and he just, like he's bowling now, beautiful swing, and they just kept on nicking it as right-handers or kicking it as a left-hander, and it was fantastic bowling. They're just on a run.
I think it's fair to say he looked as surprised as anybody. I think once they kept falling, I think then he couldn't quite believe it, could he? But I think it's the quickest ever at the start of a spell to 5 wickets in first-class cricket. From the start of a spell to get to those 5 wickets, I think it's the quickest ever in first-class cricket.
Oh, how many balls was it? What did he do?
11, I think it was. 11 balls for the 5 wickets. Here's Kemar Roach coming in from the pavilion end, and this is turned by Rossington into the leg side.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to get quicker than that.
No, it was, and you know Guildford better than anybody, but nothing was happening. Nothing was happening, and then all of a sudden there's 5 wickets in 11 balls. So yes, so he's got it in him. As Ryan, I think the fact was though on that day, they either kept missing it or in those 11 balls, or just nicked it to slip. I think they were mesmerised by the Patel swing as in comes Kemar Roach, and now that's almost bowled Rossington round his legs. Just looking to turn that into the leg side, hits the back leg. It's almost gone back onto his stumps. The other thing I remember about that game is poor old Max Waller as well. Oh, do you remember? So Mornay Worrall
should have kept his phone off.
Oh, poor lad. So Mornay, it was Jack Leach, wasn't it? Jack Leach. Mornay Worrall bowled him about, hit Jack Leach out with concussion. Anyway, then Surrey run through Somerset as in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and Rossington plays this one down into the leg side, and I think you're probably able to confirm this, that Somerset sort of went and said, well, we'll go for a light replacement for Jack Leach, we'll go with Rodolph van der Merwe where we're trying to save the game. And there was a question mark about the batting prowess of Rodolph and Jack as a light for light. So the call went to Max Waller, didn't it? And the poor lad had, on the last day, had to drive all the way down, got there, 9 down, as in comes Kemar Roach. Oh, Yorker, that's well played by Rossington. Thickish edge, it flies off down to third man for 4. It was a good ball, but it was well played by Rossington because he got a bat on it. He's on to 40, and that's the 150 up for Essex, 152 for 6.
He's played that incredibly well.
Yeah,
that was a big in-swinger, Yorker as well, and he just got his bat down in time and just sort of squeezed it through the slip area for 4.
But then dear old Max Waller turned up, didn't he? Had to go out there with the game over, poor lad. And was it his first ball?
It was his first ball. It was at his head.
As Kemar Roach is in, forward goes Rossington. He'll take the single. 1 more to the total. On to 41 he goes.
From Mornay, and he almost sort of just like that sort of get off and just sort of protected his face and gloved it.
And that was out. And then the saddest thing in all of that was game over, and then he wasn't selected. They were going straight to Chelmsford, and he wasn't in the squad for the championship game at Chelmsford, so he just drove back. So he'd driven all that way for 1 ball, and that was it. So that's the other thing I remember about the Guildford game in 2018 is over the wicket again comes Kemar Roach, and now across his stumps. That one must be very tight, just going down according to Ricky Clark to my right, but it was almost as if he shuffled across his stumps there, and umpire Peter Hartley with a shake of the head. But with Peter Hartley, he's got to be absolutely dead. Seeing it again now on the replay. It's swinging, he's swinging late and not out. 153 for 6.
For me, just did a bit too much there, Churchy. You saw a big in-swinger again. Similar, we just spoke about the in-swing in Yorker he bowled a couple of balls ago that Rossington managed to squeeze down to third man, and then that one to Harmer. Big in-swinger again, but bit too much doubt for me.
It's very good bowling again from Kemar Roach, though.
But it's evidence again, Churchy, this change of ball is swinging, so the problem that Rory Burns is going to have is, look, we've got our wicket so far through swing, but obviously it's a hot day. You've got your bowlers going into third spells now, but that's the only thing that's probably stopping him going to Will Jacks, just on the basis that this ball is still moving in the air.
It's very interesting, all this. Harmer and Rossington are doing a terrific job, and keeping Surrey out there at the moment as Patel from the Vauxhall end is in, and forward goes Rossington. Plays this one out towards extra cover, but again, Surrey would have happened. If you'd said to Surrey at 3:13 on the opening day after you've lost the toss in these conditions, on a hot day like this, you'll have the opposition 153 for 6. So they said, thank you very much, we'll take that.
Probably even double the score there. Said thank you very much. They're in a fantastic position, and as I said, they've still got movement with this ball, and they'll be looking to try and break this partnership.
Patel is over the wicket once again, and Rossington forward he comes. Good length ball, just pushes out into the offside. Will Jack's a couple of practice deliveries. So he had a couple in the last though. That one he's just fielded that and then bowled it straight to Cameron Steele. Might be they're just discussing leg spin and off spin, but bowled that ball to Cameron Steele. Stood out there at extra cover. Talking of Steele, Paul Steele, the Surrey physio's down there at the moment.
He's got a cold towel.
Yeah, I
that
wondered.
just
It looked
put
like
around
he got
Ryan
his
Patel's
washing.
neck. Yeah.
As Ryan Patel is in once again, forward goes the right-handed Rossington. That swung back in, hits the inside edge of the bat and pick up another single. 154 for 6. It looks like he's got his washing. He's off to the laundrette, but that's an iced towel, is it?
Yeah, so he's ice towel, nice and wet, and then he was just putting it around Ryan Patel's neck just to keep him cool. Ryan Patel going into his 6th over here, so he'll be feeling it a little bit.
Still down there with his ice towel. Ryan Patel coming in over the wicket to Harmer, and Harmer is forward and plays this one out into the offside. You can get these iced vests now, can't you? Yeah, I think you can. And they sort of pump ice through when you're setting the paddling pool. Pump ice through, because you can get those trousers that pump ice through, that inflate and pump ice through for recovery trousers. Did you never use those? I know you were old school.
No, I used the recovery pumps.
Right.
Do you mean like the game readies or?
I don't know what they were. In over the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Harmer. This was when I was doing my silly run, and I was allowed to borrow these inflatable trousers you put on, and then they pumped iced water around, and it sort of helped your legs recover.
Yeah, well, that's new to me, the ice ones. You had game readies, which is similar, I think, but I didn't know they did like the full trousers. But I always used the recovery pumps, which like sort of compression air.
Right.
They were fantastic.
Yeah, very good. As over the wicket comes Patel, as that one's kept low and it's gone straight through the legs of Ben Folkes standing up. So that'll be 4 byes, but that one did keep a bit low from Ryan Patel. I think that's the end of his spell, just from the fact he looks like he's about to collapse, and also there's a pat on his backside from Rory Bird. So he's headed towards his ice towel. Down below us is Ryan Patel, but that one did keep a bit low outside the off stump. But 4 more to the total, 158 for 6, like Piccadilly Circus out there at the moment. And who are we going to get? Jamie Overton, I think, coming into the attack from the pavilion end. But yet these were... Oh no, Kemar Roach continuing. Apologies.
A long, slow walk from deep cover there from Kemar.
Very, very slow. But yes, so you put them on and they pump the ice through and it helped your legs recover. Very good they were.
Most mornings, a couple of times last year and years before, I'd get in nice and early and I'd see Alex Tyso, the physio. Where's the recovery pumps?
In over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and that's a brilliant take from Ben Folkes, diving away to his left, because Rossington, bit of pad on that would have flown away down towards the fine leg boundary rope. 158 for 6. They wouldn't be very good for sort of going for a night out, obviously, although you get some
with a nice
interesting
loafer,
looks. Yeah, absolutely, with your loafers on,
a new trainer,
inflatable pumps with your pumped ice water around. But they are very good for the old recovery. Over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and has a flash outside his off stump as Rossington beats the edge, and it climbed on Ben Folkes as well. Rossington just walks off towards square leg. Kemar Roach, if we're wondering what he has to do to get rid of Adam Rossington here, he's still there though on 42. 158 for 6. But yes, you can get, I know footballers use them when in sort of pre-season and everything, and the rugby players as well, these iced vests, so they keep your body temperature down as well. But down there it's the old school towel and ice for Ryan Patel as Roach is in again. On drive from Rossington, straight up to Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on and there's no run. You often see it when teams go abroad to hot countries and they've got everything set up, haven't they? All the ice buckets and players sat in shade with umbrellas up everywhere and those ice towels. Or
was it Tim Munton, I think, on an A tour to Sri Lanka a few years ago, was down at Fine Leg and he could see pink elephants flying around his head from the heat.
As this one's pushed off the back foot by, he was hallucinating, I hope, as it's pushed off the back foot by Rossington up towards mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, I think the dehydration.
Yeah,
he was.
Well, dear old Joe Root ended up in hospital in Australia with it in the Ashes, didn't he? You've got to be so careful. You really have. And as we found out today, it's really hot at Heathrow. We found that out today. They've got a few ice towels there. 158 for 6 as in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach and punched again by Rossington off the back foot straight up towards mid-off. And there's no run.
Have you had anyone trying to fry an egg yet on the...
I don't know, I haven't seen the telly really, but I'm sure they will do. There will be on local TV somewhere, there will be someone saying it's as hot as this that we could fry an egg on the pavement. That'll be what it is. Or a couple of sausages as well. That'll be the sort of thing that normally happens. Of course, there was that building when it was first put up. I can't remember what it was called, with the glass one over to our left. As in over the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach. This is left alone outside the off stump. And they hadn't really done the design quite right. And when the sun came out, it reflected and was burning holes in the pavement.
What, the Shard?
Not the Shard, the walkie-talkie one. Yeah, because of the angle. Sun came out, hit the glass, and then it was burning holes in the pavement. They had shut the road and everything. So yeah, it's one of those. Ricky Clark, you take a break, my friend. We'll bring Eva Gray and we'll get some much-needed sense into this commentary box at the moment as Eva Gray comes in. But yes, you see, this is the things you find out when the sun comes out. 158 for 6. So very good stuff from Messrs Rossington and Harmer. At lunch it was 91 for 6 and they've taken it up to 158 for 6. Welcome back, Eva. And we were just saying that, well, other than talking about paddling pools and ice buckets and all that good stuff, Harmer and Rossington have done a pretty good job here, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just been ticking over since I've come off air, really. Yeah, not too many chances, I don't think, come Surrey's way, and they've just kind of been kind of keeping out the good ball and punishing the bad ball.
They have indeed, and another drinks break out there in the middle. A member of the ground staff comes running out there to use the big broom. And, I think they're going to remark the creases as well now, so broom and paint and long bit of wood is usually needed for marking the creases up again. But yeah, Harmer and Rossington here very sensibly getting as much liquid on board as they can, because we keep talking about what a hot day it is, but actually when you're out there you've got to keep yourself hydrated, otherwise you lose your concentration, don't you? That's the thing. But they're used to it. I know we're not in this country, but most of these players have played around the world, haven't they? So they know what it is to play in hot conditions. Yeah,
definitely. I think, especially for someone like Dan Worrall from Australia, I mean, it regularly hits 37, 38, 40 in Perth, doesn't it? Yeah, I heard you speaking about the rain in Taunton. I saw something on Twitter. Apparently there's a band of rain moving across the country, but most of it's so hot that it can't rain.
Oh, I see.
Clearly, apart from in Taunton.
Well, it evaporates.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as hot in Taunton then.
Maybe. And I've also seen that there's a wildfire just off the motorway in Dartford.
Oh dear. Well, there you are, you see.
Something you don't really expect in England.
Wow. 158 for 6. Jamie Overton, after the drinks break, comes in over the wicket. And this one's left alone by Harmer. Outside his off stump. Well, there we are. So, yes, well, I'm sure all these pictures will do the rounds, because I think the temperature is dropping tomorrow, isn't it? So I think the temperature is dropping tomorrow. Yes, I've just seen pictures of that from Dartford, right near the motorway as well, which is not good. So all these different things going on today with the hot weather as Jamie Overton comes in once again over the wicket, and this one's tucked up the ground by Simon Harmer. It's funny, isn't it, when you work in sort of local radio and things, you always know the questions that they'll want asked for interview, and without a doubt they'll want, how was it out there because it was so hot? But you feel a bit silly saying that to cricketers, don't you? Because that's what you do.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying to Ricky at lunch, obviously I'm very sympathetic with them today, but I kind of think with heat, once it gets to a certain point, you just power through.
Now as forward comes Rossington. That's good running. Just pushes into the offside, takes the quick single. Very good running that from Adam Rossington. Now, Overton's not happy with where Harmer was going, and that'll be one more to the total, but not happy with where Harmer was off to there. Jamie Overton. Anyway, it's one more to the total. Harmer's now on to 27. Rossington comes back onto strike on 42. There was a look back towards Harmer there from Jamie Overton. Overton charges in once again. Forward goes Rossington. Does the fielding again, does Jamie Overton off his own bowling. Well, after this over, we've got 10 till tea. So 10 until tea. And this has been a good session so far for Essex, although they're not scoring quickly, understandably. So as I say, not getting away from Surrey, but Surrey would dearly like to break this partnership. Jamie Overton, and he comes once again to Rossington. Short ball, and that's going to be pulled for 4 by Rossington. He's onto that very quickly. That whistles off towards the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. Rossington's on to 46. And it's 163 for 6. Good shot.
Yeah, just a few signs of a bit of fatigue setting in now a little bit. Probably in the hottest part of the day at the moment, but yeah, just dragged a little bit short there from Overton. I don't think it was an intended short ball because didn't get anywhere near high enough, but yeah, he picked up length really quickly and just pulled it in front of square there.
Yeah, played very nicely. Absolutely whistled off to that mid-wicket boundary rope. Overton's in again, another short one, and this one looking to pull is Rossington. It's hit the glove of Adam Rossington. He'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 164 for 6. So asking the question about Will Jacks and this ball swinging and when did, but just to, Roy Benz might just think about a change, just to change the pace of all of this as well at the moment. And yeah, here he comes. Will Jacks is coming into the attack now in his sunglasses. So it makes sense, doesn't it? Because Rossington and Harmer, by nature, as I said, they're not just going to push Will Jacks back up the pitch.
No, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the field here. I think, just looking now, I think they'll probably have a long on and a deep mid-wicket, but yeah, I've still got to get some catches around the bat just to, if there is any turn here for Will Jacks.
It'll be interesting to see. It's Rory Burns at first lit, then the backward point. Sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, deepish mid off, long on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and then the short fine leg. So just Rory Burns in there really as the close catcher.
Yeah, he's done a really good job for Surrey this year, Will Jacks.
He certainly has. He's in here to Adam Rossington. It's down the leg side, and Rossington doesn't have anything to do with that. Nicely taken by Ben Folkes.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of chat about how we've gone the whole kind of county championship without a frontline spinner yet.
Yes, this one's tucked into the leg side by Rossington, out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. You see, the way I look at it now is he is your frontline spinner. That's what they've said. They've said you're the frontline spinner now, and I think he's enjoying the role as well. And it's sort of the proof's in the pudding as much as anything with the way Surrey have gone about it this season. There's Harmer. He's forward here to Jacks, who plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Definitely, and also just having that confidence behind you. If he has it in his head that he is the frontline spinner, then immediately that's a more confident way of going about it.
Sweeping is Harmer out towards deep backward square. Round comes down Worrall to do the field. They just pick up a single, so as I said, they're not just going to play him back. Sweeps out straight away from Simon Harmer. I think it was as much. This is simplify. You were about 6 or 7 and you're going to be our spinner. So he knew exactly what he was doing. As this one is turning round into the leg side is Rossington. Comes off the bat. Half a shout from Ben Folkes, because I think he was just wondering whether that might have hit pad first. As Jacks is in again. Rossington forward. Nudges into the leg side once more. Patel comes round. So a tidy first over that from Will Jacks. End of it. Essex 166 for 6. Harmer 28. Rossington 48. Eva Gray alongside us here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio London. For BBC Radio Essex listeners as well, Paul Newton will be with us tomorrow. I think Mr. Newton took the very sensible decision that with the weather today, he'd probably leave today, but I think it's going to get cooler tomorrow, so Paul Newton will be with us tomorrow. I think Mr. Kevin Howes is down tomorrow as well after the one-day international. I'm just looking at Will Jacks' bowling figures this season, actually. I'll just go through those in a sec. But in the opening game, Warwickshire Edgbaston, the first thing he had to bowl 36.5 overs, 1 for 93, but that wasn't turning at all. As Overton is in, and this will be 4 for Harmer. Banged in by Jamie Overton, and Harmer's just jumped over that and pulled it away through the leg side. And this partnership has now moved on to 79. Harmer moves on to 32, so very good shot again that from Simon Harmer.
Yeah, we were just saying about Will Jacks. I wonder if they've done something similar. A lot of people have been wanting it from the England team, that they're kind of giving their backing to Moeen Ali and saying you're going to bat at 7 and be our frontline spinner, which has never really happened. So he's always looked a bit timid as a bowler when he bowls for England.
And over the wicket again comes Overton. This is left alone by Harmer outside his off stump. So yeah, 1 for 93 off 36.5. He's bowled a lot of overs this season. Hampshire here, just the 9 overs in the first innings, 2 for 42, 12 overs in the second, none for 32. Somerset here, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41. Gloucestershire at Bristol, well, that was when Gloucestershire and Surrey both scored thousands of runs. 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 48. Northamptonshire here, he only bowled 3 overs in the first innings. But then it was Beckenham, really. 30 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 65 in the first innings. As Jamie Overton is in, and Harmer's letting this one go outside his off stump. Overton thought Harmer may have got a little bit of glove on that. He was about to appeal, but saw Folkes and Jacks and Pope and Patel not a squeak from them. And then in the second innings, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. But it was that game at Beckenham in that first innings where he bowled an awful lot of overs. It sort of made you think, hang on just a second, talk about work in progress, but actually he's making that progress very, very quickly at the moment, Will Jacks. Jamie Overton over the wicket again to Harmer, and Harmer's forward and pushes this one up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. And there is no run. And the other thing is he's bowled a lot of overs, so he's bowling, which I think spinners have to, don't they? You have to bowl a lot of overs to get to know your craft.
Yeah, definitely. It's I'd imagine it's a bit of a rhythm thing as well, just settling in and finding that length quite early on in the season and getting those overs behind you.
Overton turns down below us once more, trying to break this partnership. Short one. Oh, now Harmer there was thinking of pulling that, then letting it go, and in the end it's just hit his bat and rolled behind him into the slip cordon. Simon Harmer played about 8 shots at that. In the end it just hit his bat and rolled away down into the slip cordon. Will Jacks does the fielding. As a bowler here, I suppose what you don't want to do is, it's a difficult one because you don't want to go off what's pick you up those 6 wickets too much.
Yeah, I was just thinking, we've seen the ball before the last, there still is a bit of swing there, but these last couple of overs from Overton has just probably been just short of a length. I don't know if that's a changing tactic or just a bit of fatigue. He's in again, that's fuller of length, but it's wide outside the off stump, and nothing to do with that again.
Harmer, end of the over, 170 for 6. Just a reminder, Essex won the toss, batted first this morning, and Nick Brown was the first to go, caught behind off Kemar Roach for 10, and then Tom Westley bowled by Dan Worrall for 11. Next ball, Dan Lawrence LBW to Worrall without scoring, then Paul Walter caught at leg slip off Worrall without scoring. Alistair Cook caught by Pope off Overton for 29, and then Critchley bowled by Roach in the final over before lunch for 21. That was 91 for 6 at lunch. Now 70 runs have been added by Harmer and Rossington, and we've got 8 overs till tea, and 170 for 6 Essex. Jacks will continue from the pavilion end of the ground, coming in over the wicket to Rossington. Forward he goes, just pokes this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. Well, Sussex across the way after Middlesex won the toss and stuck them in. 172 for 2 as Jacks is in, sweeping. Rossington, big shout for LBW. Umpire Hartley again, shake of the head. I think the thing, and I've seen Umpire Hartley over the years, it has to be 100% out for that finger to go up. And there's been some big shouts for LBWs so far today as Jacks is in, tosses this one up, and Rossington will play it down the ground towards long on. Pope comes in off the boundary rope.
Yeah, I'd imagine we'll see spin from this pavilion end until tea now. Maybe an over or two of Cameron Steele, and Overton might have one more maybe, and then they'll just rotate the seamers from this Vauxhall end.
Yeah, Dan Worrall's out there at deep wicket at the moment. He's got an iced towel behind him as well. Will Jack's very particular about where his field is. It's Simon Harmer back onto strike, and that one's just gone on a bit quicker. Thickish inside edge. And rolls down towards Jamie Overton. I'm really looking forward to watching Harmer bowl though. I always enjoy watching him bowl, but he's obviously in good nick at the moment. Forward he comes with the bat, Simon Harmer, and just pokes this one out into the offside. But 28 wickets in the last 2 championship games bowling his offies. It's amazing really when you think about it. Jacks is in again. This is quicker, and this is just turned by Harmer into the leg side, and you wouldn't expect too much there on the opening day, but nothing really for Will Jacks. End of the over, 172 for 6, Harmer 33, and Rossington will be on strike on 49. But yeah, 28 wickets in the 2 games. Amazing really.
It's just astonishing, isn't it? I don't think I've got that many wickets in about 3 years.
He is. I've thought for many years he's up there as best off spinner in the world with Ashwin, etc. He is a fantastic bowler. And of course, we might well see him if this weather continues. We might well see him in the Test series against England. South Africa going along very nicely in the ODI. They're 216 for 2 against England. Jamie Overton is going to continue, coming into Simon Harmer from this Vauxhall end, and Harmer lets the first one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, England struggling a bit there. I think Stokes, I don't think, can bowl, and Matthew Potts is off the field unwell with heat stroke apparently. Oh no.
Oh dear. Well, Milan made 57, but Markram's on 43, and Rassie van der Dusen is 89 not out, so yeah, a bit of work there for England to do. Jamie Overton is in to Harmer, and Harmer's letting this one go again outside his off stump. Elsewhere in the First Division, Hampshire 165 for 1 against Gloucestershire. Of course, that one's finishing at 4:30 today though, so Hampshire going nicely at Cheltenham. Somerset 103 for 2 against Yorkshire. Kent were all out for 165 at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 20 for 2. So it's obviously nipping around at Edgbaston.
Yeah, well, I think they've been quite high scoring at Edgbaston so far this year. So.
Overton's in again, left alone once more by Harmer. Northamptonshire 146 for 5 against Lancashire. Division 1 Nottinghamshire just chugging along very nicely, 251 for 1 they are. against Derbyshire, with Ben Duckett 120 not out and Hassi Hamid 107 not out. So those two having a good day so far. And then, as I say, Sussex 173 for 2 against Middlesex at Lords, as Overton is in, and that's hitting the pads of Harmer as it went across his stumps, and that's going to fly off down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So this partnership now 81, 176 for 6. But I think the other thing you've seen here from Harmer and from Rossington is 2 very experienced players, and they've just sort of worked out their way of going about it, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're well aware that there's going to be some poor balls with the heat and yeah, just kind of the tiredness starting to set in, but they played it really well here.
Overton's in again, another short one. This one he's ducking underneath is Simon Harmer, and then comes marching back towards Adam Rossington. They look like a pair of nightclub bouncers together, don't they, Rossington and Harmer? They're sort of very, very solid pair out there.
Yeah, and as you say, they're drawing on all their experience here. They're not going particularly quickly. Simon Harmer's 33 off 100 here, but they know that they're just taking some time out of the game. Keeping Surrey out in the field for a while will kind of put them in good stead later on in the game.
Over the wicket once more then comes Overton. Oh, forward goes Harmer. Was a little late on that. It's the inside edge of the bat, hence the oohs and ahs. Overton can't believe it. With his hands down on his knees at the moment is Jamie Overton. He's actually on his knees now, is Jamie Overton. The end of the over, 6 to go till tea, and Essex are having a good battling session here. 177 for 6 they are, Harmer and Rossington. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see those two are out there having a bit of a natter about everything at the moment.
I think he looks absolutely knackered, doesn't he, Overton? He's just coming off now, is he?
Yeah, I think he is. I think Ben Geddes is giving him the green to Bard. So yes, I think Jamie Overton is going to make his way off. He's given it absolutely everything, but again in this heat it might be that he's just struggling a tiny bit with it. So he's going to make his way off, is Jamie Overton.
Yeah, he's just slumped to his knees, didn't he, at the end of that over? Doesn't look... Just holding his ice cold drink to his forehead.
Yeah, he's just making his way off. He's jogging off now, but he may just be feeling this heat, Jamie Overton. So as I say, it means that Ben Geddes is out there. He's gone to a short, fine leg position. Will Jacks is coming over the wicket from the pavilion end, and forward goes Simon Harmer. Plays this one back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Do you think Ben Geddes will be disappointed to miss out today, or...?
Yes, I think he probably will be. But it may be the bowling of Cameron Steele. This one's pushed off the back foot by the right-handed Harmer. Of course, got his maiden Championship 100 only a couple of games ago against Kent here. As in comes Jacks forward, comes Harmer. Plays this one down towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's had a slightly mixed start to his professional career. I think he's got that maiden Championship 100.
This one's down the leg side, and does spin down the leg side, but a bit too wide, and taken by Ben Folkes. As just getting everything out the way of that was Simon Harmer.
But in the T20 stuff, I think he's just struggled for form a little bit for the first 11.
As forward he comes Simon Harmer. Just pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There's Kemar Roach. It was a lovely innings. That first Championship 100 was a lovely innings. He shaped up very well at Taunton as well against Somerset. And over the wicket comes Jacks, and Rossington just turns down to Geddes. He's in there at short fine, and there is no run. End of the over, so with Overton off the pitch, we will definitely be getting a change in bowling from this Vauxhall end. And it looks as if Tom Laws is the man to do that. He's the younger one of them all, 19 years old, so he's being asked to come and bowl from this Vauxhall end. And Rossington seems to have been on 49 forever, but Harmer at the moment, see, in this partnership, Harmer's seen, just having a look at that, Harmer's seen 24 more deliveries than Rossington. So he's seen 4 more overs of bowling.
Yeah, it's definitely been steady progress, hasn't it? Rossington had, I think he had 27 off 29 or something like that.
It's what Essex needed, though, just to steady the ship a touch. Still weren't nowhere near where they wanted to be, but from 91 for 6 at lunchtime, Surrey would have been hoping to be batting by now, I think. Tom Laws then from the Vauxhall end, coming into Simon Harmer, and Harmer lets this one go late. Outside his off stump. Nice bit of bowling from Tom Laws. He's got a very whippy action, hasn't he, Tom Laws?
Yeah, he's got quite a steady run up compared to. He's got a bit of speed in his delivery action. So as you say, yeah, very whippy. Just kind of creeps up to the crease and comes through his action very nicely.
And over the wicket he comes once more, as this is punched off the back foot by Simon Harmer, and this will bring Adam Rossington on to strike on 49 as they take a single there. So that'll be one more to the total. On to 36 now. 179 for 6.
Just wonder whether we'll see a change in field for the 49, but he's been on it for so long that
his action, I've been trying to remember whose action he reminds me of. Abdur Razak, Pakistan bowler. He played at Surrey for a while, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rossington. Very similar action to Razak. About the same run up, and then that whippy action.
yeah, he gets really nice, gentle away swing and really good carry we've seen today.
Yes, as I say, he's got a bit about him, Tom Laws. Over the wicket he comes once again, and this one's left alone. Outside his off stump by Rossington. And of course the other man, Hazza Mahmood, who is the bowling coach for Surrey, didn't have a long run up or anything like that, Hazza Mahmood, but there's a lot of the Razak about Tom Laws. Waits again. There's Rossington on 49 as Laws is into him. Rossington pushes into the offside ball, about a single for his 50. Decides against it because Cameron Steele's come round quickly in there at cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, he looks a really good player. He's just 19 years old, and he looks really mature in how he goes about his bowling as well. And yeah, definitely doesn't look unsettled in this really strong Surrey bowling attack.
He settled in very nicely. His championship life is. Here is Rossington driving, and that's his 50. It's been a very good one, this. Very much needed by Essex as well. From Rossington. It's come off 186 balls, apologies. Off 86 deliveries. And gets a firm handshake from Simon Harmer. So end of the over, but Rossington on to 50. 86 deliveries, very good innings.
Yeah, I just heard in the lunch break actually that, I don't know if you saw it, there was a video going around of Mark Wood bowling for his club. But some bad news for some England fans, that he's pulled up quite badly from that and he's got to have more surgery.
Oh no. Well, that's not good news at all. Yes, I saw he was Ashington he was playing for, I think.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be.
No, I did think, hang on just a sec. As here is Will Jacks, and this one's turned into the leg side by Rossington. We'll pick up a single. 181 for 6. When you pay your match fee, you don't expect Mark Wood to be rocking up, do you?
Just come along for a nice leisurely game of cricket on
I
a
did see
Saturday.
one player though who came up with a very good tactic, and that was took his guard about 1.5 foot outside the leg stump and then just tried to hit everything through the offside. As forward comes Harmer, clips this one's back up the pitch, and Jacks does the fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of backing away, so I guess if you're going to accept that you're going to go leg side of it, you may as well start leg side of it.
Absolutely. As Jacks is in, and this one's tucked away by Simon Harmer into the leg side. Patel does the fielding, tumbling away to his right. So this partnership now worth 90. Jacks is in once more. Harmer's across his stumps and tucking this one down into the leg side. Oohs and ahs from Will Jacks.
I think Rory Burns just called for another helmet, so I don't know if we're going to see
another close catcher perhaps, as Jacks is in, and this one's whipped away into the leg side by Harmer out there towards deep mid-wicket. There, stroll one more. Harmer moves on to 37, 182 for 6. Rossington comes back onto strike on 51 as Jacks is into him, tosses this one up. Rossington's a lovely shot, just guides it away through that vacant cover region. They'll pick up a couple. Sensibly played by Rossington. Haven't taken any risks here, Rossington and Harmer, but they've kept the scoreboard moving, and they're on to 184 for 6 now. Essex, so 16 away from a first batting point. 3 overs till tea, and the partnership between Harmer and Rossington, Eva Gray, is now worth 93.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership here for Essex. It's exactly what they needed, having those 2 wickets just before lunch. And it looks relatively easy against Will Jacks at the moment. He's just trying to settle into a spell, but not seeing too much turn, obviously, on this day 1 pitch. And yeah, see if Tom Laws can get something here.
Laws is in, over the wicket to Harmer. Pushes off that back foot into the offside. Round comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding. And the other thing here is what Essex will say to themselves is, it shows what a good pitch this is, that these two look very comfy at the moment. There's not a huge amount happening out there, and that was why it was so crucial that Essex got a good solid foundation to their innings, having won the toss and decided to bat first. But then Dan Worrall sort of knocked that on the head with 2 in 2 balls, really. Laws is in. This one's tucked into the leg side by Simon. Apologies, Adam Rossington. He'll pick up another single. He moves on to 54.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really dug deep here. I mean, Kemar Roach has already bowled 17 overs and we're only 2 sessions into the game, so they've kind of seen out that really tricky spell where it was swinging around corners, and now look to cash in against a bit of an older ball.
Laws is in. Rossington down there at the non-strikers, then just starts moving forward as Harmer clips that one down to backward point, but again there is no run. Those lads are still sat in the bottom tier of the MAR Galadari stand in the sun. God dear, they'll be very. Well, I hope they've all got their creams and everything on. I know I'm a fine one to talk, but it is very hot today. As this one from Laws is down the leg side, taken by a tumbling Ben Folkes, as Harmer had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, we've just seen the crowd move further and further back below that Galadari stand, haven't we? As the shade creeps further back.
Yep.
There's not much shade in the ground now, is there?
Not really. You're sort of in it the whole time as in comes Laws, and this is drilled off the front foot by Simon Harmer. Out through the covers, they'll pick up a single. And that'll be one more to Harmer. He's moved on to 39, 187 for 6. 2 till tea after this one. Eva, we'll let you go at the end of this over, and then I'll bring Mr. Cody in just for the couple of overs before tea to get his take on what we've seen. Over the wicket once again comes Laws, and that's left alone once more outside the off stump by Rossington. End of the over. Thank you, Eva. Eva will be back after tea. And 187 for 6. So a very good partnership this. It's worth 96. Will Jacks will continue from the pavilion end of the ground here in South London. South Africa going very nicely against England. Across the river at Lord's, Sussex still going very nicely. 182 for 2. Ooh. After winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl first, of course. Is Mr. Murtagh in charge there? He might be. sure it was his greatest decision as yet from T. Murtagh. Well, Jacks it is, getting ready to come in from the pavilion end of the ground, and the right-handed Harmer on strike on 39. They've got leg slip in now as Jacks is in and Harmer's forward. Playing this one back up the pitch. Welcome back, Mr. Coney. Very good this from Harmer and Rossington, isn't it?
Great partnership. Great partnership.
As Jacks is in once more. Forward goes Harmer. There's this one out into the offside.
Shows that the pitch is pretty good, doesn't it, really?
Absolutely.
And perhaps it also says that once the ball stopped swinging as it was this morning and the bowler's still relatively fresh and having some success.
Jacks in. Forward again goes Harmer.
That, you know, now we're going through a phase where it's a lot harder work for the bowlers. I think Jacks personally is bowling from the wrong end.
As this is a short ball and this is pulled away by Harmer. Beats a diving Geddes at short fine, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. And that's the 100 partnership. Terrific partnership this from Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer. 2 experienced pros trying to get their side out of a bit of a hole. 191 for 6. Would that be because of the breeze? Yeah.
I think a spinner should always want really to bowl into a breeze to defeat the batsman before the ball pitches.
In again. Forward goes Harmer.
I mean, he's quite flat at the moment, isn't he? I mean, I don't know whether he bowls like this normally. He certainly gets a good hip rotation, that's where you get your spin from.
He's in again, and forward goes Harmer. Pushes this one out into the offside. Will take a single into the over. 192 for 6. He's a tall lad as well, so he tends to get bounce as well.
Yeah, I can see that. But you do need to get the ball up a little bit, even though you are tall. And I think the revs, if you've got enough revs on the ball, what is it? Is it Bernoulli's theorem? I'm not sure. But a sphere, and as soon as it's turning in the air, it'll go the direction of the spin, if you like. So that's why the ball will curve in the air. If an off spinner, it'll curve away from a right-handed batsman, and it'll also just drop as well, and then it'll turn back in, of course. So you can actually get a man reaching for the ball, and it'll come in between bat and pad if it's got enough work on the ball.
Bernoulli's theorem.
Yeah, just the same as a leg spinner always just goes in slightly. Here's the leg spinner now.
Yes, indeed. Cameron Steele getting the over before tea. There's a couple of paces, then over the wicket he goes, and this is left alone outside the off stump. I feel I've got 2 men of education alongside me, yourself, Mr. Coney, and of course Mr. Ricky Clark, now teaching as well. He'll know all about Bernoulli's theorem. As over the wicket again goes Cameron Steele. This is driven out into the offside by Harmer. He'll pick up a single. One more to Harmer. He moves on to 45. 193 for 6.
I just think, though, the spinners generally, as a starting point, they should like bowling into a breeze. Yeah. They need to use that. I know the people, they'll say, it's all the swingers happening down this end. That's where we've seen the swing really going from this end. But the spinners should be able to get that a bit of movement as well.
Steals in once more. This is whipped into the leg side by Adam Rossington. They could bat the session here, these two, and they've done it very well. As I say, what I like about this is it's 2 experienced pros working out their way of doing things. Haven't done anything rash as yet. It's very short from Cameron Steele, and this is just pushed away into the leg side by Rossington. Pick up another single. Sound of a siren going along the Harleford Road. It's much like the sound of birds in the morning. It's the same sort of thing, really. You always hear that along the Harleford Road. You get used to hearing birds in the morning. You always get used to the sound of a siren going up the Harleford Road. It's always noisy along there, Mr. Coney. As forward goes Harmer. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
That's Archbishop Tennyson's
School,
road, is it?
yep,
That's the Harleford road there.
That's heading off towards Brixton, all back into Vauxhall and over the bridge as Cameron Steele is in, and this is driven up towards mid-off by Harmer, and there is no run. That will be tee, and that's a very good session from Essex, because they've gone from 91 for 6 to 194 for 6, and even my maths tells me it's a partnership of 103 between Harmer on 45 and Rossington on 55. So Jeremy Coney, all credit there to the way that Harmer and Rossington have gone about that.
Done well, haven't they? Settled in straight after lunch when the ball didn't do quite as much. Same bowlers were rotated throughout the first part of that session. There was a little bit of movement for a start, but not much. A couple of little half chances and opportunities here and there for Surrey, but nothing to speak of. And Rossington has been doing the bulk of the scoring, looking to attack just a little bit more than Simon Harmer. Harmer likes to get onto the front foot. Rossington doesn't mind actually pulling the ball as well. He sees the length quite quickly and plays his pull strokes and gets it square on the offside as well. So, I mean, they've showed a range of stroke. They haven't tried to take too many risks at all. They've just built on their partnership as they go, and they've thoroughly deserved that 100-run partnership. They're bringing their side back into the game a little. Let's wait and see what we're going to see in the next session now. If they can continue to do that, they could just pull their side around a bit.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back with you in 20 minutes. Mr. Coney and I will start again after tea, and then bring in our Clark and E. Gray. We're going to do a bit of commentary as well after tea. Thank you for your company, as always. I'm glad you all enjoyed the talk of paddling pools. 20-minute tea break, 194 for 6 Essex. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream. Tea break is over on this opening day, and Essex are recovery. 194 for 6 they are. Terrific partnership between Simon Harmer and Adam Rossington. They were 91 for 6 at lunch, but Harmer 45 not out, Rossington 55 not out, and have played very, very well. Surrey would have taken this at the start of play. Essex winning the toss and batting, and Tom Laws it will be straight away after the lunch break. Jeremy Coney is alongside, Ricky Clark is here as well, Eva Gray as well. It really is. I've had a few texts from people saying, how have you organised these three to be with you in the commentary box today? And here is Tom Laws, and this one's down the leg side and gets absolutely nothing on it. First up, Rossington, and taken by Ben Folkes away to his left. But Jeremy Coney, a very good partnership between Harmer and Rossington. What I've liked about it is, as I say, two experienced pros just worked out their way of doing this.
Yeah, that's true, and experience is always counts, doesn't it? But also I think the pitch itself has been okay.
As Laws is in, and Rossington pushes off the back foot, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. There hasn't been much nip, what you would call nip, has there? It hasn't really moved. It's been movement in the air prior to pitching this morning that created the chances for Surrey, and they took them. But that middle session, things settled out and eased out. The ball got softer. It was changed. Laws, over the wicket he comes, and this is turned leg side by Rossington out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, and that's our first run after lunch and after tea. In fact, Rossington moves on to 56, 195 for 6.
And you can see, with 5-4 fields now, that the bowlers are targeting the pads a little bit more. They can bowl a bit straighter. They can vary their lengths a bit. I'd still like to see Jacks on into the breeze.
Yes, here is Laws. This one comes back as Harmer lets it go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Ben Folkes down low to his left-hand side. 16
overs to the second new ball. So that's about an hour or so, just over that probably. You want to, I think, if Overton is unable to bowl a lot today, you've got Roach and Worrall, of course, but Roach has bowled 17.
In again, his Laws, that's down the leg side, and nothing to do with that Harmer.
So that's a reason, in terms of the heat anyway, that's quite a decent workload, I think, early on in the game. How many overs can he bowl? So Worrall 13, Laws 10, and certainly he needs to bowl and do his work here, so he needs a good spell at this point.
Waits again, over his bat does Harmer, and Laws is in, and Harmer, little inside edge, that runs away into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, and Harmer moves on to 46, it's 196 for 6.
But once that new ball is available, I think you'd have to take that after what we've seen so far with the newer ball today and the older ball. So you want to have, I think, your bowlers ready for that time. Don't overwork them prior to the arrival of that ball. So you don't want to use them too much. If you are going to use them now and briefly.
As you say that, it's going to be down Worrall straight away after the tea break from the Vauxhall end.
But not too much.
No, because that new ball's available after this over in 15. So 15 overs time.
That's right. So it's just a question, I think, of after a little burst here for Worrall, give him a break, and you don't want to go from all seam, I don't think, to all spin. I much prefer to see a spinner and as a partnership with one seamer being used to ask the batsman different questions at the same time.
Over the wicket then is down Worrall, and forward goes Simon Harmer. Plays this very solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just to say, in the one-day international, they're moving along very nicely. South Africa 294 for 2 in the 46th. Van der Dusen, yes. 131 not out. Markram 76 not out.
Yeah, Aidan Markram.
Good player, eh?
Very good
Mark
player.
Yeah, very good player. Knows Durham very well because he was an overseas there for a while. As this one's left alone outside the off stump and taken by Ben Folkes, tumbling away to his right. But yeah, Van der Dusen 131, Milan made 57, De Kock made 19. 400th career wicket for Sam Curran already. So I didn't realise he got that many, but 400. And then some bad news about Mark Wood today as well. He's going to need a bit more surgery. Yeah, so he played a club game at the weekend, and on Test Match Special today said that he's going to need a bit more surgery now, poor chap. As Worrall is in over the wicket, off his stumps. Harmer plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. And relief for me, Jeremy Coney, during the tea break.
What? No injury for you?
No.
Over tea
well,
break?
there was that. There's
Right.
always a chance going down the stairs.
Yes.
But Tom Law's bowling, I've been racking my brains who he reminded me of, and I've just double checked, and it is the man. Abdul Razak, the action. Abdul Razak. And that's it. And these are the sort of things that cause me sleepless nights, Jeremy Coney. They really are. That would annoy me all day. As in over the wicket comes Worrall, and forward goes Harmer. Now that did swing, and that goes past the edge, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, diving away to his right hand side. It was the same with Potts when he was bowling. I was thinking, who does he remind me of? Who does he remind me of? And then I thought, Shammy. Same sort of action as Shammy. But I had sleepless nights. I even had to text Mark Butcher just to double check that I wasn't. And he said, yeah, no, I can see what you're saying there. So then I was able to sleep, because for a couple of hours I was like, where does he remind me of? But Razak for Laws, and they're very similar. As in over the wicket comes Worrall, and this one's left alone by Harmer outside his off stump. Quizzical look from Ricky Clark towards me. He's slightly nervous because I'm writing his autobiography for him during the winter months, and he's just looking at me now as if, are you sure that this is the man I want? Are you absolutely sure?
So, does he remind you of anybody?
Clark?
Yes.
Himself? What,
Yes.
you mean in the bowling? Oh, that's a good point. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrall, and that one's gone the other way, but down the leg side, and that's a tumbling take by Ben Folkes, diving away to his left. 196 for 6. I tell you what I did notice last week. Now, who was it for Yorkshire? I'm going to have to go through my notes. But I did say on commentary, they set up batting exactly like Ricky Clark. Let me just go through my notes here, because I noted it down. Where are we? Will Frame sets up exactly the same way as your good self, Mr. Clark. Yes. So, no, he did get runs. But no, I did notice that. See, so this is the sort of thing, as I say.
This is riveting
I
stuff.
even write it down.
This is the sort of stuff that you want to read in a book.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
good.
Oh, well, I think there's a book in there for bowling action comparisons, definitely. Here is Tom Laws. Forward goes Rossington, thick inside edge. That runs out towards deep backward square. They're coming back for 2. It's good running from Rossington. Scampers through for the second. And 2 more to the total. 2 more to Rossington. He moves on to 58, 198 for 6.
Rossington, he's quick, isn't he?
He is, over his
My
22
word.
yards.
Yeah, he is. Not the sort of man you'd say would run for a bus.
No. Might get there before the bus, so he's ready for it. Unless it's 22 yards away, and then he'll be absolutely fine, wouldn't
You'd have to time the run
Absolutely.
very well.
But he's quick enough for what he needs to do, and obviously he's very athletic behind the stumps as well. As over the wicket once more comes Tom Laws, and forward goes Rossington. Little inside edge, but again, just a bit of swing there for Tom Laws. And that's played back up the pitch, and there's no run. But Mr. Rossington having a bit of a breather.
Yeah, it's a
after
quick
those 2.
Yeah.
Got some sweat in the eyes, I think. But in the wonderful world of social media as well, I'm sure if someone started a Twitter handle with same bowling action or something, they'd probably catch on, wouldn't it, the way the world is these days. Rossington here, I wonder if he's just feeling that second now. Is it just...
Well, he turned
hot
and
day.
came back hard, didn't he?
Hot old day for him. 198 for 6. And the partnership worth 107. He's okay now. And settles himself down over his back. Got a slip and a gully in there, has Tom Laws, as over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Rossington. Plays this one out towards cover. There's Cameron Steele to do the fielding.
We're about 3 runs and over, aren't we? Sort of.
Yeah, 2.98.
Yeah. So 16 overs, another 48 runs. That'll be 250, basically. 250 for 6 if they don't lose a wicket. That they've come back into this game totally.
Absolutely. As Laws is in over the wicket again, and here is Rossington playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run because from 91 for 6. And as I say, what will be in the back of Surrey's minds is Lythe and Tattersall at Yorkshire last week. 125 for 5 suddenly became, if I can find my notes on that one, well, 305 they put on, whatever that is, if you had those two up, became 430 for 6. As in over the wicket comes Laws, forward again goes Rossington, plays this one back
still
up
the
pitch.
the 7th wicket, was it?
Yep, so they're 125 for 5 before lunch, and then, well, it wasn't until the second afternoon, and Lythe out for 183, and that became 430 for 6. So that was 305 they put on. Messrs. like Lythe did play well.
Well, if we get a finish like that game.
Oh, absolutely.
Be pleased.
As over the wicket once again comes Laws. That's down the leg side. Gets nothing on it again, Rossington. Just looking to help it down towards fine leg. That's the end of the over. 198 for 6. So 2 runs away from a first batting point as well. Are Essex and Surrey already have the 2 bowling points. Across the river at Lords, I was just having a little lurk, and this will be the worry for Sussex, for Middlesex. So Sussex, after winning the toss and sticking Sussex in, 211 for 12, but a certain Mr. Pajara.
Hang on, 211 for 12?
For 2.
Ah, okay.
Not 12, sorry, for 12.
Change the rules over there with the weather.
Because it's a hot day. You can come in again.
You can.
You can come in again.
I didn't do myself.
It's so hot.
Yeah, I didn't do myself justice
it's
there.
It's so hot that if you're out early, you come back in. Pajara, 65 not out. And that's the concern for Middlesex, isn't it? Especially at Lords, as Worrall is in, and forward comes Harmer. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, Pajara 65, Allsop 81. 211 for 2. T. Murtagh there. Might be regretting that decision, our Clark, I think, to stick him in. Yes.
And what about at Edgbaston?
Well, Edgbaston, there are still wickets tumbling at Edgbaston. So Kent 165, Warwickshire 72 for 3. There we are, some wickets going down at Edgbaston. As Worrall is in over the wicket, and Harmer looking to work it into the leg side, just gets cramped up a touch for room. And that rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. Let's see how many overs T. Murtagh's bowled as well, because that will be interesting. Having made the decision, the skipper, how many overs has the great man sent down? Let's have a little look. Murtagh, 11 overs from Murtagh. When the last time he bowled was? As 198 for 6. Yadav's doing some bowling there. As in over the wicket again comes Worrall, forward comes Harmer, pushes this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. On a serious point though, Peter Milan playing in that. Now they've been waiting for a visa for him. He's a good signing for Middlesex, Milan. So yes, T. Murtagh, the captain, making that decision. And when he had Ali Orr LBW for 7 early on, he'd have thought, genius, absolute genius from me. As over the wicket once more comes Worrall, and this one's dug out back up the pitch from Harmer. So Surrey very tight here after the tea break, but on this hottest day ever around the country. Had some rain in Taunton, but that's dried out, unsurprisingly. 164 for 2. Hampshire 201 for 2. We'll keep an eye on that game against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, but that should be stumps quite soon, because I think they're finishing at 4:30. As over the wicket comes Worrall once again, and that's down the leg side, and got nothing on it, Harmer. Really, he's missed out a touch there Simon Harmer. Tumbling take from Ben Folkes.
So who's third in this Division 1?
Lancashire are third.
Right.
I'll get my table for you, Mr. Kenny. So at the start of play today, Lancashire third on 137, Surrey top on 165, Hampshire second on 150, Lancashire third on 137, Essex fourth on 118, but with the game in hand. Over the wicket once more comes Worrall. This one's very wide outside the off stump and taken again by Folkes. He looks at his fingers. End of the over, 198 for 6. And the interesting thing is Surrey don't play Hampshire again. They only play them once. And that game here, Surrey won. And the final game of the season, whatever happens, is Old Trafford, Lancashire, Surrey. So that could be quite interesting, I think, in so many ways. 198 for 6, and Tom Laws will continue down there from the
and who do Essex play as their extra game?
That's a very good point. Let me have a quick look at the fixtures as Tom Laws comes in over the wicket, and forward comes Rossington. Plays this one down into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. One more to Rossington. Just grab me fixtures here, because of course there's one side that you only play the once in Division 1 because of the numbers. Turning again is Laws down there in the distance. They've got Somerset to come as Laws is over the wicket once more, and Harmer again looks to work down the leg side. Laws just drifting down that leg side again. So they've got Somerset at Chelmsford, Kent at Canterbury, Yorkshire at Headingley, Lancashire at Chelmsford, and then their last game of the season is Northamptonshire at Northampton. As over the wicket once again comes Laws, and oh, that's not too far away from that off stump of Simon Harmer. But of course Simon Harmer, as he lets that one go, will be going off to join up with South Africa for the Test series. And obviously he is a key man at Chelmsford, especially with what we've seen this season. So whether they'd think about getting somebody else in for those games when he's going to be away with South Africa, there's no guarantee he'll play in the Test for South Africa with Maharaj, of course. As this one's drilled back down the pitch now, is that out? It hit the finger of Tom Laws. Rossington was trying to get back into his crease. I think he must have done, because umpire Hartley says not out. Had we had telly, that would have been upstairs, I think. But it must have been tight. If Laws got a fingertip to that, because he hit it very hard, straight back down the ground.
Well, Will Jacks is the one who's kind of on that line, isn't he? I think that he's a bit short, actually. I'd like to see that again.
Over the wicket comes Laws, and this is driven back down the ground, but this time Laws gets nothing on it, and this will be a lovely way for Simon Harmer to bring up his 50. It's been a good innings this from Simon Harmer. What a lovely way to bring it up. Straight drive down the ground, little shake of hands with Rossington, and bat raised. It's all very business-like between these two, isn't it? As I said, they do look like a pair of nightclub bouncers. When they're out there together, you can tell they both mean business. And 203 for 6, and Harmer moves on to 50. You want these two on your team, I think, as Laws is in over the wicket, and Harmer covers up, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. The partnership's worth 112, 203 for 6. Mr. Cody will do one more over with you, then we'll bring our Clark in. But yeah, I think that would have been tight. Those normally are, aren't they? When drilled back down the pitch, bowler gets a fingertip to it and run out. So I think had we had TV, we would have probably gone upstairs, I think. But well, Will Jacks was convinced, wasn't he? Sort of stood on the line.
And he was in a position, I think, probably of all the fieldsmen to judge that the best.
Here is Dan Worrall, running away from us, coming in over the wicket to Rossington, who just pulls the bat inside the line of this one. And that's going to climb into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side.
Gee, that's happened a lot today, hasn't it? Gone past the edge and just climbed nicely A lot of play and misses today.
Bit of swing. And Worrall marches back towards us once again.
Just a bit short, isn't it? Just a fraction.
Worrall is over the wicket once more. That's fuller of length. This is turned into the leg side by Rossington, and he'll pick up a single. Rossington moves on to 60.
I think Rossington would be a good bus conductor. I really do. I think they climbing those stairs to get up on those double deckers too. That'd be good.
Well, yes. Do they still have those these days? I'm not sure they do. I think because you do it all with your contactless, there's nobody on those anymore, aren't they? But you can still,
done without it.
You can still go and sit upstairs, because I did it the other day, and I still got very excited about sitting at the front of the bus, which is a bit pathetic.
It is quite sad.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Well, haven't you noticed? Oh, shout for LBW, gone! That's the one they were looking for. Dan Worrall gets the ball back into Harmer, stuck on the crease, and Harmer goes for 50, 204 for 7, but nicely bowled by Dan Worrall. His 4th, that is absolutely plumb. And Harmer looks to the heavens, but a very fine partnership that between Rossington and Harmer comes to an end. Harmer LBW for 50, Jeremy Coney, and Essex are 204 for 7.
They've waited a long time, haven't they? We're into the 70th over now, and I don't know how many overs they bowled in the first session, but it
28.3.
There you are. That's how long they've waited to claim this wicket, and it was a little bit quicker, and it was just a wee bit of movement, and Harmer just late to get down, so the ball into the pad prior to the bat's arrival. As he comes around, he takes a bit of time to get that round that front pad, but he's been dismissed. Been a good innings though, Simon Harmer, 50. He's played forward very nicely, and he's played a few nice drives as well, and he's supported Rossington at the other end extremely well. But that's the 7th wicket now, before the second new ball. That's important for Surrey. Now, what are they going to do now? If the ball's just starting to move a little bit more now, you've got to be careful. If you feel that Worrall is your most dangerous bowler, what do? Do you keep him going at this point because he might just break through again? Or do you then, by doing that, take him out of the equation of the second new ball a bit? Because what has he had? He's had now, must be his 15th over.
Yes, 16th. He's in his 16th now, so there he is. He's 4 for 39 down Worrall. These are probably his best figures for Surrey this season in terms of the championship. So Shane Snater is out there. I'm looking forward to hearing the clip of that commentary as well. Sat at the front of the bus. Pathetic. Oh, that's LBW. As in over the wicket comes Worrall. This one's turned by Snater down into the leg side, and there's no run. As the fielding's done by Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on.
Clip of the week, that.
Clip of the week,
yeah.
Absolutely. But no, it's a good innings that from Simon Harmer. LBW for 50. 3 slips in there. Deepish backward point. That's Ryan Patel out there. That deepish backward point. The brains trust in the slip cord and Overton. Pope and Jacks as Worrall is in. Oh, shout for LBW again. Has that done too much? No. No, it's out. And finger's gone up. I didn't see the finger go up. It looked out, but I didn't see the finger go up. And yep, that one was dead. And we're behind the umpire. I didn't see the finger go up, but that's fine for
wrong
Worrall.
With your eyes, I can tell you that. That's very full, isn't it? Straight into the pads, and very straight indeed. Umps had no worries, even though he's given one already this over. He's quite happy about sending Snater on his way. So he doesn't trouble the scorers at all. Suddenly 8 down.
Yep. And good bowling from Dan Worrall.
And a good decision, actually. You've got to say well done to the skipper, to giving him a go and giving him a crack again. You could have been tempted quite easily, I think, to have had a spinner on at one end with the scenario of when the second new ball comes along. But well done.
Yeah, so Sam Cook's out there now. And 5 for Dan Worrall. 5 for 39. I was convinced that was out, but I didn't see the finger go up. and then Snater turned around and walked off.
Yeah, that's not going to make the clip, I'm afraid.
No, that won't make
particular
the clip.
dismissal.
No, not at all. No. 204 for 8. But talking about the bus, Mike, that might get there. You never know. In the top 10 of the day, top 10 of the day. So out there is Sam Cook. 3 slips in there. Dan Worrall getting ready to come in over the wicket. Kemar Roach is just having a chat with umpire Peter Hartley about something out there at deep backward square. Now they're still chatting. As in over the wicket comes Worrall then to Cook. Oh, Cook's late on that as well. And that's a thick inside edge, and that runs out towards deep backward square. And they will pick up a single. Thank you to Jeremy Coney. He will be back with us. And here comes Ricky Clark in a very, very nice pair of jean shorts, I've noticed, with them rolled up. Yeah, very nice. Just so you can see the knees. So here is Ricky Clark, and our Clark will be commentating from one end of the ground. I'll be commentating from the other. So, Mr. Clark, you have T-laws from the pavilion end, my friend, and I'll continue not being able to see if Dan Worrall's got people out LBW or not. Yes.
A little rip of applause there for Dan Worrall as he goes down to fine leg. In comes Tom Laws from the pavilion end. Sam Cook onto the back foot, pushes it into backward point to Cameron Steele.
It's interesting how Rossington goes about this now, isn't it? 60 not out off 104 balls, and he's played within himself a touch. He might look to just get on with it a bit more now.
I think he goes one more. I think he trusts Sam Cook a little bit and then tries to go aggressive there. As in comes Tom Laws again. Full this time, clipped away off the legs from Sam Cook. Ryan Patel in pursuit. Is he going to get there? He doesn't. So it's 4 runs to Sam Cook. It was a full delivery from Tom Laws. And it was just clipped off the legs from Sam Cook. Backward a square for 4 runs.
Well, that was nicely clipped away. Steve saying to me, finger did go up, but Snater had already walked off. So yes.
Pretty out then.
Well,
I
thought it was, but I have to be honest, there's been a couple of today that I thought were out and the finger didn't go up.
As in comes Laws again. Back of a length. Oh, big appeal. Not given this time. It was back of a length, just nipped a little bit there at Sam Cook. And probably just a little bit too high on that occasion. But again, another appeal today. They're keeping the umpires on their toes.
Yeah, very, very good bowling from Tom Laws. I'm just thinking as well, with Porter coming in a lot. Of course, we saw Porter here opening the batting for Essex with Alistair Cook, if you remember. And there was a bit of a delay because he kept everyone taking his photo as he came down the steps with him.
As in comes Tom Laws again from the pavilion end. Back of a length again, defended. Was trickling back towards the stumps, and Sam Cook, a little bit of footwork. I think he's a keen Manchester United fan, Sam Cook, so he's got a little bit of football in there.
Yeah, he did well there, actually.
Stop it trickling back onto the stumps.
Because he could have easily lost where that had gone, but actually stuck the foot out very quickly there and booted the ball away.
2 slips and a gully for Tom Laws. Ringfield offside. Everyone in, just fine leg, which is Dan Worrall. In comes Tom Laws again. Down the leg side, left alone by Sam Cook. Tumbling away goes Ben Folkes, neat as ever.
Yeah, he has been pretty tidy again today, hasn't he?
Yeah, fantastic keeper, isn't he? Just full stop.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Just goes about his business, and yeah, definitely the best I've ever played with.
What do you? I'm going to ask you this question. What you chat about in the slips?
As in comes Tom Laws again. Nicely played from Sam Cook. Rocks onto the front foot, plays it into the covers to Kemar Roach, who does the fielding. No run scored. That's the end of the over. Essex 209 for 8 after 71 overs.
And was there anybody in your many years that stood in the slips and with wicket keepers who you enjoyed chatting with, or was it the normal sort of rubbish that we think you chat about? Or were there any deeper meaningfuls?
A bit of both, I reckon. You get some deeper meaningfuls and what you're having for dinner, and stupid comments, mainly from Ryan Patel or Scott Borthwick. Once played with Jonathan Trott at first slip, and he dropped a couple of catches, and he said, look, I've got to get out of here, sort of thing. And as there was another nick, he hadn't even got, I reckon, a third of the way to him, and he said, I told you I shouldn't be in here, as he dropped another one, which was quite interesting.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Dan Worrall from the Vauxhall end is coming in over the wicket to Adam Rossington, and Rossington, here he goes. Well, he's using his feet to Worrall coming down the pitch at him, and Worrall saw him coming, just banged it in a bit shorter. It beats the edge, and that's taken by Ben Folkes.
I think your answer's there with Rossington, Churchy. He's come down the wicket showing a little bit of intent. Personally, I'd say the way Worrall's bowled is a bit of a risk. I'd try and take as many balls away from Worrall in this heat. He's into his 17th over now, Worrall. Obviously used to it, coming from Australia, bowling in these sort of conditions. But, you know, if I was Rossington, I'd be looking to target the younger Laws.
Over the wicket comes Worrall, and Rossington just opens the face, guides this one off. He wants two here, does Rossington. He's not going to get them, though, because it's Ollie Pope scampering off to do the fielding. So Rossington moves on to 61. Cook comes back onto strike on 5, but Worrall's been outstanding today. His first 5 for Surrey, 5 for 40 in the championship, and absolutely brilliant today, Dan Worrall.
Just a fantastic bowler, isn't he? The skills he's got and the way he moves it both ways, and good pace has really sort of tested the Essex batters today.
Absolutely, and of course now with a British passport, so he doesn't count as an overseas. Dan Worrall, very, very shrewd acquisition from Surrey.
Mr. Stewart working his work again.
Absolutely. So 3 slips are in there. Cook on 5. Sam Cook. As Worrall over the wicket he comes, and Cook is forward and pushes into the offside. They'll take the single. That'll be 1 more to the total. Sam Cook moves on to 6, and Essex moving on to 211 for 8. And then back onto strike comes Rossington on 61. Still a very, well, it's an obvious thing to say today, but very warm day out there. Blue sky, sun beating down, there's no break in it at all. Clouds, there aren't any. So it's a pretty intense day out there today for the players. 211 for 8 as Worrall is in, and this is picked up by Rossington and hit straight down the ground. That is definitely the answer from Rossington. It's good batting from Adam Rossington. He moves on to 65, 215 for 8.
Yeah, lovely shot. Different from what he did in the first ball of the over. Stood still, it was under his eyes, let the ball come to him and just helped it over the top of Worrall for a couple of bounces for 4 runs. So he's definitely going on the offensive.
Talking about good signings, Rossington's a very good signing from an Essex point of view. Yes, there was coming from Northamptonshire on loan, and now I think it's 3 years that he's signed, but he is a very, very good cricketer, this man. He really is. This has been an excellent innings of 65 as Worrall comes in over the wicket to him and looks for that Yorker again, and it's well played by Rossington. You need to be in to get anything on that. That was quick as well, wasn't it?
That is well bowled and well played. I was just about to say that had a little bit extra on it. It was a quick delivery. Right in the block hole, and Rossington obviously been there for a period of time now, managed to get his bat down and keep himself at the crease as Ryan Patel comes up from cover, trying to keep Rossington off strike for the next over.
He's a very strong man,
could be a high bumper this.
As he's in. Here is the short one, and taken by Ben Folkes. He was expecting it, Adam Rossington, to keep him off strike. Had a hook at it and got nothing on it. So end of the over from Dan Worrall. Cook will be on strike, 215 for 8, with Cook on 6 and Rossington on 65. The interesting thing is, Surrey would have still taken this at the start of play, wouldn't they? If you lose the toss, bat, and you're stuck into the field on a hot day like this, on a good pitch. It's a good pitch, this. But they want to finish it off now, won't they? And they want to have a bit of a bat tonight, and a proper bat tonight.
Yeah, 100%. I think obviously you've got a roller that can go onto it as well to make it even better. But at the start of the day, you lose the toss in this heat on a good pitch against a good side like Essex. You're definitely taking 215 for 8. And it's going to change the bowling at the Pavilion end. It's going to be Jamie Overton coming in again. Starts with a short ball. Cook goes onto the back foot. plays it into the covers to Kemar Roach. No run scored.
Yep. And solidly in behind that one was Cook, playing it out into the offside. I tweeted earlier, but the only thing that's been missing for me today of the coverage of the heat is Harry Redknapp in his car just winding down the window and being asked his thoughts on the heat. Because normally, Harry normally pops up on transfer deadline day somewhere doing that, doesn't he?
As in comes over to again, short ball again. Tucked into the leg side by Sam Cook. Didn't really get up that one.
No.
Obviously a tired Jamie Overton. Went off just before tea, didn't he? Looked exhausted. Wholehearted cricketer. Runs in, gives you everything, good pace. So obviously went off and maybe a nice cold shower and
cool down.
A few electrolytes, as they say, and get those energy drinks in just to make him feel a lot better. As in he comes again from the pavilion end. Full this time, swung away. Good delivery through to keeper Ben Folkes as Jamie Overton goes right down in his follow through.
What I'm going to do at the end of this over, I'm going to bring Eva Gray in. I'm going to leave Clark and Gray commentary.
Sounds like a Everton strike force.
It does.
In the early 80s.
Yeah, or a very posh firm of solicitors, something along those lines.
Estate agents.
Clark and Gray for all your legal needs.
As in comes Jamie over again from the pavilion end, down the leg side this time. Folkes moves to his left, takes it tidily, no run scored.
But yeah, it's been interesting. Surrey would have taken this, as I say, but now they'll be desperate just to finish this off now after that long partnership. Finish it off now. And I'm just looking at overs as well. If they got it done quickly, they'd have probably sort of between 16 and 20 overs to bat tonight, which is actually a proper amount to bat. It's not like one of these horrible going in for 6 overs where you've got nothing to gain at all.
Yeah, nightmare for opening batters particularly, and then you've got the night watchman and stuff and some tired bodies out there. So in comes Jamie Overton again, short this time, really short, as umpire Hartley looks to his colleague Russell Warren at square leg, and he gives the signal to say that's one for the over as it looped over Sam Cook, who just got underneath it.
They've had an interesting day, Messrs Warren and Hartley, haven't they? Because they've been in the game throughout. With the ball swinging, the umpires are in the game, aren't they?
Lots of LBW shouts, haven't we?
Huge amount of LBWs.
Lots going on in this heat as deep backward square goes back now for Jamie Overton, as in he comes again from the pavilion end. Just outside off stump as Cook leans forward, leaves it alone, goes through to Ben Folkes. That is the end of the 73rd over. Essex 215 for 8.
I feel a bit like, you know, the old Simon Cowell when he has two talented sort of solo singers and then he puts them together as a group. I think he did that with One Direction, didn't he? But here we are, everybody. I'm going to bring in Eva Gray to join Ricky Clark for 20 minutes or so for commentary with Essex 215 for 8. And a few more thoughts from Ricky Clark, and in a moment she'll be joined by Eva Gray.
It's going to be a change of bowling from the Vauxhall end. It's going to be Ryan Patel who's going to come into the attack and replace the impressive Dan Worrall. Obviously just 7 overs away either from that new ball. So
as Ryan Patel, and he comes, and it's very full out, wide outside off stump and a big swing, but straight through to Ben Folkes.
This could be quite an interesting passage to play, this, because obviously Mr. Rory Burns is going to look to get to that new ball with Dan Worrall and Kemar Roach. So he's bringing in Ryan Patel into the attack, but Rossington's going to try and really open up his shoulders, I feel here, and actually you're seeing the evidence of that. The field goes all the way back on the offside and leg side.
Yeah, and in he comes, and Rossington looks to scoop this down to fine leg, but it's a full ball outside off stump, so he can't quite get far enough outside leg off stump to make it happen, and through to Ben Folkes goes.
Actually quite unlucky. That's not a bad option. If you're looking, it's a big boundary on both sides here today at the Kia Oval, and he's got 5 out on, and there it is straight away. Captain Burns has said, Jamie Overton, come out of slip please, and drop down to fine leg for that paddle shot. So if you want to get your boundary, you've got to hit it pretty well over the top.
And from the Vauxhall end, that's another wide ball outside off stump. There's a hint of a way swing there. This ball's 74 overs old now, but Ryan Patel's still getting a little bit of movement.
Have you managed to sit outside recently?
Yeah, I've been braving it when I've not been in here. And there's actually a bit of a breeze up there, which I imagine they don't have down there.
I think my flip-flops are melting at one stage. It was that hot up there.
And from the Vauxhall end again is Ryan Patel as he's in, and another full wide outside off stump, and Rossington drives it and fielded down at long off by Rory Burns.
In comes the field now as that single to Rossington. He'll be saying to Sam Cook, you got 2 balls to survive. And the field comes in, and I'd imagine a couple of slips in the gully. It's quite difficult for him to do anything there, Adam Rossington, that everyone was out on the boundary and his options were pretty limited.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he plays it, really. Yeah, I mean, he's given Sam Cook 2 balls here. But yeah, it'll be really hard to pierce the field here. As you said, quite a big boundary, literally everyone back on the rope. Maybe a bit of an opportunity to run some 2s, but that'll be quite tiring in this heat. As Patel comes in again from the Vauxhall end, and it's full, swinging away outside off stump, taken behind 5 folks.
Tell you what's been really noticeable, how the ball has swung all day. I think it's a good sign of a good pitch, that it's obviously not that abrasive, because you can keep on shining the ball up and get movement in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've probably seen more swing since that first 10 overs. There wasn't too much in the opening spells, but Ryan Patel's in again, and length ball outside off some. It's punched off the back foot by Sam Cook, and it goes for 4 out to deep point. Can't be fielded out there.
He'd be disappointed with that, Ryan Patel. Gave a little bit of width on offer to Sam Cook, who rocked back and sort of cut it back with a point. And Dan Worrall, who's obviously bowled 17 overs today, was a little bit weary and couldn't quite get round to get it as it trickled over the rope for 4.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. It's 220 for 8 after 74 overs, just 6 overs till the new ball. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrall both bowled 17 overs already today, and what is an extremely hot day, as we've said.
It's going to be Jamie Overton to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Rossington. Again, everyone pretty much goes. Oh, he's got backward point. Mid off a little bit deeper as in he comes to Rossington. Goes short, pull shot to deep backward square. And he's not taking the run on this occasion, so he's going to try and take the strike as much as he can.
Yeah, I'd imagine Jamie Overton not going to give too much at a full length here. I think if he errs on the side of full, then he's just going to get hit straight back over his head.
I was just about to say, the concern for me would be the cut shot as he had the point up, but point has gone back now. I think that's Nathan Barnwell who's come on for someone. Not sure who's coming for. It in comes over to again, pulled again. Exactly the same as the first ball over. He pulls it out to Tom Laws at deep back of square leg. He doesn't take the run. Always an interesting passage this, like, you can understand why Surrey are doing it, you can understand why Essex aren't taking the runs, but just has that moment where not a lot seems to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the worry here for Rossington is that if he keeps going the way he is and he faces 3 dot balls and then hits a single and then another 2 dot balls, then the scoreboard just won't move at all, and he ideally needs to keep that scoreboard ticking.
He is good on the hook shot though, as in he comes again, pulls it this time out to deep mid wicket. Didn't quite time it. Another short ball from Jamie Overton, and again no run scored.
Actually, Mamla just slowly getting further and further back up to that long on boundary.
There's a couple of fielders here. We've got Cam Steele down at third man, and the fielder Nathan Barnwell also like a deep backward point, nicely in the shade. So they've been very smart, the 2 youngsters there, and in comes Nathan Barnwell now. There's 3 balls that have gone in the over so far. You've got Rory Burns has come into a tighter mid-off. Nathan Barnwell backward point. Will Jacks just at square leg for a hook. And the short ball there from Jamie Overton as he comes in again. Over the head of Adam Rossington, who looks at umpire Russell Warren at square leg to say, is that too high? And he says, nope, it's Not even sure if he's given that one for the over.
Yeah, from a Surrey perspective, as we've seen here, a few fielders come in rather than them all on the boundary, and you've still got to have the odd wicket taking option there, because he's going to take these shots on, and if he's going to kind of make a mistake, then you want to have the people there to take the catches.
As in comes Overton again, full this time, straight back over his head. Treated with absolute disdain there from Adam Rossington. Overton went full on this occasion, he just let his hands go through it, straight back over Jamie Overton's head for 4 runs.
Yeah, there we go. I don't think you can give him anything in his arc with this field.
I think he'd used quite a few of the short balls already, trying to get him out with the field set back, and almost tried to double bluff him and go a little bit fuller. As the field comes in, I'd imagine we'll see the deep men on the leg side stay out. Well, actually no, Ollie Pope comes in from deep mid wicket. Will Jack stays at short leg. This has to be a short ball surely. As in comes Jamie Overton again to Rossington, who plays it nicely. It was a short ball and sort of taps it on his head down to fine leg, where Dan Worrall does the fielding, and Rossington keeps the strike. He moves on to 71 off 119, and Cook is 10 off 16. Essex 225 for 8.
So yeah, you've probably got more experience of this than me. So how do you think Rory Burns will look to play this then? Do you think very happy to let Rossington play as he is, or will he still be searching for his wicket as well as that of Cook?
I think you're still trying to search for the wicket. You've got to try and get him out, as we're just having a quick drinks break here. But it'll be a situation where you have to have the fielders out and just try and starve him with any runs. It's, as I said, it's a pretty boring passage of play for both teams. I don't think they want to do it, but it's all about having to do it on the basis that you're trying to keep those runs down as much as possible. And then if Rossington does leave Cook with 2 balls, can you nip Cook out and get Jamie Porter in? So it's always an interesting passage, but I think sometimes you see fields can stay in too much and then runs are scored freely. So they're obviously trying to get him out, but obviously starve him with the runs. But he's actually played that quite nicely. He obviously seized on that full ball from Jamie Overton, then played a beautiful pull shot just to get 5 off the over and keep himself on strike for the next over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as long as he keeps going at 4 or 5 and over, he won't be too fussed about kind of the difference in strike, and eventually Rory Burns will have to, as he has done on the odd ball here, put all the fielders back rather than having those wicket taking options.
As I say, it is a big field, but he's been out there for 119 balls now, a good few hours, and running 2s, it wouldn't be on my agenda, I'm not going to lie to you there, in this heat. We are going to see a change of bowling. Ryan Patel comes out of the attack, and it will be Tom Laws to come back from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, 5 overs to go till the new ball. Tom Laws found a bit of swing all day, but yeah, just kind of erring in his line a little bit. 14 overs he's bowled already today, and I'd imagine he'll take us up till the new ball.
So an option that obviously probably not going to see now, but sometimes the leg spin of Cameron Steele, or any leg spinner really, where it just entices the odd shot, and if there is a little bit of turn, particularly tail enders as well, renowned for not being able to pick googlies and stuff like that, so always gives you a wicket taking option there, but it will be Tom Laws.
Yeah, leg spinners just got the knack of taking wickets, don't they? See, Joe Denley got a few last week. And from the Vauxhall end is Tom Laws striding in over the wicket, and it's wide outside off stump, and it's driven on the up out to a deep extra cover, but he turns down the single.
We just find this as a bowler as well quite rewarding, that if you've gone around the park a little bit and you come back into the attack and you've got this scenario, you can get your dots in.
Get your figures looking nice.
Yeah.
And then again comes Tom Laws, and that's wide again outside off stump, and it's split the fielders out here, and they should get 2 as Rory Burns comes round at long off. Well placed shot there from Adam Rossington.
Yeah, just managed to get it in the gap that time, didn't he? And scamper back for a 2. Ollie Pope in at slip. So they're still trying to get him out, stay outside that off stump, entice the drives or the cuts. They've got the protection on the boundary, and see if they can get him out that way. Ollie Pope standing there waiting for a catch.
Just at third slip as Ollie Pope, as Tom Laws is in, slightly shorter. Tries to hit it back down the ground, but can't get it out the middle of the bat, and it's fielded off his own bowling by Tom Laws.
Just seeing there, Ben Folkes just made a signal to Captain Rory Burns at long off. He's going to walk up to Tom Laws and basically said, have you got an innie, and try and trap him LBW, is what I got from that message from Ben Folkes. So let's have a look. Let's wait and see if he's going to try it. Is he going to go for the in-swinger? It's a short boundary. It's a shorter boundary that side.
Laws is in, and it's full and it's straight, and it's an appeal for LBW, but it looks as if that's sliding down.
It was the plan, and he just got it a little bit too straight there, Tom Laws. I reckon that was just going down, but Rossington going across onto the offside, and he's looking to try and target the shorter boundary on the leg side. And Ben Folkes has seen him going across and got the message across and said, look, let's try and get him out LBW. So in comes the field now. Everyone in, apart from fine leg.
Good call, Ricky. Laws comes in again, and that's wide outside off stump, well fielded at a shortish extra cover. Well hit outside the off stump, but there's no run there, and there's 2 balls left, so see if he can get that single to get himself on strike for the next over.
He's disappointed with that as well. It was in the slot a little bit from Tom Laws, and he's drilled it hard. Straight to Dan Worrall, extra cover, who did the fielding.
Rory Burns has another word with him. And in he comes again from the Vauxhall end. I think that's an attempted Yorker, and oh, it's hit back down the ground, and it's fielded by Rory Burns, and they've taken a quick single, but they're home safe, and he's back on strike for the next over. And it's the end of the 76th, and it's 2-2-7 for 8.
It was a lovely run, a full toss from Tom Laws, who got it drilled back at him from Adam Rossington. Tom Laws got a little palm on it, fingertip, and it went through to Rory Burns, who attacked it nicely, picked it up and threw the keeper's end, and he might fancy a bowl himself the way it swung towards Ben Folkes as he threw it in. So we're going to see now a change of bowling. It's going to be, I think it's going to be Will Jacks.
Yeah, a little bit surprised not to have seen any leg spin yet, or?
A little bit, yeah. I think, as you say, you got that big boundary on one side, and just feel that Cam Steele would just toss it up a little bit more. Will Jacks can do that as well. He's more than capable of bowling different paces and getting grip out of the wicket, but I just feel sometimes that against a leg spinner it's just harder to hit than it is an off spinner. But Will Jacks is used to having players come at him, particularly as he bowls in T20 quite a lot. So this will be a nice invitation for Rossington, which I don't think he's going to turn down. I think you're going to see some fireworks here potentially, and he's going to try and see where he can hit, where his gaps are, as Ben Folkes just gets his helmet from the 12th man.
Yeah, it looked quite easy earlier when they were playing Will Jacks, not too much spin on offer, and yeah, they played him well when he bowled just before tee. But yeah, I think you're right. We've seen we've got a long on, a cow corner, and a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg.
And a fine leg. Yeah. We've got everyone's out. In comes Jack. Reverse sweep from Rossington. He's going to try and get 2 as Hashim Amla comes in from third man, which you don't really hear very often for the spinner Will Jacks, as he gets a single, which is an interesting passion to play there, because obviously Adam Rossington is trying to keep the strike, and I can't imagine he felt that there was 2 there, but he's gone down the far end, and after going through all that last over, trying to get there and maybe risking a run out, trying to get himself down the other end, he's first ball of the over, he's taken a single. So we put it down to the weather.
Yeah, I wonder whether he had a chat with Sam Cook in between overs there, and I don't know whether he's more happy to face the spin maybe.
Yeah, could do actually. Yeah, he's saying more comfortable facing spin than the swinging ball. Or a message might come out saying, look, take all runs on offer and potentially let's get bowling. But we've got a little delay here. I think we're waiting for a helmet for Ollie Pope, who's potentially going to go into short leg or a leg slip.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way that Rossington was going to pierce that leg side field.
It was pretty packed, wasn't it? Everyone was covering all bases. He went for the reverse sweep and didn't quite get it. Bounced on him a little bit. Almost a bit of a top edge and sort of spun back towards Hashim Amla, who was, as I said, a third man. And it was a quick round out of the shade. He had to go out of the shade for a little bit, did Hash.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird option, I guess. Going against any spin that might be there to the short boundary, so that there wouldn't be any 2 on offer out there, I don't think. But they've got the 1, and Sam Cook's got 5 balls left to face.
As in comes the field, a little bit more of an orthodox field now. Hashim Amla at backward point. Rory Burns, captain, goes into slip. Ollie Pope at short leg, a catching with wicket, which I think is Tom Laws. As in comes Will Jacks again to Sam Cook, full this time, tucked into mid-on to Ryan Patel, who does a fielding, no run scored.
Yeah, a lot more orthodox field here, a couple of catches.
In comes Jacks again from the pavilion end. Fuller this time, done him in the flight. Sort of pushed it through a little bit more, and Sam Cook goes onto the back foot, managed to get his bat in the way. Bit of French cricket there, old school French cricket. Tucked into the offside, no run scored. Jacks again. I couldn't see that, in fairness. Short ball, he tried to tuck it. I was waiting to see where the ball had gone and almost got sort of stuck in between his legs. It was a short ball from Will Jacks, and Sam Cook went to hit it away and got it stuck in between. In comes Jacks again. Short again, exactly the same as the last ball, but this time he does hit it. He tucks it around the corner to the sub fielder, Nathan Barwell, who's, I'm trying to see, he's on for, it's Jamie Overton, is it? Pretty sure he's on to Jamie Overton. He drops back from on the 1. He drops back to a deep position, and Kemo Roach does the same on the offside. As in comes Jacks again, full this time, played forward to Sam Cook, and that is the end of the over. 229 for 8 Essex after 77 overs. Sam Cook 10 off 21. Adam Rossington 75 off 126.
Yeah, good over there from Will Jacks. As I said, not too much spin on offer, but just bowling on and around that off stump. Slightly full of a length, trying to get Sam Cook coming forward, and yeah, no sign of aggression from Sam Cook, but probably fancies himself to keep out the off spin of Will Jacks more than the swinging ball at the other end.
Just 3 overs away from this second new ball for Surrey, as Jamie Overton comes back onto the field.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the field if and when they do take that new ball. Whether you see some catches or whether you still keep the field out as Laws comes in from the Vauxhall end. A short ball and it tucks him up and he plays it into the leg side, but they don't take the run as it trickles just out to deep mid wicket.
Again, evidence there that there is something in the pitch. It's a little bit of nip there. I don't know if it was in swing or not, but it sort of cramped Rossington as he went to play the pull shot. Obviously ended up splicing it out to deep mid wicket.
Laws in. Length ball. On a length, very straight. There's an appeal for LBW, but it looks a little bit high from here.
Yeah, it's definitely a plan now, I think, from Laws, just to run it back into Rossington. Try and stop him freeing up his hands and getting it through the ball. There's 2 balls now that he's gone in. Obviously we had the shout for LBW last over, where he looked to bring it in and try and trap him in front. Obviously looked at the plans at tee.
And he comes again. Tom Laws. Length ball, outside off stump. Punched forward. But no run taken again by Adam Rossington. Rory Burns picks it up and still working on that ball.
Nicely bowled there from Tom Laws. Rossington comes down the wicket at him a little bit there, and he could have easily sort of dropped it short, which is what Rossington would probably want very quick on the hook and pull, but the youngster kept his nerves, bashed a line and length and got another dot in for his side.
Down the pitch comes Rossington, and it's a length ball, slightly short of a length, tucked into the leg side, offers hit by Rossington. Fielder comes in from deep square leg, and they take the single on this occasion, and there's 2 balls left in the over.
This is where Surrey will be hoping that they can get a nice delivery from Tom Laws, try and get rid of Cook and get closer to bowling Essex out. Just the one slip. No. Yes, it is just a one slip, as I thought Ollie Pope was going into a second, but he's going into a leg slip. Got a mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, backward point, iron leg, and a deep square just in front.
Laws is in. Length ball, it's very straight. A few appeals for LBW, but nothing from Tom Laws, and ricochets off the pad, and they don't take a run there.
Yeah, again, just a little bit too straight from Tom Laws. Trying to get him trapped to LBW, and I don't think Sam Cook quite got in line enough for it to be close. Maybe a little inside edge as well. Yeah,
you can see the plan here, and I think it's a good option for the Surrey seamers to just go dead straight to Sam Cook. Laws in again. Full ball on around off stump, and it's defended forward by Sam Cook. And that's the end of the over, and Essex 230 for 8. The end of the 78th over.
Just 2 overs to that new ball. Tom Laws bowled nicely. Bowled better than his figures probably suggest. 16 overs, 0 for 50. He's bowled very nice areas, moved the ball both ways. Very impressive. First time I've sort of really seen him fully. But looks a very promising cricketer. Only 19, I think. So good skills. Another day he could have had maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, he has 12 wickets in 3 first-class games, and from what I've seen of him, and heard, I think he has a bit of a knack of making things happen. He did it in the first innings against Yorkshire up at Scarborough last week.
As in comes Will Jacks again to Rossington, who goes outside off stump and tucks it to the leg side to one of the deep men, which on this occasion is Cam Still, who picks it up from the deep mid wicket. I think Ollie Pope at cow corner, Jamie Overton at long on. In comes Will Jacks again, tucked down to long on this time. As we hear a scooter going past the oval.
Gets through his overs so quickly, doesn't he?
Really quickly, yeah. Should time him really, just to see how quick he gets through his overs. As in he comes again, Will Jacks. In a hurry, wants to catch the train later on. And Rossington tucks it again out to the leg side, and this time Ollie Pope. So 3 of the leg side fielders have fielded so far. So we try and get Tom Laws and Dan Worrall into play. As in comes Jacks again, and we will get one of them into play as he tucks it around the corner. It goes to Tom Laws, who runs and picks it up just in front of Dan Worrall, and a single is scored. Bring in Sam Cook onto strike, and in comes the field again. Ollie Pope comes into short leg.
Yeah,
and we're going to see potentially a silly point. Or is it a leg slip? Rory Burns, the captain, has a helmet in his hand, so he's going to go somewhere. And I'd imagine it'll be leg slip.
A lot of arm moving, arm waving.
He's going to go leg slip. He's got Cam Still just on the single, just behind square. Dan Worrall out deep in front of square. And he's got a deep extra cover that is Ryan Patel. It will be Will Jacks. He's got 2 balls here. It's Sam Cook as Cam Still goes back. He stops because Cam Still was still running back. Will Jacks noticed that and decided to pull out. Umpire Hartley said dead ball. As in comes Jacks this time. Forward this time. Nicely forward from Sam Cook. Plays it into the offside. Trickles away as Will Jacks walks to pick it up. No one else was moving to get it, so had to do the fielding off his own bowling. No runs scored. We have 1 ball left. This 79th over. A bit more flight this time and hit down the ground from Sam Cook. It was chipped in the air. It was half a chance, I thought, for Will Jacks, but it sort of looped over his head and they scamper back for a 2. as the big throw comes into the keeper's end, and Ollie Pope takes it, and the end of the 79th over. Essex move on to 233 for 8. Cook on to 12. Rossington 77. We have 1 over left before Surrey have the option of the second new ball, which I'm sure they're going to take, and it will be Tom Laws to continue.
Yeah, I think they'll really want to pick up these 2 wickets quite quickly now. There's 17 overs left in the day. We were speaking about it at tea that they won't want to kind of have a tricky period of maybe 5 or 6 overs at the end of the day to have to bat through. Might swing around for that period, so if they could get out and bat for 14, 15 overs, then that's a proper kind of mini session, I guess. But yeah, they won't want to come out and have a last few overs. Certainly the openers won't want that. And Tom Laws to continue in from the Vauxhall end, and its length very straight, and it's driven back down the ground, but no runs taken.
I think what's always interesting with the new ball is it can bring wickets, but at the same time it can also go for runs. It's obviously going to be a little bit harder, comes onto the bat a little bit nicer. Sometimes you have more attacking field, so it can go for runs. Sorry to be mindful of that, but they've definitely got to take it and try and finish this innings.
As Laws is in and advanced down the pitch by Rossington. There's a appeal for LBW. It's hit him on the full. Well bowled by Laws. There wasn't much from Ben Folkes behind the stump, but big appeal from Tom Laws there.
Big inside edge, yeah. I think it was, if he hadn't got bat on it, that would have been very tight. It went full this time, saw Rossington come down, decided to try and hit him on the boot, and an inside edge saved Rossington at that time. He's looking to try and go over mid-wicket here, I reckon.
In comes Laws, just short of a length that's tucked off his hip down to fine leg. No run taken again.
Yeah, the only 2 fielders in is Jamie Overton at slip, and you've got Ryan Patel has come up from a deep mid-wicket into just a normal mid-wicket. So they're basically saying if you want to go over deep mid-wicket, there's a big open area for you. There is a shorter boundary. A couple of balls he tried and got hit on the boot. Will he try again?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to hit him on the pad here. His short ball gets up around chest height, and it's pulled out to fine leg down there. Is that Nathan Barnwell down there? Kemar Roach down there.
He's very good on the short ball, Adam Rossington. Again, just sort of tapped it on his head, didn't he? It was a well-directed bouncer from Tom Laws, and Adam Rossington just tapped it on his head, took the single, leaving Sam Cook with another 2 deliveries as Ollie Pope moves to leg slip again. 1 slip in, Jamie Overton.
And Tom Laws. And again, another short ball. It's crept up on him. Done for pace a little bit there with Sam Cook, and he tried to get it out to deep square, but yeah, pull shot didn't really go anywhere in the end.
And just from that delivery there from Tom Laws, Captain Rory Burns has said, I like the look at that. Let's see it again, and if he's going to take it on, I'm going to put myself from a mid-off to just in front of square leg, so it will be another short ball.
Laws in, another short ball. Oh, and that's gone slightly leg side. Folkes have stuck out a hand, but it's beaten him, and it's gone for 4 byes. It's harsh for Ben Folkes, isn't it?
He'll be absolutely hating that. Prides himself on being nice and tidy, but he had absolutely no chance of that. It was dug in nice and short. It was a short ball. Right option from Tom Laws, but it just kept on going, just further away from Ben Folkes, and he was never going to get there. As you see, the helmet's being left at the far end, which says that Kemar Roach is going to come and take off his floppy hat. The umpire has signalled that there will be the new ball, and it's just a question of how attacking will they go here, Surrey, as Dan Worrall also comes down to fine leg, and he starts going through his action to get loose. Both he and Kemar Roach bowled 17 overs so far today in this heat. Captain Burns will be asking for one last little push with this second new ball.
I suppose we talk about the fact that it's 40 degrees and they've both bowled 17 overs, but obviously being our 2 overseas, they're very much used to it. Kemar Roach from West Indies. Dan Worrall, I think he's from Adelaide, is he? So yeah, very much used to the hot weather, and so whilst I'm sure they'll be tired, definitely more used to it than the other Surrey bowlers.
That is a definite. If I was still playing, yeah.
Wouldn't fancy the new ball.
I'm not sure I'll be going into 17 overs. It is going to be Kemar Roach. He's got a mid-wicket. He's got one slip and Will Jacks at a third slip. He's got a deep cover and a deep backward point, and he comes to Rossington. Rossington comes straight down the wicket, and he's hit him quite sublimely for 6. Now, we did say that with this second new ball, it can bring wickets, but it also can go. And Rossington has skipped down the wicket, and he's sort of like flicked it. And he's got a good size of it, hasn't he? He's absolutely met it, in all honesty. And it's gone flying about 15 yards back. The rope's inside the boundary a little bit more there, and it's gone for 6. And that has decided that
shot.
Yeah, the field has now gone back on the leg side. As in comes Roach again from the pavilion end to Rossington, who flicks him again for 6. He has gone down on one knee. Worrall felt he was at an opportunity at one stage, and it just carried on going. He's used the pace of Roach, and it is now back-to-back 6s for Adam Rossington, who moves his score on to 90. That's quite a brilliant shot, really, isn't it? He's just used the pace of Roach, and Darren Worrall felt he was in the game at one stage, and he just kept on travelling. Just an amazing shot.
Yeah, we're quite far over here, and so it's already a big boundary out there, but that's gone miles over the boundary.
As Captain Burns speaks to Roach, and the experienced Hashim Amla comes in for his say. Hash will be saying, why don't you just bowl a straight one or something like that, you know, as the batters do. You know, why just get him out. As Hashim Amla's going to switch with Rory Burns.
He's just moved fine leg and deep square, slightly squarer there, so I wonder whether we've got a short ball coming, maybe.
Could be a short ball, but he is good on the short ball. As Rossington, he's gone slower ball. Cutter from Roach, and it's been signalled. Oh, it's a little bit harsh, I feel there. That didn't look too bad, but he's signalled a no ball there, umpire Hartley. I can only imagine for it being above waist height. It was a attempted cutter from Roach. Didn't quite get it, sort of like slipped out of his hands and went down the leg side, and it was touch and go if it was below the waist or not, but umpires decide on that occasion.
Might be a sweaty hands jobby.
Yeah. As in comes Roach again, short ball this time, flat batted back to him, didn't quite time it from Rossington, sort of towed it back to Kemar Roach, but it was a short ball. So far this over has gone 6-6 no ball. And we did say that new ball could go. It has taken Essex to 252, which obviously gets them another batting point. And Rossington will keep going here, I feel, looking to go on the offensive. As in comes Roach again, full this time, and Rossington tucks it down to long on to Captain Rory Burns. A little bit of movement in the air from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, it just kind of shows how well Rossington's played this last kind of 7 or 8 over spell, really. He's kind of done the work with kind of farming the strike and making sure that he gets through to this new ball, and now he's looking to cash in a little bit. He's the set batter, and yeah, as we've said, the harder ball comes off the bat a lot quicker and clearly a lot further.
He'll be hoping that Sam Cook can survive these 2 deliveries. Kemar Roach has got some brilliant skills, and he's got 2 slips and a gully. In at first is Jamie Overton, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jacks in the gully. As he's leaving the cover region open, this says to me he is going for stumps now, because Will Jacks moves from gully to leg slip. He's got to catch him with wicket and a deep square man, which is Tom Laws. This is in swinger at the stumps, written all over it. In comes Roach, in swinger at the stumps. And Sam Cook defends it, keeps it out, plays it to the offside, and no run scored.
Yeah, he's very fine at leg slip there, Will Jacks. He's got Dan Worrall on his left shoulder down there at fine leg. And yeah, I think it was an attempted Yorker as well, and I'm not really sure how that's going to get to Will Jacks from the Yorker length, but he's there nonetheless.
He's definitely trying to bring these stumps in. There's Kemar Roach as Cook faces again, and he comes from pavilion end. Again an in-swinger, well played from Sam Cook. He's rocked forward, played it nicely, back up to Kemar Roach. That's the end of the over. Essex move on to 253 for 8 after 81 overs, is it? It is 81 overs. It's the first over of that new ball. And we will be going to Dan Worrall.
I'm hearing we've got one more over, and then we've got a bit of chair swapping, because I think Churchy's coming in here and I'm in your chair.
Perfect. Might go have another bit of cake that they just had.
Yeah, I've seen this. I didn't realise we had these. I was sat outside.
Chocolate brownies. The only thing it's missing is like a nice little dollop of vanilla ice cream, I feel. Can Church manage to get that? Like an ice cream? I don't know.
Well, he's gone somewhere, but I would doubt that it's to get ice cream. And here we are. We've seen Dan Worrall again from the Vauxhall end. We've seen movement all day from him. He's bowled really nicely, getting the ball to go both ways throughout the day. As in he comes and starts with a full toss, really wide outside off stump. Definitely a loosener there from Dan Worrall. We haven't seen anything like that all day.
That looked a very stiff delivery from Dan Worrall, which is quite right as he's coming into his 18th over. He's bowled beautifully, as you said, Eva. He's just hit a line and length with good pace and moved it both ways, but that did look a very stiff delivery. And
he comes again, and straight back on it, and it's swinging, and it's hit out to the offside, and it's dropped out at deep point. Is that Tom Laws out there?
It is, yeah. He managed to get there. It was a lofted drive, wasn't it, from Adam Rossington. Tried to hit it back over his head, and it's obviously swung at him, and he's just sort of gone with it, and it's skewed out to deep extra cover, and we can say that the physio, Paul Steele, has put Tom Laws off there, otherwise he would have got it a lot cleaner. We'll blame the physio.
Yeah, a bit of a slice out there, but a good effort from Tom Laws as Worrall's in again, and it's sliced again, and it's uppish out to deep point, and it's one-handed effort. A great effort out there. Another slice off the bat. He's gone with the swing. And I think that's Will Jacks out there. He's gone with one hand in the end.
He's riding his luck. He is Adam Rossington. He's on to 91, and he's had one that just carried to Tom Laws, and that one I don't think quite got to Ollie Pope, who come running along and dive into his left and just sort of drop short. But he's riding his luck, is Rossington.
Dan Worrall in again from the Vauxhall end. Length ball outside off stump, swinging away. Thick edge down to third man, and he takes a single on offer. On to 92 is Rossington.
Again, leaving Sam Cook with those two deliveries to try and survive. Worrall's got good shape here as well with this new ball.
Yeah, I reckon the in-swinger's probably coming any second.
I think you could be right. He's got good skills. He's getting lovely shape away, but I think he could be right. He's got 2 slips, or 3 slips actually. They've come in a flat 3, no gully. But I think this could be a target in the stumps.
Worrall in. Full ball outside off. That's the away swinger. Bit of a nothing shot from Sam Cook. Didn't know whether to leave it alone or play it, and through to Ben Folkes. 1 ball left in the over for him to survive.
A wry smile there from Sam Cook as he was trying to watch hard which way it was going, and has a little laugh with his partner Rossington. Good to see.
Yeah, caught in 2 minds there, wasn't he? Dan Worrall striding in again, and that's the attempted in swinger, and it's down leg side, and it's well taken by Ben Folkes, tumbling away. And I'll just leave you for a second, Ricky.
We're now going to have a change of seating. We're going to bring the maestro, that is Mark Church, back into his normal seat.
Jeremy Coney's next door, talking of the maestro. He'll be here in a moment.
And I'm going to depart.
Get a well-earned break, old boy.
I'm going to depart.
Terrific from you there.
Eva's going to come
Eva.
back in.
Thank you very much indeed to Ricky Clark. So Adam Rossington playing a brilliant hand here, and that partnership's now worth 50. So a 50-run partnership between Cook and Rossington. And Rossington's on strike on 92 here. And 254 for 8 now. Field is completely spread bar keeper and slip Jamie Overton. With Rossington on strike here to Kemar Roach from the pavilion end, and Roach is in, and Rossington's picked him up, swung him leg side, could be out. Oh, it's a great effort to take the catch. Ollie Pope out there, but he's taking it over the rope for 6. So great effort, but that takes Rossington on to 98. He tried to flick the ball back, did Ollie Pope, but he knew he was over the rope when he took it. And that is 6, and he immediately signalled that, did Ollie Pope. So Rossington here on to 98.
It was a great effort, that, from Ollie Pope. He was so close to making it work.
Yeah, he was. Extraordinary innings, this,
Looking
from Adam Rossington. 98 not out as Kemar Roach is in to him, and he's pulling in the air down towards long on. They're going to look for 2, and Rossington will get back for an extraordinary 100. What a brilliant innings this is from Adam Rossington. Absolutely magnificent century. With his team in all sorts of bother, he's got them up to 262 for 8. Sam Cook has done a brilliant with him, and Adam Rossington 100 off 149 balls, 9 4s, 3 6s, and Eva Great. That is an extraordinary century from Adam Rossington. As Roach is in, and Rossington drives back to Kemar Roach, who can't hang on to it, nailed it back at him, and Kemar Roach got hands to it and ricochets away. And 262 for 8. You can't take your eye off this for a minute, can you?
No, it's all go at the moment. He's hit the ball so cleanly since, well, he's hit the ball well all innings really, but especially in these 3 overs since the new ball. It's coming off his bat so nicely, and as you say, really well helped by Sam Cook, but an amazing innings from Adam Rossington.
As in over the wicket goes Roach to him, and Rossington, wow, he's hit this high in the air. This will be a chance down at long on, and the chance and the catch is taken by Rory Burns. But what a century that has been from Adam Rossington. And look at Jamie Overton, he's running up to shake him by the hand. All the Surrey players are. Isn't that lovely to see? Hashim Amla as well, and Ollie Pope has just nipped over to say well batted. But what an innings from Adam Rossington. 262 for 9, and Adam Rossington will get a huge ovation. 151 balls, 100 exactly, 262 for 9. What an innings that has been from Adam Rossington.
Yeah, that was a class innings from Adam Rossington there. I heard off air earlier at lunch that he's had a bit of a weird season this year with moving from Northants. So yeah, really good for him to put that performance in for Essex. And yeah, a good catch from Rory Burns actually. Went really high up there. Took a long time to come down, looking into the sun. And yeah, steadied himself. But yeah, he's got his team in a decent position here from where they were, and yeah, they owe him a lot really.
They do, because well, at lunch he was 8 not out, and that was 91 for 6 at lunch, and he leaves at 262 for 9. So quite brilliant century from him. And out comes Jamie Porter to join Sam Cook, but there were some shots in there off Kemar Roach. Not often that Kemar Roach gets launched leg side for 6s, but
especially with a new ball.
Especially with a new ball. Those were big 6s as well. But extraordinary century from Adam Rossington. And yeah, that's been a privilege to watch, because it's the circumstances as well from Adam Rossington on a day like today, very hot, and out there and gets a century to his name.
Yeah, he showed such concentration through that heat, through that really tricky period.
Here is Porter. His first delivery's outside the off stump, and he plays down the wrong line, and it's into the gloves of keeper Ben Folkes, moving away to his right. Now, the other thing here is Surrey, we were talking about it, sort of a 16 to 20 over period to have a bat. If a wicket were to fall now, that would be 10 tonight for them to bat. That's a bit different. It gives Essex a chance just to have a real go at them. As in over the wicket goes Kemar Roach. Porter covers up, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 262 for 9. Sam Cook 12. Jamie Porter yet to get off the mark, and Kemar Roach has the wicket of Adam Rossington. 3 for 63 for Kemar Roach today, but he's taken a little bit of tap there from Rossington with that new ball.
Yeah, I think Surrey will want to wrap this up quite quickly now. They've already been frustrated by this partnership, and yeah, they've got the key wicket of Rossington, and yeah, I think if anything more just for a bit of momentum as well to take it into their batting. I think if Essex manage to get up towards 280, 300, then from where they were, I think they'll be walking back into the dressing room the slightly happier team. But yeah, if they could just get this last wicket now, that would be a good day's work for Surrey, and opening batters will have to dig deep for 10 overs or so.
It will be down Worrall from the Vauxhall end.
In he comes over the wicket, very full ball, right on the crease line, swinging away, but just defended by Sam Cook.
Yeah, but that was pretty special from Adam Rossington today. Just a little look at scores elsewhere. England 25 without loss on the chase of 334 against South Africa at Durham. Somerset 208 for 3 against Yorkshire. Hampshire 203 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Warwickshire 108 for 3 against Kent. Kent 165. Northamptonshire 218 for 7 against Lancashire. That's finished for the day now.
In comes Dan Worrall. Really full, right on the Sam Cook's toes, and it's well dug out. And there's no run.
Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire 374 for 1. Ben Duckett 200, Hasib Hamid is 143. It's a very good day for them. And Sussex still going, 281 for 2 now at Lords. So yes, the Middlesex decision to bowl first might not have been the best.
Worrall in full again outside off stump, and it's swung away and it's driven out towards the extra cover boundary, and it's being chased down, but he won't get there, and that's 4 runs. Well timed by Sam Cook.
Good shot from Sam Cook, and just no great flourish to that at all, just checked it away through the covers for 4. And 266 for 9 as Worrall will strive for a 6th wicket here.
Yeah, he bowled really nicely this morning, and in he comes again, and it's full. No swing there, and it's whipped out to the mid-wicket boundary, out to cow corner. Again, well timed by Sam Cook. He's been there for 35 balls now, and he's got a bit of time in now.
Heck of a good shot that from Sam Cook. Just rolled his wrists on it. Absolutely whistled off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 runs.
I think that was the attempted big in-swinger, but yeah, just slightly too full and allowed him to get his hands through it. And he comes again, Dan Worrall. Length ball, and it's driven really nicely again by Sam Cook, and they take a quick single, and it's fielded by Hashim Amla.
So it means that Worrall gets 1 ball here at Porter, who, as I was saying to Ricky Clark, he played in the game, first game of the 2019 season. And Essex had to come out to face 1 over to get their run rate down, their over rate down. And Jamie Porter walked out with Alistair Cook to open the batting to face Rory Burns. But there's a slight delay because Jamie Porter wanted everyone to take a photo of him walking out with England's finest opener, so it did take a while.
Worrall in again. Length ball and it's trapped him on the pad. Big appeal, and he's given. Really well bowled by Dan Worrall. Caught on the crease there, Jamie Porter. And that concludes Essex innings. 271 all out.
Yeah, well bowled Dan Worrall. He's finished with 6 today. So that's been a great recovery from Essex. 271 all out. Cook is left on 21 not out. The strange thing is, Surrey, actually, if you'd offered them that at the toss, probably would have taken it. But from 91 for 6, then that partnership of 103 between Harmer and Rossington, then Rossington just a quite brilliant 100. Absolutely brilliant 100. So I think Surrey will have 10 to bat tonight. 10 to bat tonight, 271. We'll all take a break there and have a bit of a breather. And then we'll let Eva have a breather after the break and get Mr. Jeremy Coney back on. But Dan Worrall finishes with 6 for 56. And Essex are 271 all out. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Essex and the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the Surrey live stream. So, all out for 271 Essex, and won the toss, batted first this morning. We're in a heap of trouble at lunch at 91 for 6, but then a brilliant partnership between Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer of 113. Harmer going for 50, and then Rossington manoeuvred his way to 100 exactly until he was caught by Rory Burns off the bowling of Kemar Roach. Dan Worrall finishing with 6 for 56. So from where they were, Essex will be pretty happy with 271. Surrey would have taken that at the start of play this morning after losing the toss and being asked to bowl at Essex, or Essex deciding to have a bat. There are 10 overs remaining this evening. Jeremy Coney is alongside me, and what'll be interesting here is, when you were just talking about it there with Ricky Clark, is to see what the likes of Porter and Cook can get, because mainly it's been swing today, hasn't it, that caused trouble?
Yeah, and the bowlers like Snater, Porter and Cook principally, I think, are probably more seam bowlers, aren't they? So we're just going to have to see if there's a bit of nibble that they can perhaps find in this surface with the new ball, and whether they can make things difficult for the Surrey batsmen. Surrey have shown this year, I think, that they have got some depth to their batting. It's always been a consistent part of their game, hasn't it? Whether they've set up games, or whether they've had to chase towards the end, or whether they've been able to leave a team, you know, a decent target to chase in the fourth innings, as they're going to have to try and do here, of course. So whether they can get a big total in this and a big lead in this first innings, that's what they would like to do. It's been a fast outfield, it's been not a big ground.
Well, it'll be Porter with our first ball from the pavilion end to the left-handed Rory Burns, who tucks his first ball into the leg side. There's Nick Brown to do the fielding at square leg, and there's no run.
So obviously their first task is to try and get through this evening without losing wickets. As far as Surrey are concerned, it would really cap the day off nicely for Essex after the rescue act we've seen from 90 odd for 6 to get to 271. It's not a big total, really,
no.
In the context of maybe the games, but if they can nip a couple out here tonight, they'll be right. They'll feel much better about it.
Porter was about to come over the wicket, but here come the pigeons, and that put Rory Burns off just as he was about to hit the crease, and pigeons flew straight behind Jamie Porter, and Rory Burns ducked off towards square leg, coming off the back of 132 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Rory Burns, and he's actually in the last 4 games made 300s, Rory Burns, in the championship, so he's in good nick. He's the captain as Porter over the wicket to him, and Burns off the mark in what typical Burns fashion. I say that a lot these days, but that's on his hip, and he'll just tuck that away through the leg side neatly and tidily. That's over the boundary rope and away for 4, and Surrey are up and running, 4 without loss in reply to the 271 of Essex.
Yeah, good contact, wasn't it? Just he always looks a little different when you haven't seen Rory Burns bat for a while, and it does take just to get a few deliveries to get accustomed to seeing something that is so different in front of you. But he's checked out almost where mid-wicket is. He always looks away as if he's suspiciously watching them.
As in, over the wicket comes Porter. This is left alone by Burns. Now they think that's brushed the pad. That's the shout for LBW. Umpire Hartley hasn't given anything today, LBW wise, and that would have been height anyway had it brushed the pad of Rory Burns. Ryan Patel also just shadowing some shots down there at the non-striker's end. Porter, a very fine bowler. Wipe of his brow as Porter comes striding in once again, and Burns covers up, gets in behind this one, pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run.
No real movement so far, of course. I mean, it's early days, but that one you could actually get a a view of. I think this is actually quite a decent pitch to bat on at the moment, and whether Harmer is able to be the difference between the two attacks, we're going to have to wait. Whether he gets an over tonight, who knows, but I think this is, if you get yourself in.
In comes Porter, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns. Good carry into the gloves of Rossington, who proved exactly what a good pitch this is.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't really try and go after the bowling too much. He waited. You say his inclination is obviously to put bat to ball, which is absolutely fine. And he played some nice strokes early on, got his drives going, and then later on in the innings opened out and kind of committed harikari at the end, actually, didn't he? But never mind, he got his 100.
Did indeed, as Porter is in, and this is turning Burns around a touch as he pushes forward. Thickish edge rolls up towards mid-off. End of the first over then this evening. 9 to go today. Surrey 4 without loss. This in reply to Essex's 271.
Well, these are the times, of course, as an opener, you think, oh dear, I'm not sure whether I really would like to do this job quite so much. I've been out here all day in really some quite difficult conditions after a while, you know. It just slowly eats away at you. Don't realise how fatigued you are, and you make just the slightest error towards the end of the day and you can be on your way and watch everybody else collect your runs. That's the old Jeffrey boy. He's making my runs.
Yeah, Jeffrey was at Scarborough last week for a couple of days.
Okay.
Yes, he was. He was his new book. Because Mr. Agnew arrived on the first morning. I walked up to the commentary box and there was Mr. Agnew. I thought I might have been at the wrong game. As here is Cook coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel from this Vauxhall end. That's hit something and runs away down towards fine leg. They're going to come scampering back for 2 leg byes is the signal. So 2 more to the total, 6 without loss. But yes, Jonathan was there to see Jeffrey doing his book signing. But Jonathan very kindly popped on and had a natter about Scarborough and everything, which was nice. But yes, Jeffrey was there for 2 days. There was one moment where the PA announcement went round the ground as in over the wicket comes Cook and pushed by the left-handed Patel into the leg side. Found in the Scarborough shop is a signed copy of Jeffrey's new book to Paul. Paul, if you're in the ground, if you come to the shop, you can pick it up. Tea time. Just a reminder to Paul that if you're in the ground, your signed copy of Sir Jeffrey's new book is still in the Scarborough shop. And then final one was, if anybody in the ground is called Paul and fancies a copy of Jeffrey's new signed book. As in over the wicket once again goes Kirk, and forward comes Ryan Patel and pushes this one up towards mid-off. Tom Westley's doing the fielding. Yeah. Tom Westley's doing the fielding up there, and there's no run. So yes.
So someone finally arrived.
I think anyone called
so
Paul.
You're Paul.
You're Paul. Yep.
No, I'm Bill, but I'll take one.
I'll take it. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah. So I thought the PA man did a brilliant job on that. He really did. As in over the wicket once again comes Cook, and forward comes Ryan Patel. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, very good to see Jonathan Agnew and Jeffrey Boycott last week in Scarborough. Surrey 6 without loss on this first evening. Glorious sunshine, of course, all day. Bit cooler tomorrow, they're saying. Well, a lot cooler, I think, because in comes Cook again. Over the wicket, right arm over on a good length from Ryan Patel. Solid looking defensive shot that from Ryan Patel.
I saw the last time I saw Ryan Patel, I think he was batting number 3, was he, for Surrey, and was starting to play very well. You know, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, the last couple of years that I've witnessed some of Surrey playing, they've struggled a bit and were down the list, weren't in the hunt for titles as they have been as much this year, and you never quite know in a team.
As round the wicket goes Cook. Patel's letting this one go from round the wicket on the angle, end of the over. Second one of this Surrey first innings, and Surrey are 6 without loss.
And you sense that there are certain travails going on in the background, and you sense things aren't perhaps as they might like the whole sort of setup to be. But anyway, you never know when there are parts and components of a team that are developing, you know, around, and so you start to find 2 or 3 players coming through, and here they are next year. They might have changed a position slightly. Someone might have picked the ball up and started to do something with that and offer some different skills. But you, even amidst sometimes some ruins, there can be the sort of the start of something that's quite good.
Absolutely. And Ryan Patel's got the openers gig this season with Mark Stoneman going to Middlesex. As in over the wicket comes Porter, and forward goes Rory Burns. Start of the 3rd over, plays this one down into the leg side.
And who's that allowed to come in then, because he's moved up the position?
Yeah, it's a really good point. That sort of Surrey have mixed and matched a little bit on that front with Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope obviously going away with England, and then Jamie comes in and then Ollie comes back. Jamie not fit for this one, but basically the top 4 or 5 has been a combination of Patel, Burns, Amler, Pope or Smith, Folkes or Smith. As in over the wicket once again comes Porter, and that's off a thickish edge from Rory Burns, running down towards 3rd man. They'll pick up a couple of runs here, 2 more to the total, and 2 more to Rory Burns. Then Ben Geddes has come in, young player, has got 100, played very well, but he's having to wait his turn. And then you've had Jacks there the whole time, sort of either coming up to 6 or being in there at 7, and then Overton at 8. So they batted a long way down. But Dom Sibley coming back next season, of course, to Surrey, as over the wicket once again comes Porter, and that's nipping back at Rory Burns. That did shoot back at Rory Burns, hit him high up on the bat pad. Height again would have been the issue, but that really did nip back from Porter. So I'd have thought with Sibley coming back, Patel would drop back down to bat 3. I would have thought. I'm not sure. I don't know what's happening with Hashim, but I just wonder whether that Hashim might say, I've done my bit. And the interesting thing is, Hashim this season hasn't scored the weight of runs he normally does, which has actually been in a way sad. He scored some lovely hundreds, but it hasn't been the consistent Hashim Amri you used to. But other people have stepped up and scored those runs.
Yeah, well, I noticed 7 guys have got over 400.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, you know, you've got players like Jordan Clark, who's, you know, he's got about 350 or something like that at almost 60, actually, and then he's got 22 wickets as well.
The name I didn't mention, of course, as well, who with the bat has looked at $1 million, is Sam Curran. So Sam scored a huge amount of runs in the Championship this season every time he's batted, but
he's averaging 70
I know,
something, isn't he?
They've got that maiden first class 100 as well against Kent. So he scored an awful lot of runs this summer. As in over the wicket once again comes Porter, and this is pushed out into the offside by Burns. But the great thing about that is if you go with Burns, Patel, Pope, Smith, Curran, Geddes, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Will Jacks, you're going to see those next year as well. And I think what everyone's very pleased about here is a lot of those have come through the Surrey system, so to speak. So yeah, no, absolutely. They've batted a long way down. They've had a nice balance to the batting this season, and they'll add Sibley to that for next season. And you know that's a pretty good addition, to be fair. As in over the wicket comes Porter to Burns, and Burns clips this one into the leg side out towards deep backward square. He's going to take the single. Will Rory Burns, and he'll keep the strike. 7 to go tonight. Surrey are 9 without loss.
Yeah, it looks a solid lineup, doesn't it? I mean, with Burns not having any English duty too, that helps, doesn't it? I mean, he and Patel both averaging in the 40s. That gets you away to a cracking start.
And I think as well with Rory Burns, having him as captain as well, I think he's the captain of this Championship side, and sort of because he's not playing for England at the moment, he's played every game in the Championship this season, so he's been able to get across how he wants it to go. And it was the same in 2018 when Surrey won the championship. He played every game, then he got selected for England, and then obviously he was in and out playing for England. So I think the fact that he's not playing for England at the moment means that he's been here, and really the first time he's been here for a whole season, if you think about it logically, since 2018, because of course we then had COVID. And then he was in and out playing for England. So here is Cook round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns covers up, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So I think, that 2018 played every game. Sorry, win.
Well, that was a winning championship.
Yeah, they won the
wasn't
championship in 20. He then gets picked for England, makes a debut in Sri Lanka. Following summer, he's playing in the Ashes, obviously. Then we've had COVID, and he's been away, locked in bubbles or whatever else. So I think this season, having the captain back, I think it does make a huge difference. It really does, just from his captaincy point of view, as much as anything. 3 slips in there for him. As round the wicket goes Cook, and this one's left alone outside the offside.
The very best sides, if I think about it, who bats 7?
Well, if Sam Curran is here, Will Jacks bat 7.
Right.
If Sam Curran's not here, Jacks tends to bump up to 6.
And who bats 7? Sam Curran,
well,
does he?
It would be, for this game, I think Cameron Steele will come in at 7.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because the very best sides, as I think about it, if you've got 2 good openers,
round the wicket comes Cook, and this is left alone by Burns,
so that you get a good start in your innings, and then your number 3, 4, 5 do their business, and you get to about maybe 300, say. It's the number 7 that comes in to crown everything and push the game ahead quite quickly. And so the Gilchrists of the world, or the Dhonis of the world, coming in and batting at 7, all the very best sides.
As this one's left alone again by Burns,
have had a strong number 7 who, they take command of the situation when they get into bat, and they push the game and they accelerate the game ahead, allowing you to get into a commanding sort of position. They are the key positions, I think, so that they build on the foundations that your batsmen have done, and your openers have set it up, seen off the new ball, so that you're not suddenly 4 or 5 down early on, as say Essex were today.
As round the wicket comes Cook again, and this one's left alone outside the offside. And I think that's been Will Jacks this season, when you've had your Sam Currans and Ollie Popes and Jamie Smith's coming in and out. Jacks has batted 7. The other name I'd throw in there in terms of championship cricket as well is Jamie Overton, who could do 7. You saw him in that Test match back in 90, he can bat, no doubt. He's batted 4, for Surrey this season.
Yes.
So he can do that job as well. But it's really, that's been sort of the Will Jacks role that we were talking about this season. As round the wicket once again comes Porter, and this is tucked away into the leg side, down towards fine leg by Rory Burns, and he'll pick up a single. And I think the one that I sort of sat there and thought, well, this is a bit different, was that the game Beckenham, when nobody got 100, but Surrey still got 670 whatever for 9.
It was a draw, wasn't it?
Well, it rained the whole of the last day. Surrey were in the box seat actually. They then knocked Kent over for 200 and something. Surrey 673. Sorry, that was 671 for 9 declared. Kent 230 all out, and then 114 for 1 going into that last day. So Surrey knew it would be hard work on that last day, but they had plenty of runs, and actually that's when Jacks was, I think he got the wicket of Crawley in that second innings as well. So interesting, but no hundreds in that 671 for 9 declared. That's a world record, because Andrew Saltzman was getting very, very excited about it, and let me know. As in round the wicket comes Porter from the pavilion end, and forward goes Burns, and that's going to run off the face of his bat and rush off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So Burns moves on to 12, and Surrey move on to 14 without loss.
It's quite nice though, that's coming around the wicket, and that's just squared Burns up a little bit, and that's the second one that's gone wide of the slip cordon. So he's just going to have to be a bit more cautious, whether he's getting across his stumps with that new guard, whether it's middle and off or centre, I don't know. But a lot of batsmen like to get, I think you don't want to go to off stump. I think that's a mistake. I think you get across far too much. That's what Pope was doing a lot last year as he experimented. Your bat is always therefore coming across the line of the ball from outside off stump. If you want to play onto middle, you stop your cuts because you're too close to the ball. It's just not a good place to play cricket from, I don't think.
Around the wicket comes Porter. They've got the extra slip in now. Oh, and Burns this time pushes away from his body past the extra slip to the left. So they've got 4 slips in there, so Rory Burns put it away through 5th slip. And Burns moves on to 16, and Surrey move on to 18 without loss.
Yeah, now, was that in the air? Porter's working hard. I don't think it would have been a catch to a 6th slip, but it was punched quite deliberately, just short enough and wide enough. Whether Porter can get those 2 angles, that's what you want to come around the wicket for, at the batsman and then move it away.
He's in again, Porter to Burns, and Burns is pushing straight back up the pitch. Porter does the fielding off his own bowling.
And I think it's more difficult, I think, for a left-hander to line that round the wicket angle up as opposed to over the wicket going across you. You can sort of, you see that a little bit better, but that angle coming in at you and then moving away, which you see so often from Broad and from Anderson and from all the international bowlers now, to a left-hander they go round the wicket immediately.
Around the wicket comes Porter once again to Burns. Nice shot from Rory Burns, just pushing this away into the covers. Thought about 2, there isn't 2 there. As the throw comes in, it's that shot from Rory Burns that always says to me everything's sort of in the right place. When early on he's getting forward and going into the covers like that, sort of everything's feeling in the right place for him at the moment. Ryan Patel comes on to strike. A bit of cloud now coming overhead. So there's a bit of cloud. I don't know whether the temperature has cooled down or not. I doubt it. But now those that have bravely sat in the sun all day might be regretting it, but they are getting a bit of shade now. As
some of them have emerged.
I know, as round the wicket again comes Porter to Ryan Patel, who's forward and plays this one out towards Paul Water, who stood up there at a wideish mid-off, and there's no run.
Under the Galladari stand there. Yeah. They've been up in there, it's like a chrysalis, and they emerge.
Yes, absolutely.
Out now. Yeah.
One of those science fiction films where you get frozen for 5,000 years and then suddenly wake up. But yes, they're back there. They've had some good cricket to watch today. Certainly been entertaining.
Good up on the stand, right at the top too.
Absolutely. One oval square that is, as round the wicket comes Porter. Forward goes Patel and plays this one straight back up the pitch. 5 overs left this evening, and Surrey 19 without loss.
Isn't that the Sylvester Clark area up on the top deck up there, where they all are?
Yep, it's all the new one oval square, and the view from up there, we'll have to get you up there. The view from up there back over this stand towards central London is spectacular. Right. It really is. And then there's the members area
just down below.
Yeah, just down below where you can see people sat out, and then there's a big sort of restaurant where our Clark had his testimonial dinner on that side. It looks fantastic, actually. It really does. And then underneath they've got some new bar, Robin Jackman's bars in there.
Yes.
Yeah, Jackers' bars in there. So it's very nice round there now. But the view from up there is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, it's been a great addition, hasn't it, for the members?
Well, it fits in very nicely as well, I think. 19 without loss as Cook comes round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns forward, thickish side edge. He'll get a single here, will Rory Burns, and that will move Rory Burns on to 18 and move Surrey on to 20 without loss. Patel still waiting for his first run. Alistair Cook stood in there at first slip next to Rossington, but that Rossington 100 was in amongst what was going on around him. And on a day like today as well, where all we talked about is how hot it is, and Rossington got through 150 odd balls with 100 to his name. Great effort that, and now he's keeping. As round the wicket comes Cook to Patel, and Patel inside edge, that's a good length. from Cook. Ryan Patel pushing forward, thick inside edge, hit the front pad, rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. But yeah, as I say, I think tomorrow is going to be a bit cooler, they're saying. Not quite the heat that we've had today up here in London.
Well, that'll suit Essex, won't it?
Yeah, they'll be hoping that it is for bowling purposes, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel.
Whether, of course, that means that the pitch doesn't deteriorate at the same rate because it's not as hot, who knows? We'll have to just keep an eye on that. It didn't obviously turn much today. Don't think you'd expect it to on a first day. There is a little bit of grass on this surface. I mean, it's not you would never call it a grassy pitch,
no.
But there is enough to get a little bit of pace, and maybe not to make sure that it's too dusty.
Around the wicket again goes Cook, and left alone once more by Ryan Patel outside his off stump.
But you can certainly see the footmarks of the traffic from the almost 90 overs, or 96 a day, isn't it, really?
Yep.
So, you know, they're very, very, you know, they're clear and standing out where the bowler's traffic has been so far today. So that says that it probably is a drier surface, I think.
Yeah.
And there are areas there for bowlers, I think, that they'd be interested in.
Ryan Patel waits again. This is down the leg side by Cook. Patel gets absolutely nothing left on this, just trying to whip it down towards fine leg, taken by Rossington.
So about what, 3 runs and over today?
Yeah.
Throughout?
Yeah, I think so.
And has that been the way that Surrey have scored, or
Surrey
or
have
they
scored a bit quicker
right
than that? Against Kent, they were up at around about 5 and over at one point, I think, for a good majority. Simon Harmer's just been warming up, just to let everybody know, on Harmer watches. Oh, that goes past the edge of Ryan Patel's bat, beats the outside edge, because of course he's got 2 left-handers as well at the top of the order.
Yeah, they're the only
Simon
left-handers.
Harmer.
I think they are.
Yeah, I think they are.
And the team. So why not? Why not have him have a go? He's obviously in good form. I don't know whether his last 2 games. One was against Gloucestershire, wasn't it? And I think that was at Chelmsford.
Yeah,
was
that
it?
was the last game where he took 13 against Gloucestershire, then 15 against Hampshire.
Where was that game? Down in Hampshire, was it?
I think that was Chelmsford
as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be again another question. Has he done well here before?
Yeah, I think
Harmer?
He's done well wherever he's gone,
Yeah.
really, in terms of championship cricket. As round the wicket comes Porter to Burns, who's had a pull at this. Now that's beaten the bottom edge of the bat. And Rory Burns sort of looks at his glove as if he's lost control of the bat on that shot, and he's signalling back towards the dressing room, I think, for a fresh glove after that shot. But he's looking to pull that, and as I say, I think it beat the bottom edge of the bat. But I think wherever Harmer goes, in terms of championship cricket, he's a handful. He really is. And of course he's going to be in that South Africa squad. Now whether he plays in the Test series, you'd have to wait to see, because of course they've got Maharaj, haven't they? Around the wicket comes Porter, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
I've seen them play both spinners, actually. I know in South Africa they did that at St George's, and so if the pitches are slightly dry, and we know what the weather's been like, when's the first test?
Oh, that's a really good question.
And whereabouts is it?
Let me have a squeeze.
Because they have, certainly their bowling resources are much stronger than their batting, even though the runs have come quite well today for South Africa.
Around the wicket once again goes Porter to Burns, and he's clipping this one down into the leg side, rolls up there towards mid-on, and there's no run. So that first test for England and South Africa is at Lord's on August the 17th.
Okay.
So Lord's on August the 17th, then Manchester. That can turn, can't it? And then here in September. So it's a 3-test series. And Lord's, Manchester, and here.
Well, that'll be an interesting series. Their bowling will challenge, I think, at times.
Yes, this is left alone again by Burns outside his off scum, taken by Rossington.
Got the big left armour.
Yeah, now there's
Marco
something.
Jansen. Yep.
He's now there. He's got
sharp.
something about him, hasn't he? Definitely.
He has. Norkia. Yeah, and they've Ngidi.
Rabada.
Yes, Rabada's there. So that they have good bowling resources.
Without a doubt. And if the weather stayed like this, you think sort of Manchester and here might well it might well be playing too. As round the wicket once again comes Porter, and forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. It'll be a fascinating series. It really will. And in terms of the ODI at the moment, England are 68 without loss. So Jason Roy 35, Johnny Bairstow 30.
Off.
They're in 14 overs, 68 without loss, chasing 334. Solid start from Messrs Bairstow and Roy. Around the wicket again comes Porter to Burns, and Burns again just back of a length, gets in behind this, plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. So 3 to go this evening. I think we're going to see a bit of Mr. Harmer very, very shortly.
The other thing I was thinking about as far as the seaming and the nibbling that I mentioned is that it's the seam that's been causing the problems, and that the Duke's ball is not being made at the normal place, is it?
No. Well, there's been all this chat about the batch of balls. And I was listening to somebody somewhere who was saying that there's been the gentleman who used to do the stitching. He's retired now, but he had very strong and big fingers for the stitching. This was genuine. It was on. You were there. It was TMS. I can't remember who was talking about it. And whoever's come in, he's obviously very good at doing it. But the stitching, the batch,
it's being done in Pakistan at the moment. Yeah,
it's interesting though, isn't it? Because there's been I think the ball got changed 8 times in a Durham game on the first day. As round the wicket then comes Cook to Ryan Patel. He's still looking for his first run here, Ryan Patel, and he's punching and doesn't get that where he intended. He was looking to go through extra cover. Thick inside edge rolls up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, just a bit keen, isn't he? He's keen to get off the mark and just push the hands at the ball a wee bit, and that's what presented that inside edge, and that's why it went on the onside. So that's frustrating for him. Just got to hang in there tonight as far as he's concerned.
Because there's been an awful lot of chat about the balls and the batch of balls this season. There's 3 slips and a gully. Round the wicket goes Cook, solidly forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one up to Paul Walter.
I'm not totally convinced you can expect that the ball is always going to do something for you though as a bowler. I think in years gone by, well, most of the years, there was a period always with a ball, whichever the make was, where it just didn't do as much as it wears, and that's the way, I'm afraid, that's the way it should be actually.
What reaction would you have got if, as captaining New Zealand, you've been going up to the umpire as much as we see these days, saying, "Can we get this ball changed, please?" And it's round the wicket once again. Comes Cook and turned into the leg side by Patel, and there's no run.
Well, I think they'd probably be prepared to check it through the gauges to see that it wasn't out of shape. But their inclination, I suspect, would have been just to throw it back at me and say, let's keep going.
Yeah.
The ball is actually 65 overs old, and therefore, what do you expect? Yeah. It's been hit around, and so it does get a bit older, it does get a bit tatty, and it doesn't swing.
Round the wicket once again goes Cook, and this is left alone by Patel outside his off stump.
I mean, I can understand bowlers, wanting the ball to keep doing things for them, but I just don't know whether that's quite right, because then you want spinners in the game, don't you? That's when spinners kind of come into it, and that's, you don't want to be asking seam bowlers and swing bowlers to be bowling for 80 and 90 overs for the whole day. I think that would take spinners, and again, that would be very difficult for them.
Waits again, does Ryan Patel. Sam Cook's round the wicket too, and Patel hits a thigh guard. Again, just trying to get himself off the mark here. Here's Ryan Patel. Rory Burns has done all the scoring. 18 out of 20. A couple of extras in there as well. Leg byes. 2 overs to go after this one.
So it looks as though it's going to be about sort of 25 runs, something like that for Surrey. If they can see it out with no loss, then it's poised, isn't it, the next day?
Absolutely.
270, so the 250 ahead perhaps.
Nicely poised, this one at the moment. Sam Cook round the wicket he comes once again, and Ryan Patel drives, thick edge, that flies through the gully region. Lawrence was in the air, but that's going to whistle off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. He wasn't too far away from that. Dan Lawrence diving away to his left, but it's down to the boundary rope and away for 4, and it means Ryan Patel's off the mark, and Simon Harmer's getting ready to have a bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah. Again, just pushing at a ball that was a wee bit wide, wasn't it? That's that anxiety to get underway and get a drive away. He's found the outside edge. He didn't control it. So, anyway, Burns is still there, and Patel also. So, now we have a look at Harmer.
Yeah.
Let's just see. He's got some targets, as I say. I've mentioned those foot marks coming through with the right arm over the wicket bowlers for Surrey today. And they are reasonably marked, and it's the second and third stride that I'm interested in. The first stride after the popping crease is just a little bit too close. So let's see what they can do. If they can, surely they're going to have more men in, aren't they? They must have. Just the slip at the moment looks like Bat Pad is coming up and putting the helmet on. I would have thought there might even be a second slip or a gully that they
just a bit of weather news as well for you here, Mr. Coney. My mum's listening, sends you all her best, obviously, and says there's a thunderstorm on the way.
Oh.
And that would clear the air, wouldn't it? I'm just thinking about tomorrow and for the bowlers.
Oh well.
Yeah, there's a thunderstorm coming apparently. As here is Harmer then. This is interesting, coming around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is forward and pushes the first one out into the offside, and there is no run, and Jeremy Coney's happy because that first one he did,
well, it's flight,
give a little bit of air to
it's flight. It's
Mr.
not
Harmer.
flat.
As in he comes this very repeatable action of his. He's into Burns, and again forward goes Burns, and again it's just tossed up, and there'll be no run as that goes out towards mid-wicket.
It's at this phase, of course, that the spinners are looking at what sort of pace should I bowl, and you need to experiment. You sort of know.
In again comes Harmer, and forward goes Burns, and pushes this one back up the pitch. Harmer doing the fielding off his own bowling.
You know, you're working within a range of probably 2 or 3 miles an hour, or K's. I don't. You use miles now, don't you? So I would have thought that's in the low 50s.
As forward again goes Burns, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
So he's just trying to find now what sort of pace can I operate on this in these conditions, and does it give me the turn that I want to see?
In again Harmer, forward goes Burns, and Ryan Patel wants a single that isn't there. Dan Lawrence was quickly round from backward point to do the fielding.
And you can see Harmer has now moved from the off stump of the left-handed Burns. He's now moved into sort of middle and leg, that last one was. So he's wanting to turn the ball across the face of the bat.
Was in again quicker this time. Burns just pushes this one out into the offside. So a sighter there for Simon Harmer for tomorrow. So that'll be his 1 over tonight. He's a little sighter there. And we've got 1 over remaining in the day, and Surrey are 24 without loss.
Well, he's a key component in the. I mean, not only does he pick up wickets, he allows, of course, just like Maharaj does in the South African setup as well. He allows the other bowlers to just pack up into the other end and keep on coming at you and sort of spells of maybe 4 or 5 overs. So you're constantly having to face a fresh bowler at the other end, and in the meantime Maharaj or Harmer in this case is able to keep control of the runs, keep pressure on you as well, and keep picking up the odd wicket here and there. So it's a really important role, the way the whole structure of the day operates for Essex. You can see what it's like, obviously, when you go to Chelmsford.
Final over of the day, then round the wicket comes Cook, outside edge. Oh, is that taken? It is. It's a good catch from Simon Harmer. Low down as Ryan Patel pushed at that, and that will be stumps tonight, because this in the last over of the day, and outside edge, and that's a good catch low down by Simon Harmer. In there at second slip, pushed forward Ryan Patel, good catch from Harmer. Low down, juggled with it, and they get their wicket tonight. And Ryan Patel has to go for 4, and 24 for 1 now are Surrey, and Essex will be delighted to have got a wicket there in the last over of the day, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, they've done exactly what they wanted to do. 10 overs, let's get a wicket. And an unhappy finish for Ryan Patel, just couldn't quite make it through to the close. Looked a little bit uncomfortable, had a sort of half-life almost as he drove at a ball and went wide of the gully. And that one, however, he's pushed again just a little bit far out in front of himself. I don't think it nibbled. I just think it was the natural bounce and angle of the ball from the bowler, and it's just carried through to Harmer, and he's taken a decent low catch two-handed. So there we are with about 25, as I was saying, 24 for 1 off 10 overs, or in the 10th over, and so we're going to start with a new batsman tomorrow, and I imagine that'll be Hashim Amla, would it?
Would be Hashim Amla at number 3.
So a good day all round.
Absolutely.
A fight back and then a little wicket towards the end. So it's even things up.
Absolutely. And Jeremy Coney, thank you for your company today. You'll be back with us tomorrow, as will Eva Gray and Ricky Clark, and I believe Mr. Kevin Howes is here tomorrow as well, coming down.
We're a cast of thousands.
Absolutely. So we'll be doing one ball spells of commentary. We found a new way to do commentary, 1 ball each. But thank you very much for your company. Thanks for all your company today as well. It's been a joy. We'll be back with you on the live stream and BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex tomorrow morning. But the story of the day is well batted Adam Rossington, 100 from him, 271 all out. Dan Worrall 6 for 56. And in reply, Surrey closed tonight 24 for 1 with Ryan Patel caught by Harmer off Cook for 4. Rory Burns 18 not out from us all this evening. A very good night to one and all.